I am sure sports. You know me there, I'm coast to coast representing. I mean, I say this is righteous representing for Omar. You don't know, come get the sports over here from near and far. Boy. Me say I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. If me not sure, that me not say it. Know who score, that me not say it. Never know no game play, that me not say it. If me never seen a game, me no know who play. For your sports news, better come over here so. For your soccer news, then come over here so. If you don't love sports, still come over here so. For the day done, you are gonna love over here so.
So when it comes on to behavior concerning football, Jamaica is decent. I am sure that if we can get all of these things done, set in place by the end of April, it gives us enough time before the World Cup campaign. Not afraid of no Brazil, no Argentina with these crap of players. We are good enough. Remember to like, subscribe, share. Listen, comment, let me know what your thoughts are.
Pragmatic Jerk Marinade gives your meats and vegetables authentic Jamaican jerk flavor. The spices are directly from Jamaica. Spices like jerk seasoning, allspice, scotch bonnet pepper, fresh scallions, thyme, ginger, and garlic. The key ingredients to a great jerk marinade. 0% sugar and low in sodium. You want to try it?
Made up of 18 Jamaican herbs and spices, add delicious, bold flavor to your next grilling experience. Flavoring sauce, a marinade, basting, condiment, or topping. Trick Nick Jerk Barbecue Sauce.
All right, good morning. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports. I am Manningsman on this Super Friday. Hope you're having yourself a fantastic start to your morning. As usual, when we begin our shows, we want to make sure that we take time out to give thanks to the Almighty God, the Most High God, the Creator of heaven and of earth. For the life that we have and the breath in our lungs, we tell him thanks. We are here today and we didn't have to be here, but he's a good God all the time. All right. And we are forever grateful. So many people have lost their lives. So many people, just going through difficulties, but look at us, we are here. So big up and give thanks to him. All right. Again, if this is your first time to the platform, please make sure that you hit that subscribe button. All right. It's very easy. Few seconds it takes. So you do that. Hit the subscribe button. We also ask and encourage you to like the video, share the video. It's cool. It's a way of supporting one another. Right. We are all Jamaicans and we need to, as best as we can when we see good works and good efforts that we show great support for that. You understand me? Today is going to be a loaded show. I see Mr. Paul Christie, Fresh God as usual, Jason, and we also see Adrian Armstrong, AQ, in the building. We're going to have, I think today we're going to get some of the people, especially two of the team personnels who are already in they're actually in the semifinals. That's Cavaliers and Mount Pleasant of the JPL. We're going to have them on the show hopefully at some times as we discuss the JPL. Today we're going to discuss that. We're going to talk about the faith of that is the FATE of the English teams in Europe, as so many of them have been knocked out. And now Demo is here to talk to me about Demolish. I intentionally waited until after the Liverpool game, so he has not had a one-up on me because like Arsenal, his Liverpool team have been knocked out as well. DJ Dean Brown is up there running. His show is on today. You can check it out and show him some love as well. All right. So we're going to discuss that. We're going to talk about this 876 stream um, deal. And listen, I'd love for Mr. Chung, because I have some things that I'm going to share. And I'd love for him to, if he's available, to come on and speak on this matter. Maybe Simon Preston, who was at the press conference, they can come on and give their thoughts so we can get some clarity, because there was one particular release talking about this deal is like 200,000 Jamaican dollars, and I think that was corrected by the mainstream media, who had put that in an article suggesting that this deal is for $200,000, which would be a marketing deal. That wasn't really making any sense, but subsequent to that, it was corrected. Big up Santos. They had a big function recently where they celebrated, I think, 60 years of operation and in football in Jamaica. And they awarded many stalwarts in the football. Carlton Spanner Dennis, that was. If you're celebrating your birthday today, big up to Amelia and Amaris celebrating their birthdays. Their parents are subscribers to this channel, so we want to big them up on their birthdays. All right. Let's see if any big footballer celebrating birthday today. Let me check and see, because we want to big up all the birthday people. Let me see. Yeah, man, you know that Albert Burkett, that is the father of Brian Burkett, who has committed to college. His birthday is today. Big up yourself on your earth strong, big man. Welcome. The Leicester Stennett, you understand me. Duckland in the building. Best at the documentary. Big up. Oh, Montego Bay, everything strong down there. You understand me? Yeah, man. Cooling out, chilling out in the cool climates of Montego Bay. All right, so lots to cover. The Jamaica U18 team, although I know something says U20, but it's really a U18. They're over there in Turkey, and they will be playing their game, I believe, tomorrow. So we're going to hopefully talk about that as well. So we have a lot to cover. Big up Triple E just coming in. Again, remember to hit the like button, subscribe, and share. Definitely best documentary. I know you have called me a couple of times, but it so happened that most of the times they call me, I always have these meetings or a class that I'm doing. And so after that, it becomes very difficult. But we need to connect. You understand me? Bless up yourself. All right. So the first thing I want to talk about is this part of the description or the title of the video about these darn returning residents. All right. So I'm going to put some context to it. So I want you to hear me. And if you know anybody in government, you need to share this. This is not a social commentary channel, but this is very important. And I'm going to speak to some of these things every time I have an opportunity to and engage the people. All right. So now if you go from Arakabessa in St. Mary to Discovery Bay in St. Anne, all right, the shoreline in terms of access to swimming, there are around like official beach areas, like for the general public. So let's go from Arakabessa. We check like James Bond Beach. All of those are private all the way down. There was a regular beach that is private. So you have the UDC beach in Ocherius that is really a small fee, which is understandable for people to use. You come all the way around and you come all the way around. The last piece was done by Mama Bay, that the upgrade of the Sandals property has really taken over that. So you come around, you come into St. Anne's Bay of Key Largo. That is not really a beach for swimming. Then you come down into Priory. There's a beach in Priory, a public beach. And then you pass Priory, you get down to Salem at Flavors Beach. And you may have a little spot at the back end of Discovery Bay that you don't have to pay. So really the general public between St. Mary and St. Anne right now, from the areas that I'm talking, from around Arakabessa all the way to the border of St. Anne and Trelawney, there is not really any public beach except for Prairie and Flavors for the people to really use in Jamaica. All right. I think this is something that the government needs to fix. This is one of the things I need to talk about. There has to be a way that people have access to the beaches in Jamaica. It cannot be that you have a big block of of two parishes where people struggle to find, where people from Saint and now have to be taking vehicle to Negril and Montego Bay to use a free beach. Can you imagine? That's the state of our country. That people have to be going into other parishes, though they are living on the coastline. It is something that the government needs to intervene in. Now, I understand what hotels are saying that, oh, we have our guests, but the ocean don't belong to nobody. The coastline don't belong to nobody. What belongs to them is the property they buy that borders the coastline. So I am in agreement that people should not be allowed on those properties, but there should be a way for people to walk onto those places and get to the shoreline. We have to do better. All right. So I have to talk about that. I won't prolong it because I'm going to get some more credible information and present it. Like I said, this is not social commentary, but it has to be spoken to. All right. All right. All right. So I want you to bear that in mind. That's number one. All right. So secondly, all right. And I am not generalizing. So some of you who are going to come after I have said this, go and pick up from there and have an issue. So I'm not speaking about all returning residents. I'm speaking to a lot of returning residents. These are people who come from they're original Jamaicans, and for good reasons, some for bad reasons, they moved to the States, to Canada, to England. They're at the stage of retirement, and they are now back in Jamaica. Most of them end up building houses or buying houses in other parishes, not the parish that they are from. So, for example, a person who was living in say Hanover, they come back and they buy in a gated community like in St. Anne, or a gated community in St. Mary, or a gated, all right, or a gated community. You understand me? So they buy in gated communities for their own safety and security, all right? Absolutely nothing is wrong. But they are in retirement. So when they come back to Jamaica, they're not coming back here to work, or to operate business. They just come here to just live. When they're ready, them go back overseas and stuff. And then they die in Jamaica or wherever. They get old and die. All right? So they don't go back to the parishes that they're from to build up that parish because they're in gated communities. Predominantly, for those group of people, the taxes that they pay is land tax that is very minimal in Jamaica, especially in the gated communities. Not a lot of money. It may be a lot for retired people. So they play that because remember they live off their retirement from the states that they had a job. And they pay GCT. Right? They pay GCT for goods and services, whatever. Those are the only taxes that they really pay. So like them really and truly, they're not supposed to complain about road and about a lot of the things in Jamaica and about health, because they don't pay a lot of those things. They don't pay taxes to deal with education. They don't pay income tax. They don't. So when they come back to Jamaica after 40 and 50 years, they pay GCT, and a lot of them, they pay their land taxes or property tax, whatever you want to call it, because they are in retirement. I think it is good that they come to retire in Jamaica, so I'm not knock them. But when they come to Jamaica, a lot of them end up in conflict with their families, and a lot of them end up in conflict with many Jamaicans. Because, but I'll give you the truth, when they come back to Jamaica to live, they act like in the United States, there is no line. In the United States, there is no traffic. In the United States, everything is easy. They come back to Jamaica and they act like when you walk into Walmart, anything you want is there. When you walk into Target, anything you want is there. When you walk into Costco, anything you want is there. When you walk into Cougars, like they don't shop in different places, because sometimes they can't get some things X, Y, and Z place. When they come to Jamaica, they make it appear like everything in Jamaica is an issue. Everything. Like they don't think like traffic should be on our road. And if traffic is on the road, something is wrong with Jamaica. Because in the United States of America, obviously there's no traffic. It's just normally 1 and 2 cars driving up and down. And so for the life of me, I cannot understand if everything is so perfect in the United States and Jamaica is just problem. Everything in Jamaica is wrong. Why are you here? Why are you here? Why are you here? Why did you return? If seeing that there's nothing in Jamaica that is good, why are you living here? Why not go back to the States, go live? Go back to Canada then. Seeing that everything was perfect there and everything is messed up, right? Again, some of you go and join the conversation of all kind of things. So you are talking, returning. Why you come to Jamaica? If every single thing in Jamaica, everything, if they're going to juicy beef patty and them say they want a patty and the lady say, hold on. Like me see yesterday. Oh, they don't know no customer service. All the little girl said to the lady, just hold on. Not even for 1 second, and she start. You think in the States anybody could do this? You think in the state anybody could do this? Anybody could do this in the States? You think when I'm in the United States and I say I want something, somebody tell me to hold on? You don't have any manners. You should be fired. If you really look and I say, in what time of day in the States I buy things? The little girl just said to just hold on to the lady, and the lady start cuss and talk out Jamaica terrible. Of course, again, I am not telling you that it is every one of the returning residents. Me give you a specific group in them, The ones who, when them come back, them go in the gated communities go live. Because them and them family don't get along, they can't go back to the country where they come from. They not build no house, they them the place there. Them no want to go live back down there because them never used to talk to them family and them friend them. So now they come back Jamaica, they want to stay as far away from them as possible and they don't want no interaction with them. And they come like they have some entitlement and Jamaica is theirs. They come like Jamaica is theirs. And the people who are originally in Jamaica don't have no right. The people in Jamaica are all this, and everything in Jamaica is all this. Let me give you again. Because a lot of you already, you're itching and you're vexing and you say, boy, what money is going to talk about? I don't agree. It's okay for you to agree. Because I'll give you incident after incident of these people. Incidents, because I've been looking at this for a long time. And I have specific incidents. Specific incidents. Hold on. Let me just take this one quickly. A.M. Henry, I did say, the UDC operates a beach, right? Operates a beach in Ocherius, and it's a minimal fee. So I understand a fee being charged. I am talking about access to the beach. So I'm going to tell you again, from St. Mary at James Bond Beach to Discovery Bay, tell me how many beaches the people have access to that they have to pay all thousands of dollars to use. In fact, there's a video on social media of a major resort in Jamaica where those who, right? Let me just say this. Those who, if you are a Jamaican, so when you go there, you have to take off all the armband from the hotel, if you're a Jamaican coming to stay at a resort, and you go to this particular place, you have to take off the armband, because if you don't take off the armband, them going to say you're not a Jamaican and you have to pay a higher fee than the man who born at Jamaica. All right? All right? So watch this now. So when they go here, a lot of times, I've seen people who have to take out their Jamaican passport to show, their driver's license to show. Like those things, I feel like there's something wrong with that. And you can't, you got to have to start say, a country me just come from. I mean, I know about no money than my place here. I will up your name again. Then we don't know about me come. Don't we don't so. You have to start. You can't start standard English card and start charge you tourist price. I saw Jamaica run. But let me get back to. You see now. You see. You're a cranky. Say I assume these people are Jamaican born. So me not say all of that, man. Me say all of that, you know. I am talking about people who are born in Jamaica. Some left for good reasons. So you see what I tell you? That not listen to everything. Some left for bad reason. When they return to Jamaica, I'm talking specifically. You see it? Everything you say got drawn out of context, you know. Because if specifically to the ones who a lot of them when they come, they are not coming back to work because they are in retirement. They do two things. And I said this is good. They pay taxes for their property and they pay general consumption tax. The rest of it, they just live in Jamaica and they enjoy their retirement and they go back to the States. Me say all of that. A lot of them don't go back to the specific parishes that they were even born and raised in. They live in gated community. You have several in St. Anne. You have like Pyramid. You have, all right? You have like Richmond and Draxall, all of these places, so many of them. There is a sense that everything in Jamaica is garbage and is be a dirty drunk Oliver Jamaica. So because they go overseas, it don't mean that they are better than the people who live in Jamaica. But they believe that. They believe that because they have come back to Jamaica in a gated community, they are better off than the Jamaicans. They are better off than Jamaica. My point is, if you feel that way and nothing in Jamaica is working, why then are you here? Why then are you here? Because they probably have property in the state they can go back to. Everything. Why would you leave? Why would you leave a place where everything, there's everything, you don't have no traffic and you don't like traffic. When you say to a person you want something, you get it immediately. You don't have to join no line. You have everything perfect for your entire life. And you come to a place where nothing at all that you want in life is there for you. It is terrible. Why would you do that? Because that is the impression that they give. And I kid you not. When they go to the bank, they complain that there should not be in any line. Because when they go to the bank in the States, there is no line. When they go to the supermarket, everything must be in the supermarket that they have in the States. And if it's not there, what kind of supermarket is this? Police is not supposed to stop them. Because in the state, police don't just stop you like that. Because there's rule and there's laws. Cranky, I'm telling you about January. I've been in the, I don't know what goes two ways. You have to come and give the other way that you have experienced. I am telling you that I've been noting these things from supermarkets to the tax office. From supermarket to tax offices to traffic on the road to gated communities. These people going to come live beside the Jamaican them and call police on them. Say the people them playing them radio too loud. Oh, in the States, our neighbors don't disturb us. What the hell? You ever tell a man saying can't play him radio? What kind of madness is that? This is Jamaica. We're not America. Everything. Oh. Hey, and you don't try and talk to them, you know. Because Obviously, if you live in Jamaica, you know go school. I be a done people, they are Jamaica. The only people them who bright, you know, the one that especially the one, you see, especially the one them who return from Canada and America. Are them alone bright. Because nobody who lives in Jamaica, nobody who lives in Jamaica can read and write, you know. Are them alone. Only for them family alone bright. If you stay at Jamaica and never go foreign, you're done. That's how they operate. Again, please understand. Please understand. I said it before, I say it again. I speak of a specific block of them because there are other returning residents, you know, that don't have this kind of attitude. You try, let me tell you this, you try and talk to some of these because I have a lot of returning residents, you know. So I'm telling you, in my congregation. So for the most part, me I tell you, them people that love Jamaica and are making valuable contribution. But I'm telling you about a particular group of them. All right. So listen, people. You see, hey, I'm not here to tell you that customer service in Jamaica is the best. In fact, I will tell you this. And again, I will tell you this. You see, in the States, for the most part, you have good customer service. But here's what I want to tell you. Waiting in a line in Jamaica is not bad customer service many times. But sometimes what we call bad customer service. In the States, when you go, you have 20 shops and a plaza that sell food. In Jamaica, you have a Burger King here, the next one probably in the next parish. You have a KFC here, the next one is in the next parish. So every single person in that parish uses that one KFC. It's going to have a long line. That is just the way. Jamaica is a third world country. So we should know that when we come in here, we're coming to a third world country and make the adjustment and don't act like this should be the USA. While things need to improve and that Jamaica is a big garbage pile, that is some. And no matter what you do, some of you are going to justify it. But a lot of people who come back to Jamaica treat Jamaica like it's a big old garbage pile. And that is a truth, although some of you don't like it. Just hold on upon that, because at the truth. And I know it and I want to deny it. And we're not generalize, and every time we talk, we're not going to make it like we are generalized. It is the truth. It is the truth. That them act like there's no traffic in the States. So all I know come talk, brethren. So man, when I go talk about live a foreign and all of them things and come back Jamaica, this is the mindset me I talk about. Why not think because me I talk, me don't have the same experience like Uno? You think of me I defend? You think it bother me? Me I talk about people them I treat. Because me see a youth nearly killed two of them yesterday. And me have to call police. Over absolutely nothing. Me I tell you that. Over beach. Let them tell the youth them say, because them live in a particular community, the youth them have to walk the shoreline. And I mean, I say, look how them could have dead over that. Over that, they were going to lose their life. When it has absolutely nothing. You tell a Jamaican man saying can't swim in water because wherever you live, you have them help clean up the pot. What kind of nonsense that? That's what I'm talking about. So if you don't want to come and defend them, and like me, I tell them, say Jamaica perfect, and like Jamaica don't have problems. I am not doing that. So no bother with that with me. A facts me are giving you. Me are giving a reality. Me are giving the things that me see. Me are giving the things that me experience from January up to yesterday with a lot of them. I know them deal with Jamaican people. And you may not be included, but it is the truth. And there are other sides to the story. We agree. But don't come and act like, yeah man. If Jamaica is the way you think it, why are you here? That is the point I'm making. And it's not for you. So you don't take it personal. You don't take it personal. Because if it wasn't for me and another person, people would be dead yesterday. And you, they are jailed over absolute nonsense. Suppose they hear how the lady deal with the little girl in the store. Just because she ordered the party, the girl cash it, and you have to get that wait on your number. So as soon as she cash people in the place, where she have to wait? Where I tell her for hold on? Because as soon as she pay, she's supposed to get the party. You know, remember go Boston Market and have to wait for food. My place, me go to the States and me have to wait for food. And let me tell you again, I am the first to tell you that I love customer service in the States. Because you can all take clothes and wear it and bring it back and change it and no argument. That's it. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. We just see a story where how much year-old man kill a next lady in the States. That not just happen. Shot her, kill her. Both of them get scammed. So we are acting like what I'm saying. No, man, me no vex, man. Me just talk some truth because me have to save life. And when you have to save life, you have to come and talk the truth, my brother. Lady and her husband and a group of them. The youth them go for use them fish gun and me I tell them, say, me have to say, youth on the can't do that. Make them stay. Over. Like you want to tell the youth them so they can't walk on the sun. What kind of madness that? When they did, I talk to them. Are you a lawyer? Are you a lawyer? Are you a lawyer? Are you a lawyer? Are you a member of the government? Anyways, all right, right now. All right, so me go ease off right now because Lord of mercy, you know. All right, people, me don't call back to you, got you know, but me go make Cranky give you a different. Me not say nothing, you know, cause him say 3 sides. So that was management side. You go hear Cranky side. Me don't know how we'll get the 3rd side.
So I become defend my foreigners then because I get beaten.
You're kind of low, Cranky.
Is this any better? I don't know why. No.
People, are you hearing Cranky? Let's see. Tell me if you're hearing Cranky. I'm hearing loud and clear. What Cranky, you're not talking.
My name, is this better?
I don't know. Oh, your volume. Is it my side? I don't know. Your volume sounds so low from the other day, like you're using something new.
Yeah, I'm using something new.
They say hearing but low. Some person say Cranky needs some Magnum.
Look, can't hear me.
Yeah, they say they're hearing you fine, but very low. But go ahead.
Is it still low? Is the volume? The volume shouldn't be low. No, I have some new things, man. They give me problems.
Oh no, you're sounding better now.
Channel stuff and obviously I know what the hell I'm doing.
We need to work on it together, man. Them say you're good now.
All right. So I hear what you say. I didn't hear everything you said, management. I was actually trying to multitask, not well. And I understand where you're coming from in terms of people having this view of life, which is almost like utopia outside of Jamaica, but come to Jamaica and knock everything. But there are 3 sides to this, right? There's a side where some of what you're saying is true. Some of it, because you cast this blanket and you try to pull it back a little bit, but never pull it back far enough. So when you say the foreigner, them and make everybody who half of the population of the management, half of the population in Jamaica, you know, half of them. I mean, enough of them come back and them, all right? So I don't think I 10% of them, but you're going to run to those people. And sometimes we all do it in some way, shape, or form, but we don't realize we do it. Even you may do it and realize you do it.
True.
Right? We all do it in some way, shape, or form. There is a sense of entitlement you get when you have more resources and we in certain environment. It does happen. So don't say what you're saying is wrong, but there's 3 sides to it. One is the people who, there's a class system in Jamaica. Let's acknowledge that. So those who have ability to travel and have resources do have a sense of entitlement and believe that they're better than those who are around them. That's one. The people who have traveled and migrated, some of them do have that sense also. And then the people who live in Jamaica will treat you a certain way because they believe that you're entitled, even though you have
Hold on,
demonstrated
Cranky. We have somebody has been trying to call in. Should I take them and then?
Yeah, man, take them.
All right. Rick, welcome to the show. Good morning. Still good morning. Cranky is here. He was going to give the other side to my side, but I figure you have a next side as well. So go ahead. Let's listen to you.
All right, well, first of all, I respect your platform. I listen to you every so often when you get the chance. I'm a big you for the work when you're done.
What you mean every so often? Wait. What you mean every so often? What I mean?
Well, you must know say America keep your working 24/7. You know, keep sometimes to listen.
All right. I give it.
Yeah, man. So we never get the full conversation, but from what we get from what you say is basically you see an incident, or you've been seeing incidents with people. Basically expect Jamaica to be America. Do you know the more American life in Jamaica? That's pretty much what I say.
All right, so let me tell you.
Being unreasonable, right?
Yeah. So what I said is that there's a lot of returning residents, and I'm talking in particular the ones who, when they come back to Jamaica, they're at the stage of retirement, and they move into some of the gated communities in Jamaica, even not in the parishes that they are from. And these are the ones who predominantly, because they are retired, they are not operating business, they may still go back to the States. They pay like land tax and GCT predominantly because they are retired. So in speaking specifically to these ones, because I am not generalizing, I said that several times that I'm not speaking of all returning residents, but these particular ones that live in the gated communities in the St. and the Montego Bay and those areas, how a lot of them view Jamaica as a whole and Jamaicans. So I was very specific, but I knew that some people would have joined the show after that part and catch the part. But yes, but go ahead still and make your point, because it's always good to share other perspective.
Well, two things then. The first thing is that you have a set of people who just want people to know to them that they're foreign, and then want to use that to hype on people, I guess, and just exalt themselves pretty much. So that might be a case of what you see in that particular instance. Also, you have a next set of people who, like me personally, who live here for a long time. I don't really want to go back and my home go live. I visit there every time. But when I go back home, the local mentality that I have experienced from the people them there is you're going to end up a gear with everything you have, and you're not going to have nothing left. If you come from a violent community, you might have other elements to come back. And there's an expectant mentality from the people that's like you owe them something. In America, you know, it's every man to themselves. You barely know your neighbor. You don't really have like a community vibe like in Jamaica when you grew up around these people and you know them your entire life. In America, it's everybody for themselves. So we're not really used to this. Every minute somebody come check you for something. And as usually somebody come check you here, they might bring you a gift. Them not expect nothing. There's no exchange. It's just, hey, I come to see if it just been happening over there or whatever. So most people don't want to go back home and be subjected to that constantly. And I think that might be misconceived as, oh, me no want there on it because me no like on the left of me. It's just when I have conflicting mentalities, which are going to lead to obvious conflict.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, that's a very good perspective. Let me hear what Cranky, because I think Cranky probably on the same wavelength as you. So let me hear what Cranky have to say about that. Cranky, so you hear what the caller is saying, that coming to Jamaica sometimes for him is like everybody have come to get something, and by the time you leave, you don't have nothing left. And you don't experience that in the States.
No, because
you
won't. I mean,
you gone back down so low, Cranky, man.
I changed headsets. So this is better now, right? Because you're coming across loud to me. I have a new headset.
Oh,
this coming across really loud to me. But anyway, no, I can't disagree. Look, it happens in other areas too, you know, in other countries, not just unique to Jamaica, actually, in terms of how that works, right? People who have uplifted themselves will always feel that they have improved, so they may be better than those around them who have not done as well. And he's right about going back to Jamaica is is always challenging for me, Mannings, man. In fact, sometimes it's painful. I can't enjoy myself. I cannot enjoy myself when I go back to Jamaica most times because there are expectations of you, right? And you have to expend resources when you go there and engage with some people you want to engage with. And so when you go most places, if you go to Mexico for vacation, for example, there's no obligation except go to resort.
You can't use Mexico, Cranky. You don't have any family. Colin, you can't compare going to Mexico to Jamaica. You don't have any family.
The point I'm making is that when you
agree with this man 1,000%.
But if you agree with the man, how if you compare going to Mexico, if you're a Jamaican, to coming back to Jamaica and go to the community that you went to primary school or prep school or high school, you can't compare them. It's not the same.
Management, first of all, customer service. Yeah, exactly. Customer service, management, Jamaica customer service, Jamaicans customer service, when Jamaica or anyone else, is atrocious. It's like they think they're doing you a favor, management. Not only in Jamaica, the Jamaicans who migrate have their own business, because the people who work there believe they shouldn't be working there. Most of it is your servicing, so maybe you're working at a bakery or a shop or something, a restaurant. They believe they should not be working there in the first place. They're better than that. So they don't really care. It's not about the owners who probably understand the value the customer brings. It's the people. So I can't defend your management when we talk about customer service, for example, in Jamaica, because okay, management, you don't experience this in Jamaica. The customer service where people just look at you like you don't exist.
Yeah, no. I am not saying no. Remember, I'm saying that I believe customer service in the United States is better than Jamaica. I am not arguing that,
There's no comparison. There's no comparison.
Go ahead, Carla.
Gentlemen, let me tell you, and part of that is not because American people nicer. It's because the corporation then enforce it. You have to greet people. You have to be cordial with them. And a customer can come in and be dissatisfied with them interaction with you and make you lose all your work. But Jamaica don't really have that because everything is just a little hangout. It's not really like real structured environments, which, like I say, it shouldn't be.
No, Carla, no problem. What do you mean that? What do you mean that? Is that a real structured environment?
Jamaica the most chill place on earth. All right, maybe Jamaica would be 11. 11 year old. Me leave some man in the community where just chill from me a little boy. Me a big man now. I come back to Jamaica and them same man just a chill. Now, only thing.
What do you mean that them? Wait, hold on. What do you mean that them are chill?
You know what I mean that chill.
They chill. They sit on one fence, one corner. Just a cool. The only thing difference is some dead or some gonna fire like me. But for the who that remain, they must chill and I get home. That's it.
So you don't believe you have communities in the States? Maybe you don't live in one of them and Cranky don't, that you have people who are just on the street same way looking for a little thing from people.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yes,
so it's not a Jamaican thing.
Mannings, in everything.
I used to live a ghetto in America. Where you got a corner store to buy a little gas and a man say, can I get a quarter? Can I get $1? And you have to walk past, make eye contact with him. They're everywhere. But the problem is now, when they're in Jamaica, the old lady, the big man, the little boy, the blind man, deaf man, everybody we have community. And it becomes so unbearable. We couldn't live in that. We only go to Jamaica because my mother and my siblings have lived there. If we never have a reason, I probably wouldn't go back. But me still back, even against my own will, because I love my country like that. But the experience for me, from my perspective, is not an enjoyable one anymore because it's an expectation you have to meet, which when I go broke myself and make nobody happy. But my find that me never to do. You walk up and see a classmate, then you have to put on 10 rounds a liquor, kill one goat. And become a whole thing all on your dime. You understand? Just yesterday, I have an uncle who live in Jamaica. And tell me, say, a relative of ours come at Jamaica and come eat out the whole place for a theme bill with our man. And the 12 man look for him to some fear. And I said, but in America, you have to, but they just have this mentality that, say, I work this people anywhere, brother. It's not unique to Jamaica. It's not unique to Jamaica. What? Like, we couldn't live back there again. So we probably live somewhere else in America or Africa or somewhere else, but no.
We have postponed the football show for soap opera, so
no. No. All right.
I mean, I'm from my point of view as well, man.
Listen, what I'm saying is that people, and I hear Jason Guna and a couple other persons. Listen, I think it is like the mentality, because, all right, you see the mentality right now that you're projecting is part of the issue, because you said that you don't want to live back in Jamaica, right? And that is because, and here's why. I am saying that there are those issues in Jamaica, but there are also cases where people are, that is really a family. Sometimes a lot of this pressure comes from people's family, your cousin, them or your uncle, them or your those things, A lot of times the people in the community, because again, I'm talking about the ones who, when they come to Jamaica, they don't even go back to the community they are from. They go and live in gated communities, and when they live in these communities, they're not
from the same thing, man.
Huh? You think so? They're not interacting with the communities that they are from. But here's the issue they have, because here's what now. When they're coming up and they see like a demo who there's a generation of young people in Jamaica that have wealth, that went to university, have good jobs, who work with American companies since the pandemic, and they're buying stuff. A market, they have some scammers as well who have some big mansions and stuff. But in the minds of these people is that the Jamaica that they left is the Jamaica, and the ones who are the better Jamaicans are the ones who went away, as if the ones who here did not make something of their life. Those are the ones that are my biggest challenge, because when they see, like I am telling you that I was here yesterday pacifying the situation, but you just felt like these people think they were more than me. Them start bring up college, them start bring up educate, them start bring up all of those things. Of course, I was here because, and I tell you what, because I just had on regular shots and thing, I'm just pay attention to what happened, but I know the youth. So because I run programs in the community, I went to them and I spoke to the youth. But may I tell you this, that those people look at me like, who is he? Do he know that we're American citizens who are back in Jamaica? Who is he to come and try to? And I'm here trying to help them. And that is it. I think those are the ones.
Football parallel.
Huh? Go ahead.
I'm going to make a football parallel to try to paint the picture. Look on the Jamaica Messi. Maybe so him feel. Look on Leon Bailey.
The Jamaican Messi?
That man.
Yeah,
just to be funny.
You're trying to be funny. We don't like when I do them things that come and get another problem with the boss. Yeah.
Look for my name Bailey. Bailey's a Jamaican born, migrate go other places, flying trade, become very effective at doing so. And when I'm supposed to come back to the country and perform for we, it is substandard to me, my expectation. And when I hear him talk the other day, he might tell us, why the field is bad, the management poor, this, that, all kind of reasons as to why I'm not performing. Meanwhile, I'm all agree, England took me, used to the best of everything from him bar until now, from a Jamaica, and is immediately effective far more than Leon Bailey has ever been to Jamaica. So you can make the same point. It's just a mentality.
You look like you're doing some things in the background. Yeah. Yeah, but you're making a good point. Yeah.
Basically, if I agree with you at this point, is to say some people think highly of themselves because they have gained experience outside of their country. Know them and use it against everybody else. So we do see remnants of that in some people. But some of it is due and some not due. Some of it is just out of order. But it's a person by person basis.
Yeah, all right, true. All right, respect for the call. I appreciate that. Big up yourself. First time I called in, right?
Yeah. Listen, we're not going to call.
I have one thing to say, caller. You need to listen more often, because you say it's periodic. You need to listen more often.
It's a lot of you have to your work. I might work me. I don't know.
All right, caller. Yeah.
All right,
respect. Mr. Speed has also joined the show. I have a text here. Andre is saying that this is a very good discussion because it says it is a problem. It's a problem across many Caribbean islands. All right, Mr. Speed, have you been listening to the? I know Cranky was saying something, and then we have
Can I talk before
OG.
Cranky? Can I
Yeah,
talk before?
yeah, we're gonna let you talk, but we have Demo.
Does he
Demo
have
is on
to?
the line.
Does he have to talk? Does he have to talk?
Demo,
Please.
T got want to say
Cranky,
something.
be
You want to
busy.
hold on, Demo?
Be busy. Be busy. Be kind
Because
of
he
busy.
said that he's busy. We can tell that he's very busy, Demo. So just hold on. Go ahead, Tiga. He's very busy.
All right. All right. Good afternoon, viewers and subscribers, and good afternoon, management. Good afternoon, Cranky. Good afternoon, Mr. Speed. All right, but write it down, More on just touch on two things that you speak on, plus I want to touch on something that the caller made. All right. First, let me touch on the two things. I'll touch on the traffic, and I will touch on the bank issue. All right. First, let me touch on the bank issue and the line. All right. The first time I traveled was in 2010, right? And I went upstate. All right, management. Some of the returning residents, right? I'm not going to say all, but some of the returning residents, not all of them live in the city. Some of them live in some places that there is no traffic. Yes, traffic is in the United States of America, but some of these people live in places that there is no traffic. They live in the country area, so to speak. You understand?
Yeah, so they live upstate. They live up Newburgh and them places and Wallkill and all of them.
So
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
There's no traffic. All right, fine.
Yeah.
I don't say no. The first time I traveled was in 2010, and I was staying upstate New York, and I went into a bank, and there I got a culture shock. The bank was empty. There was no line. I went through and I went. I was like, wow. Came back to Jamaica, went to NCB, and I saw this long line. And I said, how Jamaica so they have the money and this bank, the bank them always are full up, and America the bank them empty. No, I work in a bank. Let me take time to work in a bank. And at all time, the bank.
Hey, no, you must talk like this all the time, you hear?
Yeah, the bank. And you notice me, I notice some more time with the show and stuff like that. All right, so it's that. So I can understand them. Some of the internal residents say that they're not waiting a bank because it is true. You understand? I'm at about 2010 when I first traveled, and now being at 2024. And I tell you, the culture.
You must be glad you work in a bank like that because you have no customer, so you can't call the show and do it.
Give me one more second, and then I finish my point.
Mr. Speed.
My man, I'm sure a bank like I said bank lease, a bank lease sign that back. Never real bank that are
Well, Cracky, you're making. I mean, before Mr. Speed, I don't know if you have been listening about what is the experience like with returning residents to Jamaica and things. Demo's calling, but Demo. Yes, Demo. Yeah, man. Go ahead and make your point, and then because Mr. Speed and then Antigua took a break, so go ahead. You want to chime in on the discussion?
Yeah, big up. And big up the panel and big up everybody in the comment section. Just quickly, because me know say I turned in a Mr. P and I run the social issues and stuff. It's like I didn't know that way you just mentioned about the beach thing was a thing, Like I actually experienced it myself. Just the other day when I came to Jamaica, the link you.
Yeah.
And you helped me out for the place. Which by the way, I remember that time.
Yeah. Flavors Beach is out there, yeah, man.
Right
at the stoplight, Flavors
right?
Beach,
so,
yeah.
Obviously, yeah, man, right. And I thought it was a free beach. So I'm going there with the people, man. All we go there to enjoy ourselves and stuff. I would come out of the water and we'll have a football and things. So we'll go up on the sand behind, on the beach side and whatever. And all of a sudden, with their juggling thing, all of a sudden, this guy come at the back of him place and he's like, oh, you can't stay there so. So I'm like, excuse me? This is not a public beach? He's like, yeah, but I have guests coming, so they're going to want to see the overview of the sea. So I'm like, what that's supposed to I don't understand what that's supposed to mean. So to me, this was something new. I mean, he never get rude or nothing because, you know, him be kind of polite about it or whatever. And me just think say, yo, all right, him to move, so I have to move. Because in his sound professional and like him on the place. But apparently when you say it a while ago, man, like, oh, this seems like it's a big thing over that side. So, but we just there with the experience.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's a serious thing right on the shoreline.
Yeah, man, obviously is a thing. And me just take on myself because me never know, say, like, I'm not supposed to do that. Well, I mean, I don't know, according to you, I'm not supposed to do that.
No, but the sun no belong to nobody. And the sea.
Yeah, but him have the property. Him have the property, no?
Yeah, but the property you have, you can't own the sun and the sea. That is issue I am having, you know. Like the people who own the property that connect to the sun and the sea act like the sun and the sea belong to them as well.
Yeah, about access.
That's pretty much
how you get access to it, but it's not there. It's how you get access to it, but it's not there.
Yeah, exactly. So once you're on it, what they can say, you can't walk through my property,
right,
to access it. But that is my thing. But it's a serious,
No, man, it wasn't about walking through his property. We were literally on the beach, and he had guests coming, and them apparently was sitting at the backyard and look off out in the beach. So he must, him no one with this playing the ball because whatever him guests them a come. So me just figure more or less. Mannings,
I know what it was, Mannings. The persons playing ball on the beach didn't have the profile that would appease to his guests.
That was the thing the show. Like I literally experienced it just the other day when I come down. So it kind of shocking to you just mention it a while.
All right, Diva, bless up. All right, Tiga, make a point and then we're gonna get Mr. Speed to give him opinion. Now Andre is asking, why do the banks in the Caribbean have lines and not the banks in the States?
I'm gonna go back in the States, but anyway, keep going.
All right. No, that wasn't the bank. All right. No, the traffic. No, I live about 15 minutes from where I work. All right, and I don't go in no traffic.
He got afraid to tell her to talk a little louder about it.
All right. So anyway, go to work, 15 minutes to go back. Now say I return back. And maybe I go as a returning resident, because I plan to go back home. I go maybe have those same issue, or I go want to say, yo, on a foreign area and stuff like that, because I come out on one environment and then drop in on the next environment. You understand? That is just with the traffic and the bus. No, with the guy that was saying that you know about Jamaica because they're friends. You just need to choose better friends. I have friends in Jamaica. 1 year, I went back to Jamaica, and one of my friends, well, a couple of my virgin them when we grew up with, play football with, and everything. And we were going to Portland, Blue Lagoon, it was. And when I would meet up at Stony, when we meet in Stony, we forgot. And my virgin went into the supermarket and started pick up food. Another my virgin, my brother. You understand, from a different mother. The man, my rent a car. The man all put gas in my car. When we reach to Blue Lagoon, the man paid for going in the Blue Lagoon. The man buy chicken, the man buy everything. When sometimes you go to Jamaica, you don't have to spend my money at all. Because when the man them does glasses to me, maybe my mama might bring back a couple things to them. But if I go somewhere, I don't have to spend no money. Me have friends, and it's not like them rich. You understand? It's not like them rich and have money put up. You understand? But you need to choose better friends, and you know, that's it.
The kind of friend.
Mannings, man. Me don't know where T got to go to Jamaica and Mannings, man. Miss sorry, Mannings, man. T got, you're an aberration, you're not the none. And I'm not friend where you choose, Mannings, man.
Listen,
Mannings, man. I am not Mannings, man.
But Rob Simit, I agree with him. And stuff.
Mannings. I'm not saying Jamaica. You know T got. I'm not saying don't have.
Hold on, Cranky. Well, sorry. Money, Cranky. I have a house in Jamaica, and me can call my friend. Sometimes my land tax will pay, and me call my friend and say, yo, pay me land tax for me. And the man, God, man, go to land tax, pay me tax for me. I mean, I send them the money to Western Union. But me, me say, my friend them, me say, because then them man, they grow up together. You understand? Eat out of the same pot and would do everything together. Money is no issue between me and them man. They can call me at any time. They can call me at any time. As I said before, if I go to Jamaica, even if I go buy a plane ticket and go to Jamaica, me not have to worry about place to stay, food to eat, or nothing at all. Because these friends when we grew up with, them take care of me.
All right.
Tell me I can speak.
All right.
Me live here for Mr. Speed, and when him friend them come for them have to they care about.
Speed rich, I mean, speed a rich man, speed that the problem. Speed them send money come foreign, you know. What you talking about? Speed them send money come foreign, you know, take money from foreign. So speed that different. Speed him worse than a T-Gat. Because T-Gat say all of you team friend that Jamaica them have money.
So cranky, what all right, so that's T-Gat experience.
First of all, the average compensation in Jamaica is $12,000 a year. $12,000 a year.
US, 12,000 US.
That's okay. I'm not Jamaican. US, right? So if that's the case, we have, and that's why people migrate most times, is to improve their financial situation. So if that's the case, when you migrate overseas and you go back to Jamaica, in a lot of instances, and I want to use the word most, you're going to expect you to bring back something for them. That's normal. Management, I was in Jamaica one time, management. I won't tell you what country, what parish I went to. And management, from you turn the corner, management, from you turn the corner, me somebody say, hey, no must be son that. And the person stopped me and said, you know what I mean? I said, no, I'm not going to. Them say, you remember XYZ, you have XYZ. You have about a fifth cousin, you know. You can't let off. Management, that is, I would say that's normal behavior. That's not an aberration, management. So when T got attacked, say, film friend and ask him for nothing. Yes, if your friends have done well, they have good jobs, they may not pressure you for any resources. And that happens to me in Jamaica, people I know. But it's also the other side of the equation, which you should expect. Management, here's my last point. I said that 1K US, not Jamaica one Christmas, 1K US with somebody. And they give to the person. And when the person said to him, that's all him sent. In management, that's all, a 1K US, no, I don't want to do Jamaican. Him said, that's all him sent, and the person vexed. So you do have people who are entitled, man, whether they are friends or family, and they expect that if you're doing okay, you should also be a contributor to their financial situation. It's not strange.
Yeah, we got certain places in Jamaica still. I tell you one time I turn up, like I turn up at Westman and say, yo, what generally they about one and day, you know, say me cut some cane, come. You don't want no cane. You don't want no ackee, you don't want no, you don't want no coconut, you don't get too jellyfish. But you don't know, so we never do them thing there, you know. When you leave,
it's border.
Yeah, you have to leave a thing, but them rate you that way.
Yeah.
That them just go and get them thing and just do certain things. Like there are some people just happy to see us. Business Speed, what has been your experience with returning residents?
Let me sit up with the rich man. Let me hear the rich man. I'm sit up.
You mean when I did return from US? What was my experience? Nah, man, I was a US resident, you know. We'll never know. Give up my thing, man. Come back and
Citizen?
No, just a resident.
You get the green card, you don't want to pay tax. That's where you get the green card. And because you don't want to pay tax,
give up my thing.
You don't want to pay US tax.
So how do you compare customer service and just you know?
Oh, man, it depends on where in the US you are, man. It really depends on where you are. There's some place with customer service. I think it improved than when we used to go like in the 80s. It improved a lot since the customer service. There's not that as the country change, because the country do change. Customer service get better in the US. Them not so, and also the you have to look on the different non-white and the racial white to non-white change too. So more people tolerant, and you have much more black millionaires and billionaires. I mean, non-white millionaires and billionaires. So the service improved a lot from in the 80s. In the 80s, you travel with all that like a traveler's check. You remember that time then? Remember 10 times when you travel, when you carry foreign money, a traveler check you walk with.
Yeah, you have to carry, yeah.
Frank, you remember that?
Yep. Yeah, man.
When
Even
you
if
go
it's
some,
yeah, man.
some people don't want to take it from you when you're black on them something. They don't take it from you. A lot of your money and they don't want to take it from you. But you know, now things change. You don't even have those type of things anymore. For stop you from spending the money of your card or everything. But it improved a lot, man. It improved a lot over the years, and I went up this year. The last time we never go for about 3 years or 2 years, and again servicing in New York. Good people, I'm attentive. Want do business with you all the time.
And Speed is right about neighborhoods also, right? Because persuasions also determine how you also get treated. In certain areas, the service is excellent. In some areas, it's distributed. Some good, some not so good. So it varies.
Yeah. And you know what? Because Jamaica, you see, in the States, a lot of banking, a lot of stuff is done online, even in these times. So when people say that the line, there's no, a lot of people in the States don't go into the bank, you know.
None at all.
They don't go into the bank.
I've been into the bank twice since COVID, and because it was complex transaction, why would I go to the bank?
But
There you
management, management, the issue I tell you it was 2010. It was 2010 when I went into a bank and the bank was empty. 2010. I was comparing it in 2024. I was in 2010.
But that's what you got. People here use credit cards a lot. But now you go pull cash from the bank, right?
Yeah.
You use a credit card to buy stuff. In Jamaica, some people don't even have credit card.
That is true. That is true.
All right,
even in Jamaica, it's improving though. A lot of people now have debit cards, man. They trust me, and some people have some money card too. So in Jamaica, again, it's going to take a while, but that is improving. As for the people who return from the US when they come and live in Jamaica, some of them are a little bit too nosy. That's the only thing.
They're too nosy.
You look like you have some personal experience.
No, really, but they have neighbors. No, them want to walk, come in your house straight. Just walk, come in your yard and in your house straight. Them kind of use, them said think they know you. They just want to walk, come in. You come to them at the door, them almost a push past if you come to your house and you never invite them in. Them kind of stay there, they cool there. Because I suppose that's their culture. I don't know.
Yeah. All right. We have 50-50. Welcome to the show. Good afternoon. What say you? Because we have to get to some JPL, so.
Yeah.
Because this could go on and on and on. Yeah, man. Go ahead.
And to be funny. Hey, man, it's a good conversation because I feel like the conversation kind of hit me in the sense that I'm relatively young, as you know, right? So, in terms of my decision of moving back to Jamaica, it's not something for now, but rather for the future, Eventually, I'll probably have a family in America, whatever the case is. And, thinking about it, when I've always thought about moving back to Jamaica, I've always said that I am tolerant of Jamaican people because I accept who we are. Sometimes the culture have some norms which is not right that we should be changing, but I'm tolerant of it because I know my Jamaican people and I love them, and I believe we will get better. But one thing that has always driven my decision away from, say, if I was supposed to move back tomorrow, would be not Jamaica not being easy going in terms of, it's like when in America you can go to the bank easily, you can do certain stuff easily on a day-to-day basis. You see, living in America for so many years, when you go back to Jamaica, it's kind of a culture shock in that sense. You know what I'm saying? To have that easygoing life to an extent. And for me as well, many people might not agree, but crime has always been a deterrent for me in terms of why it would drive my decision away from moving back. And I've always told myself that if that could be a bit better in the coming years, then I would look to move back to Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? But in terms of what Tiga was saying about the banks and all this type of stuff and traffic, I believe it is true. It is definitely true to an extent, But as I said, I am tolerant of a lot of things in Jamaica. So, you know what I'm saying? I would let them stuff sweet me if I was supposed to be a returning resident to live there on a permanent basis. You know what I'm saying?
All right, my boss. When we get back the football thing, I know that the people are trying to find out if you're still in your low 20s.
One last point, we saw like a contradiction.
Go ahead.
Just 23,
You're just 23. All right, there you go.
He's a baby. He's a baby. He's a baby. You know,
all right, so you can call back in the football discussion. Cranky gonna make a point.
Yeah, I was gonna say this gonna sound really contradictory and strange, but crime may help Jamaica in some respects, you know. Because if they never have crime, the island couldn't hold the population and come back. No, I think I lie better. I don't know, but man, most of my friends when I come back to Jamaica, you know, them go Florida instead, them go Atlanta instead. I'm not coming to Jamaica.
Yeah,
Sam, a lot of people know like that. A lot of people know. I know like that actually.
Yeah, Simon said that his mother still she don't have a credit card and she's in her 60s. Daniel Simi says, I saw a group of brethren chilling and drinking bug juice, but as soon as I greet them, everybody need a Guinness.
But that's obvious if them couldn't afford the Guinness before and him can. I mean, come on. Where you expect? I don't understand you. That's logical to me, you know. So logical.
No, but what I'm saying is that like, all right. A lot of these people, and this is the thing that you spend time on they are foreign. Man, the man them at Jamaica feel like them a live the life.
Yeah.
And then when them come Jamaica, and the man them ask them for things, they make it look like it's a problem. Well, don't give the impression like you live the life. Drink back juice are foreign then, so the man them know say the whole way I drink back juice. But when the man them say I live the life now you come Jamaica, obviously them now go on back juice.
And I find, you know, when them go on them social media account, no back juice none of there. What is there? And then see them a flash them friends there. No pay NSC and whatever big drink them a drink, or some drinks so we not even know. So the man say, yo, more Guinness, come on.
Yeah. All right, we have Andre. He's from a different side. He's not. Do you have these issues in Trinidad with returning residents? Because you would be a returning resident to Trinidad when you go back like to your community. You know, the streets get flooded with people saying, "Boy, Andre, man, you're just coming back, boy. You must bring back."
I don't know about the accent.
So like you agree that that's go ahead. Yeah, Trini.
Gentlemen, good afternoon, Mr. Steve, Cranky, Tika, and management. Good discussion. I like the discussion, but I just wanted to chime in for a couple of minutes here. I think what's interesting about the conversation is that all the perspectives, I'm sure, is valid because everything is based on people's experience and whatever the case may be. But I think when it comes to something like customer service, I'm not so sure. I think we should be separating the institution from the individual. Sometimes we have experiences with individuals that does not necessarily represent the position of the institution. And in America, you can get it rectified. So, for example, if I go into a place that I shop, whether it's a department store, whatever, and I have an experience with an individual, if I take that up to management, they would rectify that. Because I think somebody mentioned Walmart earlier on, Walmart doesn't only want my money, they want the next generation and the next generation, and the next generation. So they don't want you to stop coming by them and go by somewhere else. So they have in place as an institution a way of making sure that you feel valued as a customer. So when we compare that to the Caribbean sometimes, I remember my last experience going to the bank in the Caribbean. I went to get some money, and to get the money, it wasn't a lot of money. They required me to come back on 4 different days because you could only get a certain amount per day. You understand what I'm saying? That would never happen here, right? Because when the person said to me, I need to come back on 4 different days, I said to them, and it was a nice conversation. I said, maybe you misunderstand me. I'm not asking for a loan. I'm trying to get my money. You know, at the end, they wanted me, and that's what somebody there would experience. I mean, in the end, we worked it out, but the experiences are different, and I think we need to separate the experience we have with individuals from what the institution itself values.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That's a very good point, because certain times, like some of the things are not the Caribbean islands don't facilitate it. I was in a Caribbean island recently, and I must say, the customer service to me in Jamaica is way ahead of my experience there.
Right.
Right, and that establishment in Jamaica is the same establishment, right? It's a fast food place, but in Jamaica, my experience in there was way better. Though I have to wait on more people in Jamaica to get served than I had to in the other place in the other Caribbean island. So I don't know. You understand me? But I can't. I tell people I've never gone like in a fast food place in the States in all my time and spend more than 20 minutes. I think Boston Market is and because of how it is. But outside of that, I can't remember spending more than
well, I can't speak to fast food because I don't eat fast food, but I can speak to the bank, right? I don't go to the bank often, but when I do, it's a 10-minute experience. If you're going to the teller, it's a 10-minute experience. So, but in the Caribbean, as Tigat was pointing out just now, and Tigat, you work in a bank.
This is a blood bank. He was always one of the person in the comment section. Go ahead.
I'll take.
I have two more things before I go. As a kid, you travel quite frequently. As somebody as in a leadership role in Jamaica, when you travel, do you see anything in any of the countries that you go to, whether it's Australia or whatever the case may be, New Zealand, America, that you think that we can take this idea and improve this in Jamaica?
Mr. Sweet, you hear Andre question?
Which idea? Sorry,
You don't want the question.
No,
he was multitasking. Not well, by the way. He was multitasking.
All right, ask the question again, Andre. Ask the question again.
The question, Mr. Speed, as somebody in a leadership role in Jamaica, you travel a lot. Have you gone to any other country where you see things that you say, well, I like this idea, maybe we can improve this in Jamaica?
A lot of time. But the truth is, I don't have the time to try and improve it. But if you're talking about specifically about football, yes. But if you're talking about other things, when I see those things that we could improve, I always try to say if I could monetize it. But most of it is unsuccessful, right? 95%.
What about give maybe you can give us a football example of something that you experienced or saw in a different country that has been implemented, like in Jamaica, or you'd love to see implemented?
Well, if you look at elite youth football, that's something that I really would want to implement in Jamaica. That's something I'm working on right now.
I thought he was going to say coaching, but that was just me.
No, but we implement that already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I asked the question because just the leaders travel all the time from all over the Caribbean and they go to different countries, and sometimes you wonder if they see things and seek to implement to change the experience of the people on the island.
And high performance, as a Trinidad have a really outstanding high performance center. So it's something that we have to look at. So, yeah.
Okay, and management, before I go, Cranky said a few minutes ago you might need to check on him. Crime will benefit Jamaica. I don't know. I am still.
You wait. No, I'm going to. Somebody send me a text. That I'm going to.
He's normally very, very brilliant. This one here, I'm not so sure.
No. I'm just being I was being facetious, but not facetious. What do I mean by that? So, Jamaica has about half the population outside of Jamaica. I am pretty comfortable in this perspective, which is if crime was the deterrent, many more people would migrate, go back to Jamaica to live. Many more. No doubt in my mind. And if they did, yes, it would further improve the country, but it would also burden the infrastructure of the country significantly. That's the point I was trying to make.
Thank you for that clarity.
In every bad thing, there is some
Okay.
bright light to it. Anything you want to think about bad, there's an opposite component to it. So.
Yeah.
But no, we don't
But that
want
was
crime,
just
man.
hanging
We don't
out
want
there.
crime, Andre. We don't want crime.
It was just hanging out there, and I was trying to understand it. Thanks,
Yeah.
gentlemen.
Yeah, man. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks,
All right.
Andrew. All right.
Yeah, I was talking about scamming and all that. I don't believe in that nonsense.
All right. All right. I have one more. I think Stefan was calling, so I'm going to call back Stefan, and then we're going to get into some football because we need to touch on a couple of things where the football is concerned. But Stefan was trying to get in. Somebody said the infrastructure can always improve, though, Cranky, as the population increases. Welcome to the show, Stefan. Good afternoon.
Yeah, man. Afternoon, man. So I'm gonna be real quick, right?
Yeah, man.
So on the issue of long lines in institutions, a lot of times it's not necessarily based on poor customer service, right? It's mainly due to the processes that these institutions employ, right? So and you have to bear in mind that there are individuals who goes into companies and seek to optimize processes, right? So people who understand lean manufacturing processes, right? So these are individuals who goes into companies and are able to optimize the process. So whatever that process might be, right? And we keep on making reference to the banking institutions, right? And that sector in the country has a lot of outdated processes, right? So it's mainly down to the processes that these companies employ. I mean, if you remember years ago, for persons who would have been frequently tax office, it would have been very, very difficult to actually get through what you're doing within a day.
Yeah,
right?
that is
Nowadays,
true.
you can go into the tax office. Right. Nowadays, you can go into the tax office and you get in and out within minutes, 5 minutes. You understand me? And you speak about food establishments. I remember years ago when I was at the University of Technology, we had a juicy beef on campus, right? And trust me, it used to be extremely difficult to get food in there because of the long lines, right? And so they would have optimized the process in terms of how they cash and serve customers. And it can be, when I left, we would have been in and out of these segments, right? So it's all about how institutions optimize the process or the processes, right?
That's a good.
It's not necessarily due to
the one different. The one difference with UTech though, that the juicy party was by the cafeteria and you could go by the John shop under the tree. So,
yes,
you
right. So you could go by, yeah. So
the option.
So that's what I normally do. So yeah, man. So that's what I normally do. Once we go in a juicy beef, I realize, look here, it's not going. We just go to John shop. All right. So it's and I said there are individuals and companies who look out for persons who actually go into companies and optimize their processes, right?
Yeah.
So it's not always down to poor customer service.
It's just the processes that guide. Yeah.
So it's the processes that guide how you transact business, whether it's a service or whatever the case may be. Because just for example, how long you have been in the States? How long does it take for you to acquire property in the States? Whole entire process, especially if you're going through the bank, not if you have cash. What's the time frame?
Yeah.
No, I'm asking you, what's the time frame?
Like in Jamaica?
No, not in Jamaica, in the States.
In the States? No, man, in the States, it's
yes.
Like how, all right, to complete the process of owning the home, are you talking about having a mortgage and a home?
The complete process of seeking out a property, acquiring the property up until when you collect the key. So you say you're going through the banking system or you're going to the bank and you're looking to purchase a property. That's the entire process.
I think that is it's a very difficult question because I think it depends on where in the States you are, one, and the amount of money you have at your disposal, your credit score. So there are so many factors, I think, that can determine how long the process takes. But
it takes about average of 10 to 12 weeks, but it can range for probably a month if you had a cash transaction to about 6 months.
Yeah.
It's a wide range. It depends on factors.
It's very difficult to kind of.
All right. So at the minimum, I think I heard Frankie said 12 weeks or a month or so. That's what he said.
Yeah, 12 weeks,
10 to 12
which is 3 months.
All right.
Yeah, about 3 months. Yeah.
All right. So let me give. So for example, now, so you're looking at comparing that with the process in Jamaica. They go into the banking system to acquire property. It can take you up to a year.
Yeah, it's like almost like
it's
like minimum 6 months unless you're buying like cash, not using NHT or through the bank.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why I made it. That's why I made the distinction to say if you're going through the bank,
yeah,
right, as opposed to if you're buying it cash, right, it can take up to a year, at least minimum.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Right, and it's all down to the processes that these institutions use to guide their transaction, right? So that's a point I wanted to bring across.
Yeah, that's a good example to use because, like I said, that it's so many factors. If you go through NHT and then you take a mortgage on top of that, I mean, pre-approved, all of those documents to be signed, and it can be a very tedious process as well.
Money should not take that long. No matter what you have to sign.
Unless you have cranky. But I'm telling you, that's what he's saying. He's saying that it is not poor customer service, is that the processes that are in place just makes it long. It needs to cut down because it can take it over. All right, so I'm going to give you a good example of something I'm going through right now. Like, so I have this property that I have to change because someone died, so you have to take off the name of the title and to add like my spouse. And I'm telling you, it's like
that's an extremely
it's more than a year. It's more than a year.
Yeah,
and what is so I thought originally I thought you could just it wouldn't take long. So you started doing plans, get them approved. But when you do the plans, you have a certain amount of time that you have to start the construction, or else the plan you have to resubmit everything. Like it is a lot of the things is just the processes that I think they put in the systems that probably need to be looked at. Why some of the things in Jamaica take the time that they do, because I think some of it is absolutely unnecessary.
I'm telling you, man, and you're totally correct, especially when it comes down to the real estate industry, and also if you're seeking debt certificates for other purposes, trust me, it can be extremely lengthy, and a lot of times it's down to processes that are employed, right? Because currently I know myself and a number of individuals, what we're trying to do is to find different ways and means in which you can optimize these processes, as well as to allow some of these processes to take place online, as opposed to having to go in person and go through that whole process, right? So, yeah, a lot of times, trust me, it's down to the processes that I'm telling you.
Yeah, and Duckland made a good point too. Sometimes it's not the institution, it is the attorney. Because again, Cranky, like in the USA, like every single thing that happened to you have a different attorney to deal with it. Like in Jamaica, I find that even the one who do business law, they practice so many compa that when you give them like your thing to do, like they have like 100 other things to do. Mr. Speed can speak to this. So yeah, man, me soon deal with it, man. And you pay the retainer. Yeah, man. That's the next thing with Jamaica. So by the time the lawyer get to your thing, 6 months gone out of the process already,
Stop. Yo, Mr. Come on, man. Stop that and things, man. You need to get a good lawyer, then if anything. But the truth
we need to get more lawyers because the lawyers are too engaged.
No, man, you're a lawyer, but the truth is, no, man, a lot of lawyers now specialize in certain things, man. They are the criminal.
The lawyers do slow down the process a lot of times. Lawyers in general slow down processes.
Yeah, but you need to get a good lawyer, though.
That is why probably the process is as slow as a speed. Right, Stefan?
And sometimes, yeah, man. But sometimes it's not just about whether the lawyer is good or not so good. It's all about how they prioritize their clients, right? Because lawyers tend to have a lot on their plates. So a lot of times it's down to how they prioritize their clients.
No, but a lot of people go with preference with lawyers, and they don't even check to see if they're competent or in the particular field. You just know a lawyer, and you just decide him may go, and him not competent in that field, so him for getting friends them to get advice, and you know, so we probably could do a better.
I agree because just like how you have good coaches and bad coaches, you have good players and bad players. Just in every field. Right?
Yeah, you guys are
sure you're a good coach.
You guys are conflating things. It's very difficult to discern whether a doctor or lawyer is great or not. It's good to say if a football coach can coach, or if a footballer can play football.
No, cranky man. In this world, you have specialization now. So it
no,
depends.
I agree. I agree. I'm telling you, Rudolph, we've been having this conversation here quite a bit actually. How do I know a doctor is good? How do I know a doctor is good?
Yeah, but you can't go to if you are gonna do a back surgery and the doctor is a general practitioner. Come on, why are you going?
No, I'm not talking about specialization. Even within specialization, how do I separate the ones who are excellent from the ones who are good from the ones who are bad? You don't have any intelligence.
A simple way that can help in terms of a simple way that we normally use to help to distinguish who are good from who's not good. It's just like how you have top universities in the States, right? Where you expect most of the top lecturers to be. Similarly, if you have top university, top medical institutions, we expect the top doctors and top law firms. We expect the top professionals to be. So I get the point, but as I was saying before, a lot of times, what is due to the long lines and issues that we have out here in terms of waiting is mainly due to the processes that these institutions employ, right? And as stated before, there are persons who are specialized in going into companies, right, and seeking to see how they can optimize these processes.
Yeah, but right? Carl, I think what also happens though is that to change things takes money, right? If you want to change processes, you want to change what you do, it takes money, and sometimes companies don't have the capital to invest to enhance their processes. Even though in the long term it may help them and be much more efficient. So I understand what you're saying, but you're right.
And that's true.
Yeah.
All right.
And that's true. And yeah, man.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's just my contribution. But I agree with Cranky as well, right?
Yeah, man. Good call. Like the perspective. Love this perspective.
The doctor thing is a big thing for me because that's one thing. Me know the law them all good. Cause me have some of them and some of my friend. I'm gonna buy nothing unless my friend I do it because we can call him and cuss him if him take long. And
the person not a specialist, but Cranky still a go with him.
No, I'm going with him because I know enough to be dangerous. That's the way I view it. So I know when you're good or not, are you doing good. But in the medical field, I don't. I'm clueless.
Yeah, but there's a lot of little things. Yeah. Even in Jamaica, Cranky, like even say if you have a piece of property right now and you need a modification of title, that is like if the parish, the amount of things you have to do to get that modified, the processes are just. But we're gonna move on to some because I think we have gone. These are some very good discussions to have, because even people coming to Jamaica, like there may be a returning resident planning and starting a business. They buy a property and they don't realize that though there was a paint shop there, they want to run a beauty salon, and they think they can just go there and just run the beauty salon because there was a paint shop. Sometimes you have to get all the place, the thing modified. And for that to happen, you have to go and talk to the people in the community for them to sign things. That has to go to the local parish council, goes to the Supreme Court and all of them things there. And so by the time them in the process, them realize nobody told them these things, them get vexed and them cuss and say, but they just didn't know. So some of these conversations I think needs to be had. But we're going to get into some sports thing. Right now. Mr. Speed. Seeing that you're here with us, welcome. Always good to have you. Again, we have a couple of things that we want to talk about. In fact, the JPL playoffs coming up. I don't know if you can shed some light on that. I know there's an under-17 team at doing some preparation or some stuff with Freddie Butler. There's a team gone off to Turkey as well. 876 Stream, marketing. Because I have maybe Mr. Chung is the best person to talk to on that, because I think when I consider 876 Stream, I wonder if they're going to market Jamaica or they are just assigned to selling tickets for the game, because the brand, Jamaica is global. So what is it? Is it branding? Is it marketing? And how both of those works? I don't know if you can shed some light on that. And I know, based on some of those things, Cranky, me have some questions for you. So, the floor is yours. All right, Mr. Speed.
I think he's multitasking again. He's not
Oh,
here.
he's multitasking. All right, listen.
I'm here, Mr. General. Where yes or no, Mr. Money?
Yes, they were multitask poorly.
Yeah, I was.
One can't type or listen. No, I am saying a couple of things. One is the JPL playoffs coming up at Sabina Park on Monday. You have the under 17 coaches here. Think for the first time looking at players, whatever, over this weekend. There's an under 18 team that gone off to Turkey as well. You have under 20 coming up, and then there was a press conference yesterday with 876 Stream. Doing marketing. Yeah. So just want you to shed some light on some of those things, and then as you go, I know that Cranky and myself probably will have some questions that we would love to ask and thing, especially with like for me, and maybe I need to get Mr. Chung. I need to understand this 876 Stream, because if it is to market Jamaica globally, or it's just to sell tickets for a World Cup qualifying game.
Like global marketing, really extensive marketing campaign that everybody was asking for. We finally get a partner, because as I said before, it just employing somebody in the company to the marketing just wouldn't be enough. The one person wouldn't be able to extend themselves as much as a company that has different capabilities, and wider capabilities to be able to market it. Plus, they have the added incentive of getting a commission. So I think it's a win-win for both of us. There's going to be a figure, which I don't know if it was made public, that they are going to be spending
200,000 Jamaican. That's not it.
No, as an investment first. Okay. Before first of all, me like Cranky, me not talk about Jamaican dollars. So me not even know somebody can talk about 200,000 Jamaican. That wouldn't make any sense to invest. I mean, you give away that management every week, don't? So
me person come here and tell the people me a general me run place. No, but
that's why I say
people go believe
you, that's why I say
people go believe,
We are getting more than that. So they are going to be investing in the project really with all aspects of the promotion for the World Cup qualifying campaign. I mean, they are going to, and it's still not fixed yet. There's still other things that they could come up with. And it's just a matter of us approving it when they come up with it. So we expect everything to be exciting and get a big vibes going. You're still thinking about doing the charters and all those things once the World Cup campaign hot up. So is everything in the package? I mean, too much to really go through one time. But trust me, people, you're in for a ride.
So we're just talking about competence and qualifications. What makes them the right company to market the Jamaica football to worldwide?
And we don't know if they are we don't know if they are going to be the best or the right. We don't know, but one thing we know, we have never done it before, and in this style, and it's something that we want to do because there has been need for it. There's other people who have applied, and they seems to be the best of the ones who have applied, and the deal was right. So we thought we'd give it a shot. Of course.
No, the question was, what distinguished them from the other competitors if it was a bidding process?
Oh, well, they have some experience in doing it. They actually was the ones who came on with the JPL. They are the ones who did the JPL promotion, etc. And you can see we're able to fill like Sabina Park, 13,000 strong, and people still want to come in. And that is Cavalier and Mount Pleasant playing. It wasn't Hornet and Waterhouse who usually carry that type of crowd. It was like two new teams playing in the final. So it tells you that, and you can see the quality of what we have has improved, the billboards, the promotion, the social media space. I think that they have done a decent job, what that we can see, in addition to what they claim they can do.
Are they underwritten by some large organization or just a group of entrepreneurs?
I think so. Because the amount of money that they are going to put up, I don't want to tell you the figure, to be honest. It's a huge figure that they are going to be clearing that spend first before they even start to look at us to get commissions. They have promised to invest as a huge amount of US dollars in, before them even look. Tells me that they have some good sponsors and people.
But Rudolph, did we do background check on the company?
Yeah, we did. But I can't sit down here and tell you everything.
No, but Rudolph, I make sure it's a legit company, because no company come with money up front, And when you dig deep, it's not what it appears on the surface. That's why I'm asking that question.
No. I think they are backed by people. So I have confidence in them that they can afford, and they're willing to do what they want to do.
All right. So I have a couple of things I want to say where this is concerned. So first, I'm real Albala. I'm going to reach out to the president, see if we can get him on probably Sunday. All right. Sunday evening. We're going to reach out to him. Always have engagement. So don't worry yourself, real Albala. All right, we're going to try and do that. All right, so because branding is really the why you do something, and then marketing is how. Branding is also long term, right? Marketing is short term. One is it defines who you're being. Marketing defines the doing. All right, we need to set some of them things. So branding long term. One is macro branding. Marketing is micro. All right. So now, with all of that being said, like I said, Jamaica, the brand Jamaica it has a global reach. That's Jamaica as a brand. The football is taking on a new life, which means that we need to be tapping into the spaces outside of people going to game, because predominantly a lot of your game support would be local Jamaicans. Like my idea is, if there's like Cranky saying, are these like underbosses with a bigger boss who have a European reach that will tap into?
No, it's sorry, diaspora is as far as I know, the backers are other Jamaicans, people who have their money.
Oh, okay. So it's Jamaica, because I'm thinking like, how are we going to what will be the marketing representation like in Europe?
No, remember,
seeing that they can't necessarily come to a game in Jamaica. What does that entail?
I mean,
yeah, man, but I know that.
Can we reposition the question?
All right,
so the question is, how will they be able to reach a global audience?
No, don't ask me those things. I have never told you I was good at marketing. It's two things good at finance.
Hey, Speed is brilliant. Rudolph, why did you run for office, Rudolph? You haven't run for office yet? I mean, you just deflect. You just say, I don't know. I'm a technical director. I don't know what making the team.
I don't.
But Rudolph, as part of your due diligence, I'm sure you have to ask this question, which is, how are you going to export my product globally? Because my local market probably is
what product though, Cranky? That's what I'm asking. What?
Well, we're not talking about
the
brand and the football, right?
Yeah, right. And we're not talking about jerseys, because Adidas basically covers that. So what is the marketing? Is it game attendance? Tickets?
Definitely when we go abroad and play, that is a part of it. They need to lift the amount of persons that come out overseas to support us. You know what support does. We can't go to a stadium overseas and we'll look at 10 Jamaicans in there. So that's a part of it, yes.
I would love to know, and maybe like I say, you're not the person who is in this department.
No.
Like we have like in the senior team at least 15 players minimum in terms of a squad. All right, if you're talking about a 60-man squad, we have at least 15 from England, at least, and around the next 10 who play outside of England but in Europe. So that's like 25. And so my thought is, how will this group impact the spaces that these players are in, to the point where some of those fans come on board with what Jamaica is doing? Or maybe that is a different portfolio than what they have been assigned. That's just what I'm trying to figure out.
No. Look here, as I said before, there's some things that they put on paper, but the door is open for them to expand. So if you give me your ideas and we have me just slip it to them, but it won't be me. Rob Smith, I don't know everything, but me know I'm responsible for technical. Remember, me no make nobody run around the church, I run around the house in a technical matters, me always deal with it. So you can't say me no responsible for nothing. Me own technical Rob Smith, you know, telling the truth.
Yeah. Nitra is asking about for you to shed some light on Gurkamal Deep Parmar.
Yeah, and there's nothing there.
Is that the agent, the person who's
I don't know. He came to Jamaica and he gave us a proposal that he wants to do something on behalf of the JFF. So we're looking at it right now.
So he's not being hired then, you're saying?
Hired? No, he will not be. He hasn't applied for any job here.
But if he's applying for something, what is he applying for?
No, he gave us a proposal what he wants to help us. You know, with like.
But it's not help because it can't be free. Nobody's doing stuff for free.
I don't have any money put before me yet. So he did speak.
What does his services require compensation?
No, but he's offering. You know, he says that he has Jamaican connections and he's offering. There's no deal as far as he's concerned yet.
He's just a coach, or like a
no, it's out there in YouTube land that he's a player, agent of a player who has made a proposal to recruit players on behalf of the JFF. Am I right on that?
Yeah, and that and among other things. And we're looking at what he has proposed.
Okay. So you come back to us when you have more.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say come back, but
we'll get back to you.
Yeah, I'm sure you will.
Yeah. But all right, and there is the president spoke about in the press conference as well of a Guadeloupe former player in the Liga and MLS, but he's a Guadeloupean descent, who is a part of the FIFA talent ID program in Jamaica. How has that been going?
Well, after a lot of stop and start, we finally get it going earlier this year. The FIFA representative was here first, then he went back. So now we get one that is assigned to somebody that is from our region, which probably makes it work even better.
Oh, his son plays from Mount Pleasant.
And his son plays from Mount Pleasant, yeah. Trinidad. His son is from Trinidad, so he gets around. So what we have done so far is really some good news. We're trying to establish one coach in each parish. I mean, we're still trying to get one coach in each parish. We're going to give them a little money. We have 4 scouts in Jamaica now. So they are supposed to go around different regions and find all the talents in the rural area. So those coaches in the parish will be assigned. It's like almost assigned to the National Academy, and then. You know, you remember always coming around quarreling about the academies. We have now established 7 of the academies. They are getting them paperwork and I'm looking at it to be an extension of the National Academy across.
7 of the academies. That's very good, man.
So
can you tell us, like, are you able to share any of the names?
No, not yet, because I think some of them probably. I don't think all the academies have signed the documents and agreed. They have applied, but I don't know if all of them has been. So I don't want it.
So some money's your gripe historically may have been true, you know, where Rudolph is now saying they're going to have coaches to permeate the entire Jamaica landscape with talent. It suggests that they were mainly concentrated in the corporate area management historically.
You remember that? All right. You remember that? Go ahead.
It's true. I mean, there was a time, you know, even with that amount of proliferation in the corporate era. There was a time when the parish that had the most national player was Clarendon. So, and there was a time when Jamaica in the World Cup qualifier, the parish that had the most players in the squad was St. James. So it has always looked like when you have a lot of good players from the rural area, the team do better. I'm just saying.
All I was saying is that when that thing started in Kingston, you remember Cranky was saying that simultaneously, why? Because equality is not giving everybody, you know, the same time, you know. because equal, do everybody get the same time, that is equality, but there needs to be equity. I may need an extra 10 minutes because of where I'm coming from. So if you tell me to get to work at 9 and Mr. Speed to get to work at 9, right, and you to get to work at 9, and we are all three of us going to the National Stadium. Cranky live in Nannyville, and Mr. Speed live in St. Thomas, and say I live in Montego Bay. It is equality is to give people the same time. Equity is, listen, for a person to travel from Montego Bay to the National Stadium, they will encounter more problems. So you know what? You come in at 10. So we must not just seek to do equal, but have equity along with equality. And I feel like when Kingston and St. Andrew get and Casafa starts out in January, and then you bring on the other parishes, it gives the impression, like what I was saying a few days ago, that you have selected already before you saw everybody else. So I am trying now to prove that I am better than those who you have selected, when all of us should have been going through the same selection process at the same time.
But we had to make a base. We can't operate from out that. We didn't have a base. So the base was Kingston, which we had.
That is the problem. That's what I'm saying.
No, but we don't have a choice. That's where it is. That's where it is.
Start to be a Montego base.
Yeah, why the base can't start anywhere else? Why the base have to start at Kingston?
Because that's where the technical center is, and we own it already. So it had to start there, and that's all I. But I just wanted to say, one of the academies in Montego Bay, one is in St. Anne, so one is in St. Catherine. So there's a little spread. We hope to get something as we go.
Okay.
Hey, Rudolph, something I don't hear anything about actually. I think when we are pushing the grassroots football in Jamaica, and 876 can help with this, we should also push the parents to get involved in their children's sporting activities in the football.
I do think and they
parents can influence that. Yeah.
No, they do up to about 15, and they never see them again.
Okay.
They just disappear, except for a few. So that is online, and then the under 17 first elite youth competition under 17 that will start in May. And again, I think we have 12 teams enter. I don't know what the final count will be, but we have 12 teams that have said they will enter.
So are they representation from every parish, Rudolph?
Yeah, for the elite under 17, it was all the Premier League clubs and all the Tier 2 clubs were invited, but only 12 took it up, or 13 or something like that.
All right.
Okay. All right. So tell us a little bit about what is going on with the U17 in preparation, and the team that has gone over to Turkey. How did that come about? And just because this is a good thing that the players are getting this opportunity. So can you tell us a little bit about it?
So we can go about the Turkey one first. So what has been happening is that World Cup qualify for under 17 is every 2 years, but you stop at 17. World Cup qualify for under 20 is every 2 years, but it go to 20. So you say one span is 3 years and one span is 2 years. What has been happening after the under 17 team for World Cup qualifier finish, when it comes to play under 20, they will be 19, not 20. A lot of the countries start to look for 20-year-olds to play. So those set of players get leave out totally. So their development, a lot of them is not invested with the national training programs. So apparently, some modern country looked and saw the idea that, listen, those 17-year-old World Cup players last year need to continue their development. So that is why the under 18 became relevant. So that you don't leave those younger, so-called under 20 players behind. No, because they will be 18 when the rest of players who are eligible to play in under 20 comes and will be 19. And they thought we should continue the development. We love the idea and accepted the invitation. So we're going to be playing 3 games coming back on May 1st. I think we travel today and come back on May 1st. So we accepted the invitation and we love the idea. So it's just straight development.
So what you have to get out of this? Just development?
Just straight development, yeah, nothing else.
Nothing about relationships?
Yeah, that is always important too. But it's mostly the development aspect. That's why we send them.
Right, okay. So are you so we won't get into this in detail in this conversation, but when you go back to the manifesto and what it entails, is this a component of that?
Oh yeah, for youth football, remember one of our the elite youth football is in there, the national academy is in there, and the development of young players. We had put out a big budget to say that's what we're going to spend on development. I think we said about 290 million Jamaican dollars was what we earmarked.
Come on, Rudolph, man. Yeah, you Jamaican dollars thing. You're confusing, man.
290
divide by 150, but may I say, yeah.
290 divided by 150. 1.9 million US.
Okay. Is FIFA helping to fund that?
No, that was our money. That was money where we have.
But I thought FIFA was earmarked in.
No. Andrew, FIFA have about 200,000 US in there, yeah.
But I thought they had earmarked more money for each country that is part of FIFA for development of grassroots football in a sense.
The TDS fund, the maximum amount you can get is 200,000 US.
Okay. So where are we getting this funding from?
No, I mean, don't believe everything a year. You know. We do have so like I can tell you the kits that we sell for the gears, we get 20% of that. It's a lot of money. I'm not telling you so much, but it's a lot of money. A lot.
Why is that a secret? We're stakeholders. Why is that a secret to us?
Yeah, because you don't need to know everything. Because you see, when you hear everybody come and say, if them forget it for this and them forget it for that. You'll be surprised at where some of the other stakeholders come and say, me you see you get this amount of money from Adidas, I want it. But we think it must be spent on development. So we just, that is one of the reasons why.
But I would expect, Rudolph, as I would expect that we would have budgeted for all the activities that you're going to have in this current year. The other stakeholders would have been part of that budget about what's allocated to them. So therefore, if you have excess, yes, they may ask some more, but that should have been considered already.
No. Remember, you have negotiations that are ongoing, and you're not sure where those are going to end up. So you can budget, but you won't be able to budget everything. Because you're not sure about something. There's still some unfamiliar areas that we have to deal with, that we're not sure where it's going to end up.
So as you think about the manifesto, and do you have timeline for each of those items that informs the manifesto?
Yeah. And as I said before, we're putting a lot of so like the grassroots competitions. Those will be in the summer. We're starting them. We have 500 coaches that we're going to be doing in the summer too. 500 primary school coaches. So those we have in there, and so there's this timeline that we're going to be doing them. Yes.
Is there credential requirements for each level of coaching going forward? Will that be put in place actually?
Yes, we're doing it already, But one of the things that's holding us back is the numbers. So for instance, we want Premier League coaches to have an A license, but we only have about 10, 12 who will become an A license coach probably in the next couple of months. That's not enough to say they must, because we have 14 Premier League teams and the ratio should be at least 3 or 4 to 1. But for B, you must have a B license though, because we now have those amounts. And then we want to put in a C license for schoolboy football, but it can't work because, again, we just don't have enough yet. As soon as we have enough, then those will be put in place. But we're working on those. And that is why even the primary school, we are saying that you must have at least a D license for the next competition, which is 20 times 14 teams, which is 280 teams. So that is why we're doing 500 D license in the summer to make sure that when the next competition come on in January or next year, if you don't have it, you say you can't coach in that. So that is why.
So as you go about trying to enhance the coaching, are you effecting a system of play and a style of play? Because you're going grassroots, so you can do that. No, that's not something which you can not have an excuse for anymore, right? It's just system of play and style of play you're going to implement because you're going grassroots. We can start.
I'm glad you said that, is it, Cranky? So the more I learn, the more I try to get myself organized in terms of coaching and learn more. Style of play is not really what you say you're going to do. It's actually what you do, what you're doing, right? And what we noticed from 1994, I can't give me someone for leave in a couple of minutes. From 1994, Jamaica basically play one style of play. Strong in defense, play on the breaks. People have come here and tried to change and say them about high press and all that thing, and we get 6 love and 5 love. What this new coach has done to me is just embrace what we're strong at and try to get it better. And that is, to me, is our style of play. I have more evidence in a cranky. Every time you hear a United States coach talk about Jamaica, or you hear the Mexico coach, or you hear the Canada coach, them say the same thing. Jamaica, strong in defense, very physical, play on the breaks. So that is our style of play, whether we like it or not.
So Rudolph, let me just say this, because I'm gonna take onus to that, which is this: the coach of the national team, that's where he comes from. You look at Iceland play, even when they beat England in Euro 2018, I think it was. That's his way of. That's how they play. That's how it is there. Here's a question I ask people, which is this: if you look at Spain, for example, Spain is the best example. They produce the best coaches, not debated on a global basis.
Yeah, a comment on that.
Right? They have system and style of play. So, and Jamaican, even though they may not play it, I think it's the coaching that precludes us from doing so. Because you can collate the physical attributes you have and the athleticism with the style of play that we do and make it even more imposing and even better. If you can keep the ball, but you're better than me athletically, that's an imperative to success.
Yeah, but cranky. So as I said before, that was the reason why that coach was chosen, because he play like how we play. So once him better, that is why we were successful and doing better. The truth is, one of the problem with Jamaicans have, we try to hang on something that don't work. So forget the abnormal team. Forget Manchester City with the tiki-taka. Forget it. We can't play like that because we just not have it players. But the truth is, if you look at the tiki-taka version and the countries who are very good at it, the Spain, the German, the Mexico in our region, them can't even pass the first round of World Cup anymore. So that tells us, look at France. France never have more than 48 points on possession. They are the world number one. So the world cannot change. And what we are doing now is more in line with where the world going. Look at Morocco. They're contented to have 22% possession. They don't want anymore. And they finish fourth. So, as I said before, either we want to win or we want to say we have big style of play where we press the ball against Catalonia, or we press the ball against Peru and get 5 or 6 of. Because we say, yeah, that's our new style of play. I'm just saying.
So, no, all I'm saying is this, Rudolph, is that if you're going grassroots, as I'm saying, I'm not talking about who's in play already. If you're going grassroots, keeping the football in today's football, I don't care where you're from, is a must. That's why we don't produce any midfielders. We can't.
No, we don't. Yeah, but we don't want to be at the grassroots. Is the elite youth level.
No. But I'm saying if you start at grassroots and that's embedded in me, and I try to take that throughout my entire footballing career, when I get to your elite level, 17, 18, 19, I'm comfortable with the ball. The ball is my baby. We treat the ball as if it's a foreign object. It's an alien. That can't be the case, Rudolph.
No.
Look at England. Look at England in the 70s, in the 80s, early 90s. They couldn't keep the ball. They played the same long ball. Well, then Tiga.
No, man, it's not Tiga. I think.
All right.
Yeah, I think that was Mr. Speed. There is some talking in the background, but he had to go. But very good point you made, because I had a couple more questions. But Mr. Speed is gone, man, because I had a couple more questions that I wanted. Hey, Simon Preston, maybe you can shed some light on the 8763, man. Simon Preston, let's see if we can. Simon Preston can with his coy self, because he's very coy in how he responds. Just know that when Cranky asks question, Simon, he might challenge man. So if you can't take the heat.
Here's what I'm saying to Rudolph, right, Manning's man, which is this. There's nobody trying to keep the football, Manning's man. There's nobody playing football today who's not trying to keep the football. I don't care
Yeah,
where
I
you're.
think it is. Yeah, but you're right though. That whole idea of keeping football is not conducive to Jamaica. It's very
No,
selective when you see it,
no,
you know.
no, 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 no,
No,
no,
what
no,
I'm
no,
saying to you
no.
is that what
Yeah.
I'm saying to you, Cranky, Jamaica don't have 4 surfaces where keeping the football on a consistent basis can be practiced. So what you'll find is that you may have a team in Jamaica that does that because of the surface that they are on, right? And they only do it when they're on certain surfaces. You check like half of the fields are bumpy. Like the fields
No,
are
but
the
man,
pitch.
is it the
Yeah.
field alone, or is it how we are taught to play?
So I think we're taught a lot of times how to play because of how the field is. So I think it is two ways because one, I think we need to be taught to keep the ball, which a lot more of the coaches are doing at the grassroots. But then when you get out there on the field, you're forced to not take chances.
Right.
So I can say this. Like somebody saying that Clarendon College, all right? For me, all right, I like what Clarendon College does. I like what St. George's College, because St. George's College used to play this. But when you take these same Jamaican group of players and match them up against players of the same age group, they can't keep the ball.
Management has to do with the level of competition. The concept is right,
Exactly.
but the execution is challenged because they don't have similar players who are maybe fitter, just as quick, right? But when Clarendon College, when Chumfa started out in the 70s, 76, 70, whatever the time was, Manningsman, to me was the one that introduced that the football of Jamaica with CC, for example, where Lenny played. And maybe Lenny just brought that on and carried that trend, right? But it is being comfortable with the ball, Manningsman, and be able to play the ball on the ground and play the ball around well. Everybody loves this entertainment. It helps you with your defense and your offense. And it also gives you a better chance to win. I can bet Manningsman. I know, Speed like to talk about who win World Cup. France can keep the ball. France can keep the ball. France has players who can keep the ball.
No, Crank, what I'm saying, I think Jamaica. So let's use a good example. But let's go back to your time. After that time, there was a SEBA team with like Noah, Sterling, and Hector, right? All of those guys. There was a Reno team with Calvin Valentine, Donald Hewitt, Easton Fumasimit, who came from Rossi. Some of those guys played in that dominant Rossi's team, and they were keeping the ball. I watched that game with Herbert Morrison, and I think Rossi's where Hector, bigger brother, was playing, and I think Herbert Morrison won at Jared Park. They were keeping the ball and knocking it around on the Jared Park surface. But Cranky, I don't know if it was the TV images, but the pace at which that was being played, today's schoolboy game is way faster than that, No,
I understand, but people are not as fit as they are today. That's another thing in football. The speed of the game has increased significantly across the globe.
Exactly.
They press 24/7 because you burn out. Now that's changed. The fitness is improved. The nutrition has improved. Everything has improved around the game. Yeah.
So if you were to take this, what we call the star-studded Clarendon College team, to play on a proper surface against like some 18-year-old or 19-year-old in certain academies, they would not be able to they would kick the ball away because they would be under immense pressure.
Yeah, but man, here's the point I'm making, management, which is I'm not saying we should utilize the attributes that we have now, God-given attributes, right? But you have to be able to play. All the opposition is playing.
Oh, Mr. Speed said, I go. And in there in the comment section, are somebody hacking to his system?
No, France keep the ball. Rudolph, France keep. You can't show me one team are good enough football but keep the ball. You can't show me Germany keep the ball. England now keeps the ball. Right? That's what we love some of the English players, the Billinghams of the world, the Rice of the world, and they can keep the ball. I want to see. Management is about probability. If I pass the ball 40 yards, what's the chance of going to his destination? If I make four 10-yard passes versus 1 40-yard pass, I may be more. If I can keep the ball, I'm more successful getting to that 40-yard with the 4 10-yard passes than the 1 40-yard pass. Especially when my back is facing the defense and the opposition is going the other way.
Yeah.
It's logics, man. It's logics.
Yeah, but we're crank. When last have you? All right, so I think like what Rossi's is doing, it's tremendous because what Rossi's is doing, a team that has had success, right? So what they're doing is that they're fixing the surface. I think when the surfaces are better. Because you're right, you know, 'cause you have a point, because a lot of these guys, like in some of the places in Africa, when you see them playing, they're on dirt fields, you know.
Of
But
course,
then
I was going to make that example, but go ahead. Yes. Yes.
Right? So exactly. So what we need to do is to spend more time working on ball mastery. In other words, the players must learn better. That means whatever kind of surface they're on, they're cultured. But here's what the coaches are going to say: listen, I don't want you to keep the ball in the back line, because I don't want, when you're passing it back to the goalkeeper, it hit on a stone and go in the goal. We see this in our league, you know.
Somebody's going to pass it in the air a little bit and work in control.
so they say, kick it long and and then we lose it up there. So while they may be individually teaching the players the mastery of the ball, because we are so, which is what I think needs to change. We are so competitive. The need to win the competition overrides the development of the talent. And I think that is what our problem is.
In most sports, man, think about American football, American basketball. What do people always talk about? Turnovers. They look at how many times you turn over the ball, man. In football, we make 40-yard pass, most times a turnover. That means the opposition have more chance of scoring you when they have the ball than when they don't have the ball. Now, Spain may overdo it with their 1,000 passes, Rudolph, but the concept is the right concept, which is, if I have the ball, you can't score on me. That has to be the concept. That has to be the idea. Come on.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I pass it, I go back and forth like Man City did sometimes. Because part of their strategy management is to tire you out. And people don't realize that, management.
Listen,
when I chase the ball, I'm tiring you out.
Yeah. What I'm saying, all right. We are saying the same thing in a cranky, you know.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying, though, Damien, this particular coach, he teaches that when the team was playing in the Manning Cup, they couldn't possess the ball. So as much as they teach that, they didn't complete. When they got to a team that was at the same level or above them, they looked ordinary in possessing the ball. They were kicking a lot of long balls in that game. So because it was about how we are going to win this at that level, more than how am I going to do the right things, teach you the right things, even if we lose the game. I think the problem Jamaica have, and I said it the other day, that if we have in a basic school football competition, is not about making the players better. When we get to the under primary school competition, Cranky, I'm telling you, nobody wants to be the team that has the best technical player. They want the trophy. So that sometimes means, listen, just kick the ball along.
Yeah, you know what's interesting, management? You know what's interesting? That the concept of keeping the ball is not about the individual brilliance of the management. It's the positional and spatial awareness, you know. So do you give me options, management, when I get the ball? Do you give me options? Do you give me 4 and 5 options versus I have to beat the man to create space to give you the ball? What is the movement of the ball, management? People don't seem to realize that. You just have to have brilliant control. As I get the ball in a position where I can do something with it as I get it and not struggling with the ball, management. But do you give me options? And am I aware of those options? Do I take those options? Because football is getting more technical every day, you know. Every day is getting more technical.
Cranky, no, what I'm saying to you, I agree with you, you know, that when we're coaching the game, listen, let's create the options, pass the ball around. This is every time A has the ball, right? Here's option 1, option 2, option 3. The 4th option is to kick it long. I am telling you that most Jamaican football competition, I'm going to give you a good example, right? There's a center back. I can use this example. He plays some man. His name is Javin Williams. He's with the youth team that goes. When he plays with Eric Raidermakers and the team that goes to Holland, he doesn't take any spot kick. Because when they go overseas to play, Cranky, you know what they are doing? It's like the Kingston Football Academy, I think they're called. When they go overseas, it's about development. It's about the players getting better. It's not to win the competition, though they want to win the games. So they pass the ball around. They don't kick away the ball. But every time Javin Williams plays some innings, he take every spot kick, bam upfield. He's playing for Reno. Bam, upfield. You know why? Because they don't trust the team to play the ball at the back. They were playing at Spanish Town Prison Oval recently. But the player can play the ball and build up the play, no. But they keep on having him kick it long, kick it long, kick it long, kick it long, because they want to win. And they don't. There's less emphasis on his development of playing out from the back. And I think we have to find a way of our age group competition up to age 16. There should be no like points being given and no reward at the end for the champion, so that people focus on the development and teaching the kids the right thing.
Yeah,
that's what I believe will help.
Yeah, I understand what Rudolph is saying, and it may be effective now, but it's not long. It's not for long-term success. Not the way football is going. Not the way football is going. Man, we complain about watching Arsenal yesterday, and our wingers can't beat anybody, man. Even though we do well enough, we keep the ball enough. So if we have Jamaicans, man, who have the ability to beat people and they can keep the ball, you know how dangerous we are as a team, as a country? When we play the better teams, we don't complain about it. We play Grenadiers of the world, we don't complain about it because we're just better.
Yeah.
So we can keep the ball then.
Yeah, I see a coach saying our players' awareness and ability to make precise decisions in tight spaces and move off the ball with correct body shape to receive and quality passing is not emphasized at our grassroots level.
That's coaching.
Says while technical ability is important, we need to work more on young players' game intelligence and what is required for modern game of football. They try to build out the back. Age 16 is too late, right? So the idea is like our primary school kids should be learning build up play and building out from the back. And if they lose the ball 10 times and it's 5-0, that's okay, because we are creating a culture of playing a particular way of ball possession. But the coach will come and say, you see me pass the ball across the goal one more time, me gonna take you out of the game. Yo, keep the ball up the field in the boss, man. You think me I get no 6 love, yes sir? Me not get no 6 love. You think they want to beat my team? Hey, yo, keep the ball up the field, man. Keep the ball up the field. That's how some of the coaches are, you know. Under 12 and under 14, you know, Crank, you think it's a joke thing?
No, I understand. But man, the decisions you learn in the sports arena translate to your life now, man. It's about how you make good decisions, you know. It's the speed of decision. It's the quality of decision and speed of decision, man. So how do I teach that to you so you can get embedded in you so you can execute against it, right? And I think that's important. This long ball thing we're playing nowadays in Jamaica, it's not sustainable. You play the better team, you get killed. Listen,
I'm telling, all right, let me tell you this. I see, like, there are certain things, like in the football, like Arsenal, they were doing a particular throw where the person always almost go like on the goal line and receive the ball. You see, Odegaard do it a couple of times. Cranky, I am telling you, that is not like buck-ups where they do it several times. That is something that they have practiced. So the point I'm making is like, there are certain things that must be done over and over again. But the youths, and that is why maybe the elite academy thing is going to work, because the youth need to come through a system where they're consistently playing out from the back, possessing the ball, and even if we lose the game, the end result is that proper development is taking place. What we cannot do is short-circuit development for what I call temporary wins and victories, which is what I think is happening with Jamaica's football. That is one of my biggest issues with Manning and the Costa Cup, you know. It is too wired for winning the competition than anything else.
But you know, man, in England, for example, the kids who are they're kind of the suckers, a lot of them don't play no football in school, you know.
That's what I'm saying.
So they're learning the fundamentals early,
exactly,
and how to play the right way. They don't. It's not about
exactly.
Outcome.
Exactly. I'm watching the video of Phil Foden, and he were playing like under 14 and under thing. Those things are not. They're not no big things. Like we maybe cannot use it. But like in Sweden and some of those places, there is no reward. There is no point standing. None of those things matter at the early age of development. All right, I think Andre is trying to get on. So let me see if I can help him out here.
This is right up Andre's alley, by the way.
Yeah, and I think that is where we need to look at the football from that perspective. How can we reward teams? So maybe we need to give every team that participate in the competition, say, listen, at the end of it, all the teams are going to get like $20,000. Whether you win, lose, or draw, basically. But we have a caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports. You have Cranky and Management here.
From Bashir. But listen, man, I hear Cranky talking.
Hold on. It's 50-50 this?
You want a 2 for nothing.
A 2 for it? Yeah, 50-50. You trick me, you know.
And mask himself.
All right, go ahead, boss. I hear you were talking about the development in terms of, keeping the ball. And whilst I think keeping the ball is important, right? I've always been an advocate for different styles of play, especially due to the skill set of the players you have at your availability. And whilst football over the years, it has progressed, there could be a lack of progression in terms of the type of players you would be seeing as to why teams don't play a certain way. Example, like, they talk about Jose Mourinho being a dinosaur of football, right? And, football has progressed where he cannot play that style of play. I don't think it's down to I don't think it's down to Mourinho not being able to play that specific style of play. I think it's the lack of emphasis on the type of development of players that Jose Mourinho used to use back in the days. You know what I'm saying? So I think if Jamaica, right, so that we have Jamaica, for example, from the grassroots level, if we can develop a different style of play in terms of being a bit more defensive, or whether it's being a bit more pragmatic, or just being a counter-attacking team or a possessive-based team, I think it should be accepted, because at the end of the day, at the top level of football, it's about winning. It's not about who plays the prettiest football. You know what I'm saying? It's not about who's going to play tiki-taka and who's going to have majority of possession of the ball or whatever the case is. I don't think it should just come down to Jamaica being a possessive team.
No, what Cranky is saying though. No. What Cranky is saying, and I am saying, is that the first thing we should learn is possessing the ball. As we get older and get into better competition, we have other ways of playing. But the first way of playing cannot be to lose the ball or to give away the ball. It must be to keep the ball. But as you get into other game settings and moments in the game, you have other ways of playing. But we are saying that let the first way of playing be about keeping possession of the ball, because it has proven when the Brazil teams used to dominate, let's go back to the Brazil teams, they were possessing the ball. The Germany team with Ozil and those guys that won the World Cup possessed the ball. Spain team won possessing the ball. If you go back to even the early World Cups with Uruguay, those were teams that were possessing the ball. The Argentina team possessed the ball. You understand me? So while you have teams that don't possess it and do well, the first thing must be, let's teach our kids ball possession, how to keep a hold of the ball. But we still understand that there are cases and times when we are going to have to sit deep and play it long and use some of the natural skill and speed and ability that we have to get something out of a game. That means that we need to create what they call a development pathway.
Before you go further, it's interesting, man. With all these physical abilities we talk about, I don't see us dominate in this region physically. Most of the time we give up headers because people say Mexicans out-jump us or they get to the ball quicker than us. So even though we may be athletically, historically, supposedly better, that hasn't materialized for Jamaica a lot of times when we play in this region against the US and Mexico, who are supposed to be better than athletically. I haven't seen that.
Yeah. 50-50. You watch a lot of football. Have you ever seen a very speedy... All right. Who you think is faster? Anthony Rudiger or Erling Haaland?
I'd say from the eyes, I'd say it looks like Rudiger to me. Rudiger is a very fast player. I've seen him run before.
Let me tell you, Haaland speed is faster than Rudiger. But you know what? Rudiger was always in the right place. So even though we may say Jamaicans are very fast, if I am a wise defender, an intelligent defender, if all I have to do is to get where you're going to run before you, that's it, and then your speed gets nullified for the most part.
So I'm asking this. You're saying you're not against different styles of play, but you're just more so for the development of learning to keep possession of the football before going on to endeavor in other things.
I believe that the first thing that needs to happen is that we'll need to learn to keep the ball. And then from there, we become more expansive. But we cannot start out by kicking away the ball and kicking the ball long and losing it. And then learn to, go ahead.
So that we develop that, right, from the grassroots level, right?
Yeah.
And the transition to the under 17, whatever the case is. Are you for the team, like the Jamaica team, or just in general across Jamaica at respective competition levels? Are you against them playing, say, a bit more pragmatic, a bit more defensive? Are you against that?
No, at the end of the day, let me tell you what I am for. At the end of the day, if Jamaica wins the World Cup with 30% ball possession for the entire tournament, I am not going to ball and complain and say, imagine look at the man they win the World Cup, man. You can imagine look at Jamaica, man. Man, and what list, man? Only 30% at the ball. No, I am going to be happy. At the end of the day, results matter. I am saying that. Though the probability of possessing the ball and winning are greater than losing the ball and winning. That is my point.
Well, to me, I agree with you to an extent, but to me, I've always been an advocate for different styles of play, and I've always seen football as what is the best thing you're going to do to win this game. You know what I'm saying? And many times,
yeah, but what I'm saying is that at under 12 need to know what is the best thing to win the game. Under 13, under 14, to develop at that stage is not to win the game. That's what I'm saying to you. That go ahead.
I disagree to an extent. Even though it includes development, I also think the goal is to win the game, and this is how you build champions. That when they reach the top level,
no.
There's
you know that Shelley struggled at champs. Did you know of Ilian Thompson? Hold on, did you know of Ilian Thompson at champs winning gold medals and stuff? Or Shelley and Fraser Price?
Many of the top athletes know they struggle at champs. That's quite.
But you know what was happening? Shelley and Fraser Price, they have said her development was going at a greater speed than those who were winning at champs because they were training to win champs. Obviously, she was training for something bigger than champs. The point I am making, here's the point I am making. At the end of the World Cup, if Jamaica have 30%, right? 30% ball possession and win the World Cup, I'm not going to complain. But when it comes on to my under 15, under 14, under 13, to me, winning the game is not important except for how the morale of the players are and how it will affect them emotionally. In other words, I don't believe that we can have them just losing. But I also believe that the probability of winning a game are greater if I have more position than you.
So it's my last point on this, actually, Manistan, which is I find interesting. 50-50's argument, the fallacy in the argument is this: is if I'm the process you're going through training to keep the ball is going to result in losses.
Yeah,
that's contrary to how it actually works. If I train to play football well, even though you're young, it's going to eventually allow you to dominate those who are your same age group because they know how to do that. So there's a fallacy in that argument. If I train you how to keep the ball, improve the technicality, improve position awareness, spatial awareness, how to help your defense, all those things are going to help you in your development along the way and make you a better player at any age, is my view. So, hey, Andre, welcome, Andre.
Yes, thank you.
Before I leave,
thank you.
I respect what Ian Cranky is saying, but I disagree to an extent. I believe in development. I believe in development, but I also see it as you have to do whatever it takes to win a game. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I'm an advocate for different styles of play. You can develop at grassroots level from playing football differently. You know what I'm saying?
All right, my boss.
Before the caller go.
Do you have a next one? Hold on. Do you have a next one?
No, I have a laptop, bro.
Don't call me from
Andrew,
it. Go ahead, Andrew.
Is the caller gone?
No, he's still
no,
there.
Is it? With all the respect possible, I believe in development, but right? Most times when people use the conjunction but, it suggests that they don't really believe in what they say. Right? And a lot of people do that. Look, we have to separate development, which starts at a very early age, from winning matches and being in competition, World Cup qualifications, Copa America, Gold Cup, and that stuff. What I have found in a lot of places is that, look, management, somebody made the reference just now, I was listening to the current Jamaica coach taking Iceland to the World Cup, right? And playing similar style of
I think
football.
Euros in 2016.
Was it Euros?
Yeah, they beat England.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
in the Euros
And,
2016, yeah.
And playing a similar style of football, which is just basically improving what Jamaica has been doing for the longest while. And we talk about fields, right? He played that kind of football. Iceland invested a lot in fields. They have very nice surfaces in Iceland, right? So it's more than just a good surface. I think coaches have to understand and be committed to the concept of playing possession football. And the individual qualities, the game intelligence, the technical ability, the desire to play that way must start from an early age. And if you acquire those skills, and I'm going to say early age, those abilities, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 years old, it becomes easier at the older age group. Now, the game has 4 moments in it. And in the earlier conversation, we are committed, it seems as though in the region, we are committed to playing in transition. We are defending, and when we win the ball, we're going to go try to score. So the other 3 moments, the possession moments, well, we're going to defend. So we at least given up 2 moments of the game to just play in 2. So my question is, what are coaches doing, especially at the grassroots level? What are they doing in training when the evening comes? If possession, if acquiring, the players acquiring the quality to play possession football, if that's not part of the conversation, what are they doing when the evening comes?
50-50. That's for you, and then I'm going to let you answer, and then you will go. Because and then a next coach online says this. Let me just read this comment. It says, basic for 50-50. No team can score a goal without the ball.
That's just a fact.
You
No,
can
but Andre just said something.
You can get one, but you can't score one without the ball. But you can get one.
Yeah, wait.
Many teams have won.
Hold on. He says many teams have won. Go ahead, let him go, Cranky, and then.
Many teams have won competitions without having majority of possession of the ball, and I've seen where many teams with possession of the ball go on to do anything with the ball. So it's different facets to the game when you're playing against a team that has majority of possession. It's one thing having possession, and it's the next thing doing something with the possession of the ball.
But the team, the 50-50, the team did not lose because they were possessing the ball. That's a mistake people make. If I have more possession than you and I lose the game, I did not lose the game because I was possessing the ball. I may have lost the game because I wasn't converting my opportunities. So whether or not I have more possession or not is not consequential on the result, because keeping the ball is not the reason why I lost. Not probably being clinical with the opportunities is why.
It's a contributing factor as well, because if you're not getting the ball,
how can keeping the ball be a contributing factor to me losing the game?
Whilst you might have defensive lapses in your back four or whatever the case is, right? Are you getting the ball in the final third? Many teams can keep possession of the ball in the midfield, but are they getting in the final third to create chances? No, they're not.
But I am not losing because I'm keeping the ball, even if I don't get the ball in the final.
50-50. In your football, there's no possession in the final third because you play a long ball. That means you just play the ball over the top and hope he gets to your forward so you can go score. You're not. Andre said something important what people are missing. There's 4 phases to the football, at least in modern football. There's 4 phases. If you only attack and defend, you're only using 2 phases of the football. That means you're missing 2 whole phases, which is supposed to be part of the fundamental construct of football. So how does that work then? for any team that's playing football who only focus on two phases. Show me a team that's dominant in world football that focus on two phases. It doesn't exist.
And let me just say this 50-50. Let me just, I'm going to let you go speak, but just give me this. If I like Arsenal were good at possessing the ball. They weren't creative enough in the final third. They did not lose the game because they were possessing the ball. They lost the game, one, on a defensive error that has nothing to do with possessing the ball.
But if you're possessing the ball and not getting the ball in the final third to create chances, how are you going to impose yourself on the opponent to put the ball in the back of the net?
Creating opportunities is different from possessing the ball. But here's what I know. The team that... No, here's this 50-50. But however, the team that has more of the ball generally create more of the opportunities. Manchester United lost to Real Madrid. And they created opportunities. They just weren't clinical enough.
You mean management? Could I ask him a question? Could I ask him a question just to try to get everybody on the same page? 50-50. What is your definition of possession?
Dominating the ball, especially in areas that you're going to impose yourself on the opponents in a certain manner.
What are those areas? What are the areas in question?
Repeat.
What are the areas?
In terms of where you're going to hold possession of the ball and impose yourself on the opponent.
Right, but what areas are you talking about? Okay, so let me dominating possession. I agree with you. Dominating possession. Let's say dominating possession from the defensive third into the attacking third to score goals. Would you agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you? Yeah. Am I rephrasing it right? So if that's the definition of possession, I'm not sure we should be talking about any team that cannot get into the attacking third. Right? Because even Manchester City, if teams are pressing them high up the pitch, Manchester City would go over the top as a second option because that's where the space exists. They're not going to mess about and try to still play. They're going to go over the top, utilize the space. The team would recognize that they're willing to go over the top and they back off and then they could play. So if a team is not getting into the attacking third, I'm not so sure that they should be labeled as playing possession. Would you agree with that?
Did he leave? Our management got cut off or something.
Man probably get cut off because he went away.
Yeah, probably cut
it off. The whole idea of possession football, I think, is a difficult one, Frankie, because people are learning football from in certain spaces with people who might be committed to playing a certain way. And look, there's different ways to play the game, and you have to respect however people think the game should be played. But the idea, and this is what troubles me, it seemed that we believe in the region that we cannot teach our young people to play that type of football.
Yeah,
and that's the one that bothers me. That we are.
That's why you hear me always talking about.
Yeah.
You hear me talking about Spain a lot because I'm not sure everybody can teach how to do that really.
That might be part of the problem.
Right, that's the big problem actually.
Yeah.
Because I think England have revamped their program when they realized they weren't competing because they were just playing the 40 and 50-yard passes on a continuous basis. Right. So they changed their whole program, developed players to revisit how they do grassroots football to allow them to compete because they learned to possess the ball.
Yeah, I think we have to first you have to know how.
Right.
You have to be committed to it. And you have to transfer that commitment and belief to the young players.
Yeah.
So first begin, we have to fix the surfaces. That's part of the process. We have to have good surfaces. But secondly, when you're developing young players and you want young players to play possession football, you have to accept that mistakes are going to be made. And when they make mistakes, you have to accept them. You have to understand it, and you can't beat up on the player because he's trying to do something you've been asking them to do. So you have to analyze it and figure out how you can provide input if you even need to provide input. Sometimes you don't need to. Sometimes the player understands that he should have, created 2 more yards of space or 3 more yards of space. Right? Football is a game of mistakes, and mistakes will be made. But to play that kind of football, the adults, the people coaching the football have to be committed to it. It takes a lot of knowledge and time invested into the players to make that happen.
Totally agree. Totally agree. I was trying to pull up something and I saw here.
Yeah, 50-50. I look like accidentally me muted 50-50, you know.
I think that's a really good thing. But, is he still there?
I'm very sorry. I look like I may have made that error. When I tried to come off screen and then
Hey, 50-50 man cut you out, but it made mistake. It a mistake.
You see, that's the problem. That's the problem Jamaicans returning to Jamaica have. That's an example.
But all I'm saying is that, like, possessing the ball must be possessing the ball with purpose.
Hold on. I normally I shouldn't cut you off, but that's another word that people attach to possession, right? There's not a football team that goes on the pitch whose intent is not a score goal.
All right. No, what I mean by that is a lot of teams, for example, like they will keep the ball in the defensive third, and of course, so while people may think, okay, there is no purpose to that, but what they are trying to do is to suck the opponent in to break the lines to play behind. And they will make lots of passes, being patient in build-up, and have it for probably periods of 3 minutes in their own defensive third. There is an end purpose, right? And so when a lot of those stats are calculated as possessional stat, which is right, it can be seen as like possession that didn't lead to anything because you didn't get to break the line. It becomes more valuable when the line is broken. So what I think 50-50 and others are saying that if I can accomplish the same end without using the method that you are using, which is when you lose the ball, you high press me and I kick it over the top and go and score, I have done better than you because I've accomplished what I want to do in a faster time than what you want to do and more effectively than what you want to do. What I am saying to them is that even if that is the case, here's what. That has nothing to do with my ability to possess the ball. It has more to do with what do I do with the possession that I have at the end.
So Manning, there are primary and secondary benefits from keeping the ball, right? Obviously, the objective is to score. But it's harder to chase the ball than to have the ball, isn't it? Manning, but Arsenal burnout against who are they playing? And when Odegaard was talking about Man City, we played Man City, how tired they were second half. They couldn't lift their foot up to make a pass because they were chasing all game. When I have the ball, it's fun. When I don't have the ball, the game is not that fun. I got to play defense. That's one benefit. The people, while you mentioned before, people love Brazil, was their skill and the ability to keep the ball in the olden days, right? They used to be so dominant in that. That's why they won so many World Cups. Dominant in ball possession, dominant in terms of differentiating skill. That's why people love Brazilians, right? It's part of it is entertainment. Obviously, the main objective is to win. But when you win nowadays with long ball, people call it ugly. It's not the norm anymore. The game has changed. And if you don't change, you become a dinosaur and you will not be successful. It doesn't work anymore. So most countries have moved to, at least the ones I see who are playing really well, whether it's France, in those pieces, France don't have most of the possession. France, Spain, England, Germany, all those major teams, Belgium, for example, all those teams play possession football. All of them. And even the better African teams play possession football.
And I think we can't confuse a team in competition, like a Euros, a Gold Cup or whatever, a coach making an adjustment in the way he plays because they may not be fully committed, but they have to behave different in order to get a result. I think that's a different situation than when you're bringing up young players or you're playing in a friendly or something. The ability to keep the ball gives you more opportunity to do a number of things than if you cannot keep the ball. If you put the ball down at the goal kick line and you hit the ball 60, 70 yards every time, you know, I like to call it dispute football. You had the ball and now you launch it into the air 60 feet away to go fight for it again. I mean, that's what do you do in training to during the course of the week?
Yep.
Yeah, listen, it's just like oh geez, there was this Philippine boxer. Oh geez. Manny Pacquiao.
Manny
Pacquiao that ran for
All right. Manny Pacquiao used to he was one of these boxers that would like his movement up and around the ring. Part of what he said is that it wears his opponent out, it frustrates them, which then gives him. I think sometimes possessing the football does that. It causes you to lose concentration because, like I said, you get tired, fatigue kind of creeping. It's baiting you to come out of your formation. It's breaking you for someone to leave the first line, leave someone to make a rash decision, because when they chase you and they don't get it, they just get frustrated and say, listen, I am not going to do that. So there's a lot more benefits to having the ball than not having the ball.
Look, there's a side of that kind of football. There's something called patience. You got to have patience, and teams that pass the ball like a Man City and Arsenal and some of those teams, you do it to move your opponent, because the principles of the game, the principles of defending, for example, requires that the team without the ball get compact and defend in relation to the ball and the goal. So you trying to get to the goal that's in the middle of the pitch, they're trying to block the goal, so they're compact. So to get to the goal, you have to move them, you have to spread them out, and you spread them out by passing the ball. So that's why sometimes you look at a team, you look at Arsenal sometimes, for example, we watch Arsenal a lot, and they appear to be moving the ball very slow, right? And that sometimes presents an issue for them because people are able to close it and get compact again, as opposed to moving it quicker, like City does most time, or like Arsenal does very well when they do it, to spread the opponent so they can get to the goal. So there's always a purpose. If you're good at possessing the ball, there's always a purpose in it, and the purpose is to get into the attacking third and score as much goals as possible. So the whole idea that people are not, that possessing without a purpose, I've never really bought into that. And you have to have patience.
Yeah, I didn't hear from Rudolph that we're gonna go possession football to the contrary. That's my concern. We're gonna do what Iceland does. We're not Iceland. We're not playing no 40-yard pass. Nobody wants to watch that football anyway. That's another thing too, Andre, we don't talk about. Nobody want to watch that football.
Yeah,
about 40 yards
not entertaining.
No. That's why you hear people at Tottenham say, for example, we didn't like Conte. We would take it for 1 year to win a trophy, but after that, he's got to go. We don't care if we win or that. Right? Nobody wants to see that. It's attractive to keep it. Its probability of scoring is better. Probability of winning is better. Why wouldn't you keep it? If you can keep it. Because most of the better teams, right? Most of the better teams are the ones who have the ball, frankly. People don't realize that also.
I mean, it's not something, I think people treat it as though it's something wrong with it, right? There's nothing wrong with having possession of the ball. As a matter of fact, the game is played for 90 minutes, depending on the age group you're dealing with. And it's one ball in the game. And what are you doing when you not have the ball? If you go to practice and you just have kids running without the ball, that's not fun, right?
That's why we play football. Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Everybody enjoys it when and that way. So I think you should attempt to learn it. And as people get older and they end up in different teams, maybe the coach decide to win this game at a World Cup qualification or something. We need to play this way, and that's fine too. But then when we need to play, when we get the ball, we got to be able to do something with it.
Rudolph mentioned Spain because he was giving an example of France doesn't necessarily have more possession, but Spain does. Name me one Spain center forward or forward who scored a lot of goals. That's part of it too. People don't realize, which is I sometimes need players at the highest level with differentiating qualities to get me over the line. If I keep the ball up to the 18-yard box and my forwards can't score, put the ball in the net, then I'm going to struggle. Namely Arsenal too, but that's another story for another day. But it does happen, right? Where France has the best forward, well, the best forward in Mbappe, and they play off him, right? Or they have Dembele on the other side, or whatever they have. They have people who put the ball in the goal. So if I keep the ball like Spain, but I can't score, it may look like possession ball is not effective, but it is effective.
It is effective. You may not score today. There's people that kick the ball long and don't score either. But for me, my preference is I want to have the football. There's one ball in the game, and I want my team to have it. And if we can have it 90% of the time, I'm fine with it.
Yeah,
right? Because
exactly.
it's and the quality to do that, you have to work on that. You have to be committed to that. You have to do that on a daily basis. You have to be knowledgeable about that.
Andre, here's what funny, Andre. You don't need much ability to blast the ball 40 yards. What do you need to blast the ball 40 yards and run it down? What ability do you need? What are you coaching me to do in football?
Yeah, I mean,
what are you coaching me to do?
What is a training session like? Especially at the young age group, and that could only last for a while, because the teams that are successful doing that at the younger age groups would be the team with more athletes, right?
Yeah.
The bigger and stronger athletes. But eventually, everybody's going to get big and strong, and everybody is going to be able to match your intensity. So then, what do you resort to next, right? And a lot of players with what I like to call the raw material, the athleticism, right, that could be developed into good players. They are allowed to use the athleticism at an early age to have success and not acquire the skill set that would allow them to be better players up the road.
What is TikTok talking about? Madrid is not a possession team. What are you talking about?
That's why I just brought it up, because I'm trying to figure out if you guys.
Here's the thing, man. Here's what they do. They use aberrations to inform.
I'll be right back.
So here's the thing. So if they play Man City, they're gonna look like they're not a possession team, because Man City dominate possession. When they play anybody else, if they play Barca, it may be the same thing. When they play anybody else, they dominate possession. That people are confusing the concept.
I'm gonna answer this when I return.
Yeah.
Oh, I just said that I don't know what this statement. I'm so surprised. Do you watch La Liga?
Huh?
Does he watch La Liga? Real Madrid is not. Do you watch when Toni Kroos and Madrid is in that midfield with Camavinga or Tchouameni? What is he talking about?
Somebody's my here's the people confused.
I don't understand. Do you watch the Real Madrid team with all Zidane and those guys and Raúl playing forward, and what is this? The Benzema and Ronaldo. What is this?
So here's the confusion, Mannings, man. When you're playing Man City, if you're Real Madrid, and I have such very quick, skillful forwards, my job is to get the ball up to them as quickly as possible. But this is not just blasting the ball at the field, Mannings, man. They play the ball in the middle of the park as quickly as possible, and they get it out wide as quickly as possible. It's about speed in terms of getting the ball upfield, but it's not about giving away possession.
There you go. Here's what Omar followed. This is what people. All I am saying is this: that in the football, we have to teach the kids at the grassroots levels about ball possession. As we get into competition at the senior level, we can have variations of play, but we should not teach them not to possess the ball throughout their development.
So, Mannings, man, that's the way reasoning frustrates me, Mannings, man. Nobody's saying if I'm playing a game against a team like Man City, I may not change our play to go behind them because they play high up the field. So there's much more grass behind them from your middle to their end of the field. So I may want to get the ball between them and the goal. Nobody's saying that you got to just keep the ball tiki-taka to beat them. When they played us, Mannings, man, a year and a half ago, that's how they beat us. They get the ball up to De Bruyne at the halfway line, get to Haaland behind us because we're playing high line. Come on, guys. Simon, welcome.
Hey,
Simon,
good afternoon.
welcome. All right, you guys, give me a sec. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, it's just when Mannings had sent me a message, the CONCACAF had made a release in relation to the Next Nations League. So that's the reason why I hopped on at this stage, because CONCACAF released the pots for the next edition of the Nations League. There'll be a draw come May. Jamaica's in pot 1. So, I was just dissecting, that information. So at least we know that our September windows and our October windows, we will be active. Some people might be disappointed, but, I'm kind of happy with the idea very happy with the idea that we're actually going to use all FIFA windows all the way up to 2026. So, yep, enthralling discussion though. I've tuned in bits and bops stemming from Jamaicans returning to the island and everything like that. So I understand that, because my mother lives overseas, but when she's back to Jamaica, it's like a culture shock in some instances. You go some places, a card machine doesn't work. So I get where Manningsman's angle is coming from.
But you also contradicted Manningsman. So
no, because I came back.
Angle or anger?
Because I came back, he's trying to change. Oh, I get your Manningsman angle.
That's the quality of thought and speed of thought. But let me say this, Simon, you say, we're big now. What at Jamaica? We're big now, Simon. We're part one. We're big.
We're big? What do you mean? I don't understand.
We're in part one. So if you're in part one, that means you're
in
the region.
So
yeah, man. Big. But,
yeah, man.
Simon speak, Simon speak Jamaican. Hey, man.
I didn't learn practical university. yeah, man, with the part one, so which is good. So at least we won't face Costa Rica in the group stages of the competition. But CONCACAF have revealed information in relation to the draw come May 6th. So at least we'll have some clarity what will happen September and October. So we look forward to the draw now, who will be in our group, and eventually who will play home and away. So yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Andre. All right, before Simon finishes, come back in. Andre, TikTok had challenged you about American players and things. So you said you'd respond to that when you return. So I'm going to let you respond, and then we'll go back to Simon.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Sometimes we use the exception to make our point, but America's a very big place, and it's a massive country. There's lots of kids playing. There's a lot of clubs, and you would find that there's many different philosophies. So there would be some people who put winning at the top of what they do, and there's maybe a smaller group of people that would focus on development. So out of that pot, yes, you can get good players.
No, hold on, Carla. Let Andre finish, and then we'll come to you. Hold on, just give me a second.
I don't think you could say everybody in the United States is focused on winning. I think winning has its place, because if I'm a coach and I'm coaching a team, somebody's got to win, right? So then why not me? But I prefer win doing what we do, what we set out to do. I'm not going to compromise the integrity of what we do during the course of the week or for the past 6 months to try to win a football match with 13, 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old kids. But it's no surprise. It shouldn't be any surprise that America has developed good players. The system is improving. You look at the MLS that started sometime back in, I think, 96 or something like that. It has improved. It's a much better league. They have very good pitches, a lot of money to invest in the game. So I'm not so sure why he's disappointed in me in particular.
All right. We have a call online. Carla, good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Manningsman, and your panel and your listeners.
Yes. Yeah, man. What name do you go? What do we call you?
Mindset. I'm sometimes in your chat, but that is what my YouTube name is.
Mindset. All right. Let's hear your mindset concerning this conversation. Go ahead.
Yes, man. I'm hearing your panel talking about the whole issue of ball possession and yeah, just the whole argument around that. I was hearing 50-50, and I heard what he was saying, and he's representative of not only himself with that kind of argument that he was making. He's representative of a lot of Jamaican people. But I am glad that your panel is I'm not going to say pushing back to make this sound like a rivalry, but is making arguments to the contrary of what 50-50 was saying. Because I hear Andre a very good question and something that I wanted to ask you. When we're training in Jamaica, when we're training our kids, and when we're training, what are we asking the players to do? What are they doing in training? Because if it is what they use this aesthetic label for long kicks, what they call route one football, and you know, whatever pretty name they want to give, just kicking the ball and running it down. That is what I see a lot of Jamaican football is. So it was a good question that Andre asked, and he said, when the coaches are coaching, what are they coaching the boys to do? What are these training sessions like? Because if you're just going to play 50-50 football, which is kick the ball up top and try to get it.
Please don't say that we're going to play 50-50 football. Cranky, you're muted, Cranky. Go ahead, Carl.
It's the right way to say it, Koala. You're bright, spot on, Carl. You're spot on. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, all right. I mean the kind of football that the caller 50-50 was. Yeah. If that is the kind of football you're promoting, what is your training session like? What do you do? What are the sessions like? What do you teach? What is the coach telling the people to do? Because that kind of football is a thing that is born out of panic. As soon as you see somebody pressing you, you kick the ball loud. So where are the skills? What you're teaching the people to do? Because I don't think you have to practice to do that. You don't have to practice to make one big kick with the ball, and then whosoever up top try to get it somehow and kick it in. What kind of training does that take? So say that to get more technical with football, because that is where football is going, and that is what football is. And the next thing, management. If you're seeking players, we have a thing in Jamaica where we're seeking players. We're constantly searching for players. As soon as we get 2 foreign players or 2 players from overseas, Jamaicans who live abroad, and we put them on the team or 3. And if we play a match and we lose it, then we want to change them and try to find some new players again from overseas. And that seemed to be the modus operandi for all of the coaches who come to Jamaica, or for most of the coaches. That seemed to be our biggest idea on how to fix our football. Get some players from abroad. As soon as, if they're not successful at winning matches, we try to get some others who we claim that are better in the position. But it comes back to the same kicking the ball along and running it down. If we don't have a system where when we call these players, we have a system that we develop it, and a lot of that system has to be with possession. Because possession doesn't only mean that you're having possession to score. Sometimes you're having possession to diffuse the intensity of the game, to diffuse the pressure that the other team have us under. Sometimes that is what possession does. Sometimes possession just gives you some time to catch your breath. Sometimes possession, you have possession for that reason. You have to make the game less congested and to spread the defense of the other team and see where you can find passes. All of that is, possession does all of that, you know. The possession doesn't mean that you're moving to score all the time. Sometimes you're moving to just diffuse the pressure that you're under. So I don't know if the bigger point here is, I don't know if searching for new players all the time. I know you want, the argument against what I'm saying here is you have to have the best players in each position. I agree. But I don't know where you're going to find all the best players to play in all these positions. There's always going to be somebody else or another 2 players that somebody's going to say, oh no man, them 2 they're better than the 2 we have. Or the 1 they're better than the 1 we have. I don't think it is with the players. I think we have lots of good players. We have nearly 7 players playing in the Premier League. Or 6. And yet still we can't put together something that we think is going to be a winning formula. So is it about every minute you go to find new players? Or is it developing a system which at the base of that is learning how to possess the ball? That is what I think Jamaica needs. You know, this possession game is underrated in Jamaica, and I think it's the wrong way to go. This is my contribution.
Well said, well said. Thanks for the call. Well said. I'll hear what the panel has to say about, you know. But I like what you asked.
I want to hear from Marlon.
But we're going to hear from Marlon. But thank you so much. TikTok is going to challenge you in the comment section. So go on, check him out. All right. Yeah, all right. Let's hear from, I know Unseen has his hands up, but let's hear from Marlon, and then we'll go to Unseen.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Everyone in the chat and the panelists as well. As the caller is saying about position base, position don't just come like that, you know. It's something you have to train with, right? Of all my traveling and been around teams that are top teams and see where they train. It starts from the academy comes up, under 17, to the under 19, to the under 21, and it goes up to the senior team. So it's not something you're just gonna get up one day and say everybody's gonna play position base. If you look in CONCACAF right now, right? You look in CONCACAF right now, USA, Mexico, Panama are literally right up there when it comes to playing position-based football. Right? So, but everybody is really looking at it and say, all right, we have to possess the ball. If you look at it, if you put City, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, international football, Germany, France, England, Belgium, Holland, Spain. Look at it. The last Euro Cup winner, France, England was all possessing in Italy. Right, they lost the game. The 2018 World Cup, France was all possessing all the games they played. They won the World Cup. So possession, if you look at the club level, you can say City and Barcelona have done it, and Bayern Munich. Most of the time, when it comes to international football, the team that has the most possession, if you're going to look back from probably 2014 World Cup, Germany, and Argentina, the last World Cup. Basically, most of the possession base when it comes to international competition, they don't win. In CONCACAF might be different. USA is the powerhouse here, so it might show. If you look at South America, Copa America, same way. Argentina won it the last time. They weren't playing a lot of possession base. Right, they all possess Brazil, but when they play the smaller team like Chile and Peru, they were all possessed. So as I said,
all right, that's a good point, Marlon, because one of the key things that the caller asks though, and Andre asks is that if you're teaching a team not to possess the ball, what is your coaching session like? I think that's a very important question, you know, because do you coach not to possess the ball?
But man is every coach when they're doing a coach session, they're teaching position base. But there's a thing called game. A thing called game adil. All right. If you're basically playing a team, right? If you look at locally right now, if you look like a Mount Pleasant and Arnett who possess the ball and Portmore Cavalier, when a few are gonna play them, they're not gonna look to play a position.
Who possess the ball? Cavaliers? Possession and I ball them.
Possess against the lesser teams. They possess against those teams. But when they play more,
management, could I engage the call a little bit?
Go ahead.
He made a point about the possession teams. He mentioned international football, the teams that won and didn't necessarily possess the ball, the teams versus the team that lost. He also mentioned some club teams. I'm slightly offended that he mentioned in possession teams and he didn't mention Arsenal. Slightly offended, but that's all right. I can get past that. But you know, Spain won the World Cup as a possession team. Man City is now dominating the English league as a possession team, and they won the last Champions League. Barcelona, when they won back in 2010, when they dominated football was as a possession team. We all watch the English league, and I don't know of an English manager that plays possession football, and none of them has ever won the English league, right? It's all won by foreigners. So I'm not so sure that your perspective, the other side of, which is the other side of this argument, is the real picture.
Any response, Marlon, and then we go to unseen.
Oh no, what I've said, I was making comparison. If you're making I was just making comparison of the teams that have won the World Cup and the international competition. That most of them are not position based. That's why I could say Germany, yes, Spain 2010, Germany 2014, Argentina the last World Cup. They won a position.
Oh, I think he's talking in the finals. You're talking in the finals game, though.
No, man, overall, there's only one game Argentina was opposite in the whole World Cup was against Mexico.
So Marlon, how does 25% becomes the norm?
Huh?
If you mention 4 World Cups and 3 you say are possession-based winners, shouldn't that be what you aspire to?
Yes, but Cranky, France is a top class team.
But that's
right?
just what that's what Frankie's saying.
No, France is a unique team, though, a very unique team.
What I'm saying, France game model, when they're playing the better teams, right? They're gonna play to hit them on the counter. They're not gonna oppose them. They're not gonna oppose Belgium. They're not gonna oppose England. But when they hit them on the counter, the transition is so fast they hurt them there.
Why do you think France choose to play like
that? That's the game model they play against them. When they
why do they choose to play like that?
If they go on a position-based game with them, they're gonna lose. They play a low back and get the ball, hit them to the flanks, where you basically have them ball, them Bailey or Mbappe or whoever they have there.
Right. So you think if they had Trossard and somebody else with similar pace on the wing, you think they play like that?
Andre, they have a lot of technical players, same like a top players.
But the speed of Mbappe, the speed of the ball on the other side could be the reason why they choose to play like that.
But what I say, when they come to play against the smaller team now, they oppose them.
Right, because they have that ability.
Marlon Andre, if you look at Real Madrid today with the 2 wingers they have, and look at France with the 2 wingers they have, you get your ball to the most dangerous players as quickly as possible in the most advantageous positions. That's what those teams are doing. When Man City play Real Madrid, they're trying to get the ball out quick on the left or quick to the right and go upfield. Or get the ball to Bellingham to get it out wide, right? Because then you're vulnerable because you're coming to all the player forward. It's a counter-offensive that they utilize, which is effective. So why don't you use it? Doesn't mean they can't possess the ball. It's the most dangerous part of your game. Why won't you exploit the most dangerous part of your game to achieve an outcome?
It's your strength.
Yeah. All right, let's hear from Unseen. They said that they call him Baby Pep.
I think Pep is smaller than him. How you be Baby Pep? Pep is smaller.
Big up everybody in the chat, person on the panel. Big up
Baby Pepto-Bismol.
It's a privilege to be on I Am Sure Sports. When you come on I Am Sure Sports, you have to be lucky, you have to be special people. You understand? Anyway, man, it's fun.
Why they call it Baby Pepto-Bismol?
I don't know first when I hear that name.
I want to hear what the C license going towards B is going to say. So my chair, pull up the chair. Go on,
pull up the chair. So, first thing, listening to the caller, I think we talk about the planning sessions and so on. What is it like? And the truth is, coaches in Jamaica, we're not really planning properly, right? And some coaches are gonna feel upset about it, but it's true. Like coaches, maybe the coaches who are at the B license, A license now, maybe they're planning better now. But the ones who are just doing the C and so on, before level 2, we're not planning session properly. And at the coaching, at doing the C license, Cranky, it looking at how other persons operate and how them, try for the classes or them try to apply themselves and so. We have a lot of problem, coaching wise. A lot of problem. We're learning now that batch we're learning now we doing it better. But even me before, planning for a session is very important. This, going to the class to teach me that planning is very important. And one of the things why we resort to this Route 1 football, Simon, is because we don't do a lot of technical training. Like emphasis on the technical part of the training in Jamaica is like null and void. We're not doing a lot in that year. Like Sir Peart and the teachers at the coaching school, if you're not emphasizing on that in a session planning, you're gonna feel C license. It's one of the most important things because his philosophy is that most of the time we get some Big 12, right? Some Big 12. And throwing big and fast, Marlon, you just say, all right, kick the ball to him, control, kick back for a goal, no technical work. So you have a little small player like Manning's man, Manning's man.
Manning's man?
Yeah.
How you get me mixed up in a primary school football now? What kind of business is
No, we're not talking about the body type. So Simon, Simon's bigger than you, Manning's man small.
No, Simon, but you know that Cranky and I are the same height and size.
When you wake up, tell me. Keep going.
Cranky's about 6 foot.
You know that what? You know that I'm taller than Andre. You know I'm taller than Andre.
Anyway. So what I'm saying is that smaller child, like Manny's, like the smaller kids, they are going to focus mostly, and some of the time them work off of them own at them home. Keep the ball up on the wall and control. But the Big 12 now, him through him big and him fast and strong, and him just focus on that. Now when Manny's man get older and catch up to him now with speed and all them thing there, we don't bother need Big 12 again. So Big 12 don't learn the technical part, and I think that is one of the biggest issue in Jamaican football. But they're trying. I like what JFF is doing in terms of the coaching school. They're seeing the issue. They're teaching the coaches properly, in my opinion. Because if you go to school like Cranky and you don't come out with proper planning of session, something really wrong with you. But the emphasis on the C license, technical, C license is basically grassroots football still. The truth, basically grassroots football. So the emphasis is on technical, especially at the golden age of these kids, to get them strong technically. Yeah? And you're planning the objective of go right through all of the drill them. So your warm up, your technical warm up, your activity 1, your activity 2, your activity 3 of a link. A lot of these coaches, if you go to them training, they don't have a continuity. So if you go and watch issues, see them do some pretty drill, off of YouTube, but them don't link, so the kids them don't learn. Some pretty drill man, some Pep Guardiola drill man. But it don't make no sense because it.
Then Nancy, look how me I teach them thing. You have to go to the coaching school to learn them. Because me I tell us you have to plan your session. Everything have to connect.
The Manning's man have pro license, people never know.
Why?
Why? Football? Football?
Why? All right. So why is it?
Man, before you go further, man, I think this is very important what Ansing is saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. Boy.
Because Ansing is going through the process now, right? Because what normally happens is the coaches who are coaching were never really coached the right way. So all they do is create bad habits, which they pass on to others, and it goes from generation to generation. So what Ansing is doing is getting the practical that he has learned, and now he's learning in the classroom and be able to apply it in a manner which is going to be effective for him. I think it's important.
Yeah, and I think that he said that
so we need
important.
Proof. Can we get some proof that Ansing is learning? We know he's going to the classes. So Ansing, can I ask you a question?
Hey, no.
I want to ask him a question.
No, hold on. Before you ever say anything more, it's not. We must celebrate this moment and clip it, because it's not often we get this kind of reasoning from Ansing, So, but I will say this: the point he made about having a big 12-year-old, because the development of the players are different, and that is true. That normally this is what I was saying, why teaching possession and all of these basic things are important from grassroots, because we are so wired to win. When you see a big, strong, muscular player at 12, he's going up against Because remember, in Jamaica, we have under 12, and we don't have under 10, under 11, under 12, under 9. We don't have that system. So sometimes in your under 14 team, you have a big 14-year-old playing against a very small 12. So what they do, they just say, listen, all right, them man, they can't mark you, and you see the man little. Just put your body on him, and they kick the ball to him to just get it, run and score, because the objective is to win. And so when that said player goes and plays in the under 15 Caribbean competition against 15-year-old that are his size, you realize the disparity in all of that now, because now he's not bigger, he's not faster, everything physically is equal. And this is where now you need the technical abilities, the tactical awareness, the system development, so that we can match up at that age group. But that's my point. And then Andre, and then I see Gunner's boss asking for Simon to speak. So, but go ahead, Andre, you were going to say something.
No, Simon could go ahead. I was just going to ask, and see, he was just sharing what he's learning in the C license course. So how is his session different now to how it was before?
So more planning, you know. So if you're planning for a 1 hour session, you need like 2 hour planning. I was in the class. You know, they gave us a topic to do a plan a session on, and I'm telling you, like, if you really want to do put properly objective base, it's going to take you more than an hour to really plan it properly. You understand me, Cranky? Take your hour to really get everything what you want, you know. And sometimes people may think that you should go complex, and the simplest thing, you know, mean more, you know. I mean, that from Ducky one at a time, none of them Ducky. The simple mean more. Sometimes I want this fancy drill and this drill, the simplest drill, give the kids them a better understanding of what you want them to do on the field. So I learned that, and it makes sense when Sir Pierre kind of break it down. So if it, on the field you're teaching or you're coaching, and there's a problem, or you're doing something that is higher than the kids' level, him stop and say, well, you don't do it one different way. Kind of simplify it for them. And it still get the same outcome.
Yeah. Let me just say this. Like, a lot of things TikTok and I don't share. But I've shared this before. One of the issues in Jamaica as well is the time that people have to spend with the kids. Because a lot of our kids train after school, and they have to get home by a particular time.
Sure.
So everything is crammed into a very small space. Jamaican kids do not play enough football. When you're in the States, when you leave school, you go home, you have dinner, you do homework, and you get to football at 6 o'clock. So you have sessions from 6 to like 7:30, an hour and a half, and then a next age group, and a next age group, and a next age group. All of those things. We don't have that in Jamaica. So when a coach gets the kids, school finishes at 3 or 2:30. Those kids have like an hour for those who have to, they have a school bus that picks them up, or a private vehicle that pick them up. They have exactly an hour. By the time they get to the field and to change and all of that, especially those who have extra lesson, the time is not sufficient. That is why it must be done through the academies where they are there on a regular basis. How they go and balance that with their schoolwork is a next issue in Jamaica. But we need more fields that facilitate football late in the evening times and stuff. We have Dwight online, but Dwight, before I come to you, Simon, what do you have to say on this matter that we're discussing? Because I know you have not been saying a lot, so you can share your opinion with us, please.
I mean, honestly, on this, because just like Mr. Speed earlier, I have been multitasking, but you know what I would say a bit earlier when you're talking about style, etc. For me, it's results over the aesthetics. That's just for me personally. When you were discussing earlier about style of play and everything, for me, it's results first. You know, results at all costs in a fair way that abides by the rules of the game. So, you know, that's it from that standpoint. And I don't want to go on a tangent before the other questions or areas, so you can continue.
Oh, all right. So let's get Dwight, and then we'll come back to some of the marketing stuff. All right, Sir Dwight, welcome to the show. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I was just watching a YouTube link that I posted, and Terry Henry said it perfectly. When Spain looks at talent identification, they look for players who are able to read the game first, analyze the game, move to position first. Then they look for the height, the strength, and the other factors. So they look for technically intelligent. They look like tactically intelligent players and technically intelligent players. Where you see in the system in Jamaica quite a bit. You see these 16-year-olds and even 19-year-olds playing Man and D Cup, and you look at them and say, put that young man against a 21-year-old. Can he do the same? Can he dominate the same way? But Jamaica is making a step forward with identifying players like I say, a Kaheem Dixon. We're valuing those players more. Good on the ball, make intelligent decisions on the ball, and also Jamaica's also looking at, and you see how Grimson even bring them more into the senior team. Players like Karoya Anderson, guys who are younger but are able to think the game faster and correctly. They're not looking for the big size or the fast. They're looking for the tactical intelligence. So that video that I posted on the YouTube, Terry Henry explains it exactly. It starts with talent identification. Like Unseen would say, I don't know about when Unseen looks at a team and he goes and they have a tryout. Oh, the guy's big. No, it should be look at the guys that have the tactical intelligence on the ball that can read the game. And those are the ones that in the long term will do better. So that's just my 2 cents there.
All right. Thank you. All right, do it. Yeah, man. Good call. All right. All right. So we're going to just do a little segue just because Simon is here and he says that he's multitasking. All right. So Cranky, I know you were asking some stuff about the marketing stuff. Simon, you can shed any light on that? Because I think the press conference was about 876 stream. I think Mr. Speed was trying to help us that they are. It is there is some global reach to it, but it is geared towards getting more fans in the game, like attending the games. And I know he mentioned that it is to get like the diaspora attending games in Canada, but we're kind of asking how does that impact what is happening in England and the rest of Europe where we have players playing and people are aware of brand Jamaica. Just give it what based on what you heard probably in the press conference. I don't know if Cranky has any other questions or he wants to word it. Yeah.
Well, remember there was even a press release sent out yesterday as well. So even in the lead and the second paragraph, it speaks about what Stream's purpose would be in this particular role and process. What exactly is their responsibility moving forward for the next few years? So if you want to bring it up and share with your viewers, no problem. But essentially, the role would be in terms of marketing all the national teams and play a role in attracting sponsors to the federation and also assist when it comes to tickets for games as well. You know, it highlights those things. The release also had a quote from Mr. Chung and also Mr. Rashid Hall, who is a director of Stream as well, in those aspects of things. The questions you had asked in relation to the monetary and figures and stuff like that, certainly that would be a conversation for Mr. Ricketts and Mr. Chung. But the release highlights exactly what Stream's role would be in this process.
How does Stream get compensated?
I believe, as Mr. Speed said earlier, there would be a commission. But I don't have the details of percentages or anything like that. That certainly would be a conversation for Mr. Chung or Mr. Ricketts to outline.
Because commission is an interesting term to use in this context. So if I'm marketing to a large population, what am I using as my basis to judge how much you have contributed to the increase, for example, in attendance? How am I determining that, right? Because it may just be by osmosis that it happens, not because you as 876, what their name is, Stream, are the ones who allow me to generate.
Yeah, that's a good question.
How does that work?
Yeah, that's a good question. How do you measure whether
Yeah.
this is the momentum of the team's success or the influx of players of a particular caliber that is attracting the increase in attendance as an example?
Especially coming off the success we have had in the Nations League and going to Copa America, which may by itself increase enthusiasm, increase visibility.
Yeah, that's a good
I just want to
question.
judge. I just want to judge that.
Yeah, so that's why I think perhaps Monday or sometime next week, Manning's having a representative, having two stakeholders on, whether it might be Mr. Ricketts, perhaps a Rashid Hall as well, would perhaps give more clarity in relation to those the metrics of things.
I'll try to get either Mr. Chung or Mr. I think I'm going to try and get Mr. Ricketts on over the weekend, and hopefully someone from 876 Stream during the week. But the under 18, under 20 team, they're away. You can tell us about those fixtures and stuff with Coach Lenworth Hyde, and then there's the under 17 team as well in preparation. And I know CONCACAF just put out the Nations League, what the Nations League is going to look for. So yeah, I know you normally have that sort of information. Can you shed some light for us on that?
Yeah, certainly. So in terms of the Nations League, I'll start with that because that's the latest right now from CONCACAF. Jamaica will once again play in the group stages of the Nations League. Jamaica is in pot 1. Why is it that Jamaica are playing in the Nations League group stage again? Because we're ranked 5th in CONCACAF, and it's only those teams ranked in the top 4 in CONCACAF that are in the quarterfinals of the competition. So Jamaica are 5th in CONCACAF and will be in the group stages once more. Similar format to last year, 2 matches at home, 2 matches away. There's going to be 2 teams in the group that Jamaica won't play, and also a scenario where you're going to play a team on the road that you don't necessarily play at home. And in terms of this dynamic of things as well, if we top our group in the group stage, then that means that we'd face either Canada or Panama in the quarterfinals, So that's something that we're mindful about for this upcoming cycle as well, so that we can progress further along.
I'm going to tell you why I think there is this CONCACAF thing, and CFU need to the CFU need to do something, because last time around they had this whole thing was later. I think these people know that maybe Canada would fall out of the top 4 because their friendly game, it's like 30 points that separates like 5th place from where Canada is at, right between those the points, the points gap. I feel like they did this earlier this year than they did last Nations League, because I think Canada has a friendly against the Netherlands coming up in the next break. I feel like Canada is going to lose. Jamaica will probably win their 2 games, and other teams, and there is a chance that Canada could have fallen out of the top 4 and they would have to play in the group stages. So they did it before. That's just my
Mannings,
thought.
I'm going to be very, very objective with you. And the last Nations League cycle, the seedings they used was March 2023, and the seedings they're using this time is March 2024. So I'm being objective with you that they're using the same month for the rankings.
Same month.
All right. So I'm just being clear.
All right, that's a problem. All right. If someone says it's the same month, it is the same month. But
Simon, is it the same concept that Europe used for their Nations League equivalent? Because I would think where you finish would also have an impact versus just where you're ranked in CONCACAF.
No, it's not the same, because UEFA doesn't have a quarterfinal round or semifinal round. No, nothing like that. So you would have groups of 3 in their league A, B, C in UEFA. So it's not the exact same format. No. The only different dynamic to this Nations League is that it's a qualifier for the Gold Cup for next summer. That's the only different dynamic for this edition of the Nations League. But again, at least every single FIFA window will have at least 2 matches. And that in itself is match sharpness, match practice. So that's a positive in our favor, having that consistency of games.
Match sharpness, I agree. Practicing more long balls, I agree. Keep going, man.
Yeah. All right. The U18s, tell us a little bit about that.
Right. The U18 teams that are going to, in terms of the Turkey, in terms of those matches, Saudi Arabia on April 22, Turkey on the 24th, and Mali on the 27th. And as a result of those results, that they would have a cross zone on April 30. So 3, guaranteed games, we know, cross zone on the 30th. So great, in terms of preparation, this UEFA friendship tournament. It's a new initiative, and it's supposed to create opportunities, for teams across different football confederations. So a great opportunity for these players. Some of them may never have left the shores of Jamaica, and getting this experience, this match sharpness, being led by Coach Lenny Hyde and also assisted by Coach Rudolph Austin. I believe Andrew Sewell is the goalkeeper coach as well. So, a good technical staff, heading off as well to Turkey. So, it's a great opportunity, and hopefully a big one where we can yield some positive results as well.
Okay, and then there is also an under-17 camp for local talent. They have had some in North America with Coach Freddie Butler and Carlton Simmons. I think begins today, this evening. I think the first session is at 5 at the Captain Horace Burrell Center, and that is in preparation, part of the preparation for the August tournament qualifiers.
Yes, and which makes this under-17 cycle so compelling, because the World Cup is now expanded to 48 teams. CONCACAF already has 4 spots, but when you add in the dynamic of a 48-team World Cup, CONCACAF is going to therefore have more spots, which increases the chances. So that's just why these under-17 tournaments moving forward, men and women, it's an exciting period. Because even the women's tournament is expanding from 16 to 24 teams. So more spots.
And how many spots CONCACAF already have? 2 in the women's.
CONCACAF already has 3 on the women's side of things. So an expectation would be at least 1 more. It's only because DOMREP is hosting the tournament why CONCACAF doesn't have 3 qualification spots for this 2024 cycle. But yeah, CONCACAF has 3 spots for under-17 girls. So
also, Dominica has 1 already, so there are only 2 spots left.
Correct, right? Yeah, for this cycle, this 2024 cycle. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but for the next 5 under-17 men's World Cup, it will be in Qatar, and then the women's side of things will be in Morocco. So that's how it will be for the next 5 under-17 men's and women's World Cup. So you have a consistent host, So that's a different dynamic. We haven't seen that before ever in terms of hosting tournaments. You could say it's a plus because you don't have to ask this country to build X amount of stadiums. You at least have that set, training facilities, match venues. You have the hotels already. So at least it's set in their ways. But I like the idea of a tournament every year versus every 2 years, because, you have an age group that will miss out. You know what I'm saying? Like when we went to the under-17 World Cup in 2011, that was an age group for people born in 94. We had so much people born late 93 that could have been part of that squad, like a Damian Lowe, for an example, was born 93, amongst others that were born that year. So yeah, I like the idea of every year. So yeah, looking forward, and all the best to Coach Freddie and his staff as well for what I said.
All right, coming to you, I'm doing. Andre has a question for you, Simon.
Okay.
Simon, how are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing okay. Hope you're well.
Good. Couldn't be better. Question for you: the Friendship Cup that the Jamaica under 18 team is attending. I think I read an article somewhere that CONCACAF has been invited. I'm not sure if that was correct. But my question to you is, was CONCACAF invited? What was the process for getting? Because I believe Guatemala is there as well. What was that process for these 2 teams from CONCACAF getting?
Yeah, it's 8 nations from 5 different confederations, and you're right. So CONCACAF, Guatemala would be the other team from the confederation of CONCACAF. In relation to why is it that Jamaica was selected or Guatemala, I'm not sure. But for us to be in this tournament of this magnitude, I'm pleased with it, because, like I said, you even have teams like Ecuador in it, Morocco, Slovakia. So
I think Andre is trying to figure out what was it, Chile?
I was gonna say management, but I know the question.
Yeah, he's trying to say, okay, but what's that going on with? Why are we not in this? Yeah,
I think you should speak to the new president, Mr. Kieran Edwards.
Well, it didn't happen on his clock, so it might be somebody else we need to speak to.
All right. Listen. We also have big JPL games coming up. As well. Big thing. Marlon team is sitting comfortably, and well, I don't know if Unseen have a team, but Marlon team is at least sitting comfortably in the semifinals already. That's Mount Pleasant. There's also Cavaliers who is sitting there. We have Arnett Gardens, Waterhouse, Portmore, and Arnett Garden, Water, Tivoli Gardens are the other teams. Simon, give us your take. The games Monday, Sabina Park. Tickets are out for sale. I mean, what are your takes on these playoffs? And then I'll get here from Marlon, and then we'll segue back to some other football. But yes.
Yeah, exciting time.
And then, sorry, hold on, Simon. Before you get Simon, Cranky, I want you and Andre to think about this after we finish this. Here's what I want you to think about. Is England really the best competition when they only have one English team remaining in Europe? But let's talk to Simon and Marlon about big up TikTok and thanks for this, Simon. All right.
For the record, I don't have to think about it. Okay? Just for the record.
Okay. All right. I said TikTok. I'm just asking Simon, what is your relationship with 876 Stream, where you're just a freelancer and sing?
It's no secret that I've done interviews on that platform for Jamaica Premier League matches.
Okay. That is the nature of the relationship. There you go, TikTok. But thanks for the super sticker. But he answered. He said he has done stuff on it for the Jamaica Premier League. So there you go. All right. So Simon, tell us about Monday night at Sabina Park. Big things happening. Who playing? I don't know if you have a pick, but I know I have a pick. My pick is Mount Pleasant.
Your pick is Mount Pleasant. That's what you just said?
Yeah, man. Mount Pleasant for the championship, you know. So it don't matter who play who or who get to who, but Mount Pleasant. But go ahead.
Yeah, playoffs, because the playoffs at Sabina Park last year was extremely exciting. It was great to see, even in a quarterfinal stage, to see how Sabina Park was filled up. Even parking in and out caused some congestion. So it's great to see that vibes and that excitement again at this time around. So yeah, Waterhouse is playing against Tivoli and Arnett Portmore. Arnett Portmore is a mouth-watering one. It's interesting that you have one of the giants that will be out in the quarterfinal stage. And that's why in both of these games, the second leg is incredibly important. But, you look at how Waterhouse was able to rally late on into the playoffs. That was a great run from them. And Tivoli, perhaps they would have felt like they should have finished in the top two, and as they were lingering there for quite some time. But yeah, the second leg is where everything can come into full force. But, in terms of who will join the likes of Cavalier and Mount Pleasant, it could be a situation where you have Arnett and Tivoli, that's what I think. But let's see, because we've seen stranger things in football. But I hope all these 6 teams recognize the importance, because top 3 qualifies for CONCACAF Caribbean Club, and the 4th place team heads to the CONCACAF Caribbean Club Shield. So I hope teams understand the importance of these tournaments, what it will mean monetary-wise and exposure as well, because you're talking about ESPN, you're talking about 100 million people watching you and getting to know your team, your faces. So they recognize that you're 2 wins away, 3 wins away from putting yourself on a more regional and global stage.
All right, Marlon, know you're a Mount Pleasant fan. First, what say you? You're muted. Oh, we're not hearing you. We're not hearing him. We're not hearing Marlon. What is going on? I don't know. I am not hearing you. Anybody else hearing him? No, not hearing you. All right, just sign out and sign back in and see if it will come up. We're not hearing Unseen. We know Unseen support Arnett Gardens. He support Mount Pleasant. He supports Cavaliers. I'm not sure if he can say anything where this is concerned. But hello, management.
His background, because he's not in it.
Yeah. Well, there. This was hello, management. Are you a coach or something of that sort?
You have a license. What license do you have, management?
Yeah, I did license in the States. Right. Yeah, but I don't have a pro license like other things. But I do coach, but I prefer I run a team. They're supposed to be playing in center, but I'm not sure that I have the time to take on all of that again. I used to do it as a means of giving back and it has done tremendous work. So I do operate a football team, and I coach them all the way up to almost getting into the Premier League until a particular team with a particular person came into the parish with a particular amount of money, and then you know,
Yeah.
money is very important.
If people go through the archives, they'll see Manningsman name in articles of different mainstream in football. People that are
Management, gentlemen, I have to jump. I have a meeting at 4 o'clock, so I have to jump. I appreciate the opportunity
man.
to be on, and I'll talk to you guys.
All right. So, Andre, just before you go, quickly, the football, one English team left in Europe. Best league?
Look, I think it's the best marketed league in Europe. In terms of quality of football, they have a lot of money. And the league is watched in many places, and they market it very well. I think in terms of quality of football, I think the Spanish football, the top teams in the Spanish league, I think we see better football in that league if you watch that league as well.
Okay. All right. There you go, Andre. All right. Blessing. All right.
All right. Talk to you guys.
Man. Yeah, man. All right. So, Solji, you can call back when you're ready. We just lost Solji. He was on the line. So Solji, you can call back. Yeah, Cranky, what say you? And then we're gonna come back to our discussion that we're having. But one English team left, Aston Villa, in the Conference League, right? West Ham, Liverpool got knocked out, City got knocked out, Manchester, Arsenal got knocked out. Go ahead.
So we sometimes conflate tournament football with playing 38 games in the league. It's two totally different things. Tournament football has so many dimensions to it, and based on probably ability, but luck, referee, so many different things affect that. Versus when they're playing 38 games, normally better teams will win. So, 3-4 years ago, it was a Chelsea Man City final. I didn't hear a lot about this English league as good. Then we had Madrid winning, but Liverpool was there. Then we had last year we had City winning. It's gonna happen. It's a cycle. It does happen. We didn't have any Italian leagues in it, teams in it. Does it mean the Italian league is not good? Last year we were in the final, so it varies, right? I mean, this year we had 3 Spanish teams in the last 8, and now we have 1 left in the semifinal. Does that mean the Bundesliga is better? Because they have 2 teams, and they have 1 in the Europa League semifinal. I think
is the Bundesliga better? That's a question. That's a real question.
I don't think so, management. I do think it's interesting actually, whereby the English league have the most money. The question is, are they buying the best talent or just buying ready-made talent when the Dutch league, the Bundesliga can bring in younger players who have a lot of potential, which may translate to actuality in a short period of time. Brighton is a perfect example, right? Brighton is the most profitable team probably in the world, frankly. And all they're doing is having babies playing their team because they go and search for the best players, young players they can find, bring them in, improve them, and sell them on. So it varies. I don't think you can judge which league is the best. I don't agree with Andre, by the way. I think the Spanish league have 3.5 teams most times.
Robbie saying, cut it out. If all those English teams were left, you guys would be saying how great Prem is.
Yes, that is true. That is true.
So now that they're not in, and I mean, you have a Bayern.
It doesn't mean you're not great because they're not in.
Okay. Because people are going to say, but Bayern Leverkusen has not lost a game all season and all of those things. In the top,
they should have lost yesterday to West Ham, frankly. So yes, they're a good team, and it's hard to stay unbeaten, but they could have lost to West Ham yesterday.
Okay. All right, Marlon, what do you see on that? And then give us your JPL predictions.
Yeah, I think the cereal has grown over the past 2 seasons. La Liga has got more competitive this season as well. As you have Girona, who came up and was a part of vying for the title up until up to January. So I think Germany, Leverkusen has done a fantastic job this season. I think it's the first time But the warning sign was there for Brian for the past 4 seasons. Last year, Darman should have won it. Yeah, I think the year before Red Bull was there with them, and they gave it away the last 5 games. Dartman gave it away last year and the last day. They literally, because the warning sign was there for them. So for Munich not winning this season, it's not surprising. But I think for the longest while, I think 2019, I think this probably might be one of the tightest Premiership running for the championship. Right, still not decided as yet. Italy has decided a long time ago. Spain has already decided. Germany the same way. Basically, you can say the same for France. Portugal, bit and bit. I think they're like 2 points different. So the Premier League is still the number 1 league here. Because if you go by the magnitude of all the teams.
Sorry, Marlon. We just said this and then you continue. Atalanta drop ball pan Liverpool still in the minute. Tell no line. They didn't look like a team. Like Liverpool is a big side. Let's keep this, Atalanta look like they could score on Liverpool every time they attack.
I think if Atalanta didn't sold their better players over the past 3 seasons. Remember, I think was before pandemic they got to the a Champions League quarterfinal there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they were close to winning the league 1 season. Right. I think they.
Yeah, but I think Liverpool has taken a step back, man. Look at Liverpool.
I think so.
Games. Something is wrong in Liverpool's team. Something is not right in Liverpool's team.
I think Palace, so
missing goals after they can't. Saka got a tap in yesterday. Man, you could score that even in your advanced age. You could score that yesterday.
The one that the keeper came out and he kicked it.
The ball bounced the right way, man. It bounced the right way. All you have to do is put it straight. You kick it out.
The one they pass in front of the goal. I think it's confidence level enough. I think confidence level. But if you look at it, they have got lucky a couple of games and they have won later now.
Yeah.
Joy. So but I said it. I said City know how to come and take the title this last part of the season. And Arsenal was there last year. They came and took it back out of Arsenal and for them to be third and coming back there. I said to a couple of persons, they're like, no, is it Arsenal, Liverpool? I said, guess what? They have had players who are proven, and they did it last year. So I said, if even the games running, I saw a poor Man U side went to Anfield in what December, and Liverpool didn't beat them, and the same thing because Man U will play 25 minutes of football or 20 minutes of football. So if they catch you on that 20 minutes they play, and that's what they did to Liverpool. They caught them on the 20 minutes of football they play because Liverpool dominate them in the first half, didn't score. So I think the confidence is not there.
But listen, all right, let me tell you this. Like, to be honest, Arsenal struggled through the Champions League, we only won 1 game away, and I think
we're struggling in Europe, period.
Right.
Yeah.
The truth is also Aston Villa should have lost,
Yeah, the keeper dropped the ball. Yes, I agree.
Lille outplay them,
man. Lille was a better team, the 2 leg. And for me, man, I said earlier on JD program, I said all the English team.
Want to talk to you after years.
No, so if you want to talk to me after the ear, you can't call me on the ear.
Me know you there because me come and me look.
Yeah, all right then.
Cranky, I said it. I said all English team are getting knocked out.
Yeah. Now we've been poor in Europe, and our manager doesn't help us. Yeah.
But you know that because remember also you had Roma and AC Milan playing. See, when you look at it, it's a lot of.
That was a really good game.
Yeah,
that was a good game, and the Benfica Marseille game was good as well.
The English teams have not fared well in Europe.
No, they've been poor. Man City could have won that game though. De Bruyne hit the ball for the bar where he should have put the ball on target, right? That was the difference.
Cranky.
Yeah.
Cranky. I said it, and I said the other morning on JD show, I said, guess what? If they didn't beat, they should have won the game because it's for the longest while, not even when Barcelona was in prime, they had Real Madrid defending that.
And the ropes like that, yeah?
And the ropes like that, right? And remember, no, they came from behind. So I think Ancelotti really, because in Spain, they were ripping City apart.
Hey, Marlon, for the life of me, I would never play that game without Doku in my starting lineup. Because
I said it.
he cannot be marked one-on-one by nobody in football can mark him one-on-one.
Nobody.
Yeah, why did Pep start Foden and De Bruyne? Why didn't, because the first...
No, you should start Grealish. You should have started Grealish. Grealish doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
Martins, I said it. I said I would have gone with Alvarez in this game. Because Alvarez has something, his rotation of the front three. I'd have gone with him. But because the goal machine is there, he hasn't shown up.
Then you can't call a man who didn't show up goal machine.
Well, that's what they call him, goal machine. He hasn't showed up. But the thing about him, when Foden and Bernardo is in the team, right? Bernardo's gonna play on the left hand side. Foden will be in the center, right? De Bruyne has more playing as a box to box. Rodri is there because they're really playing what? Basically 4-1, 4-1-5, 5-1, right? But if you look at it, Grealish was going there, but Grealish is not getting past the player. He's beating the player, but he's beating the player and cutting up, moving away from him. When Doku is direct, he's coming straight at you. So it's either you're gonna foul him and give him a penalty, you're gonna get beaten there. Because I don't see no defender stopping him one-on-one. The closest person I see come close to try to shut him down was Wan-Bissaka to an instant. His power and his pace, nobody's stopping him.
First he does Marlon, he stops the ball and he makes you make a decision.
Yeah.
Right?
Are they gonna dive in and say themselves what? Are you gonna foul him?
Yep.
And if you're gonna foul him, you're not gonna tackle him in front of you and foul him. You're either gonna kick him from beside, or when he beat you, you're gonna tackle him from behind.
He came in the game and Real Madrid running scared. I'm telling you, you watch that game, you watch him come in the game,
Brethren,
change the game.
Cranky. Real Madrid had an old back line.
Yeah.
For the most part. And
No, but you know what they have? They have dynamic forward line though.
Yeah.
Dynamic front four. That's what they have.
But the truth is, like Kyle Walker, like I read Kyle Walker, you know. The man really locked down. What's his name, you know?
All the time. Like, it's a regular thing.
What you have to give Kyle? I think Kyle is one of the. I think Kyle, Wan-Bissaka, and Alfonso.
You call Kyle and Wan-Bissaka?
No. I'm talking about one-on-one defending.
One-on-one defending.
One-on-one defending.
Big time defender.
Wan-Bissaka.
Right?
Yeah, big time.
Yes, one-on-one defending.
Big time defender. Big time. No, but can't give him a penalty to Liverpool. Wait till him play against Liverpool. I'm playing on the left side with Mark Salah.
Yeah, but
you think it's by chance to go on the left side to Mark Salah? He's the one who put on Salah. For a reason.
Okay.
No, big time defender, man. Big time defender.
Yeah, man. When it comes to one-on-one defending, it's very, very hard to get past them because they're really game good. I think Wan-Bissaka, his recovery speed and his tackling, he use up. But Kyle, his IQ when it comes to football, one of the best out there.
The only people my person say burn Kyle, two people. Sterling earlier this year when he was playing some football, he's not playing again, and Saint Maximin against City when he just
said minimum.
Yeah, said minimum.
Frankie, you know when I give Wan-Bissaka his ratings? Last year when Manu went to Newcastle, and Maxima was full 100 blasts before he break down in the 70th minute. He took Wan-Bissaka inside out and he didn't get past him.
Yeah, man. Wan-Bissaka ridiculous one-on-one. Ridiculous.
I see. Let me just, Aldin is asking if we will take Haaland. The striker in the Premier League that I think fits Arsenal right now is Isak at Newcastle.
So Watkins fits us. Ali Watkins fits us.
You know Watkins will be the ideal striker for you. He run behind the back line.
Yeah.
He finishing is good. He'll hold up players good. Isak is more. Isak is a man who lead the line, but he tends to go out on the flank a lot. You want somebody who's gonna run. He can bully bully the defenders as well.
The only thing about Isak is this: when he gets you one-on-one, it's over. When he gets on the last man one-on-one, or even 1-on-2, he seems to find a way to get the ball on target, which we don't have with Jesus, who's playing. Jesus plays the 10 and the 6.5. Jesus don't play center forward. He's never is he in the box and the ball comes across the box. That's why we don't cross that ball that much. But Watkins though plays across the entire forward, right? He can go wide and go wide and go in. He's brilliant.
The thing about him, Cranky, is an old-fashioned number 9. But what he does, he stay between the two centre half. He can drag them out. He can drag them on both flank, and he can go on a foot speed and muscle them out there. And he have the skill set to get past them. And his composure in front goal is very good.
I feel like it's a link-up play is better than Ali Watkins, and I feel like
Isak is better
link-up play.
Ali Watkins link-up play is ridiculous.
One-on-one. I think one-on-one.
One-on-one Isak is better.
And where I give Isak the advantage over Allen. If he's coming in from the flank, he's more dangerous. But if you're going about running towards the defender, I will give Ali Watkins that over him. So both of them have their strengths.
I like Tony, and not because Tony would probably fit us that well because Tony doesn't press.
Well, Tony will
I don't think Tony is good one-on-one. I don't think him can
his link-up play is brilliant.
Yeah, his link-up play, but I don't think he can shift like a man and
no. That's not that's what he does. No. But what he does really well is he, like how Antonio does, he holds the defense up really well. His link-up passing and passing behind the defense is better than people think it is. People don't really see that really well. But if you watch Brentford play, when he played with them Boomer, brilliant.
You know what he has done? What he has done recently, he's coming more into midfield, putting the ball down to the channel, and then darting back to the 18-yard box to finish off a chance. And we have also remember that he was out of football for 8 months.
That's true. He doesn't beat people like you're saying with Isak.
No, he doesn't have that skill set. He doesn't have that skill set.
Yeah, but we have to get one of those forwards because we don't have a centre forward. We don't have a centre forward. We don't have any wingers either. I know people think that Saka is the next coming up, whatever. I ask people this all the time. This year, Mannings, man, if you look at Saka ratings and if they're fair ratings, even though his stats are off the chart, his goal contributions off the chart, he's mainly a 5 and a 6 most of the year now. For most games he played now. Even though you look at his scoring, and he's probably the best as a winger in the Premier League. His scoring and assists. I know Palmer is up there now with 20 goals, but half a penalties or 9 penalties.
But thank you.
Yeah.
If you look at it now, in the Premier League now, which winger scores the ball apart from Dwight McNeil?
Dwight McNeil, Neto does when he feels like it.
Yeah, but Neto does, but Neto both of them, but Neto tend to drift inside a lot. Because if Saka squares it, the only time Saka will square it unless he cuts right and cut left.
But it's not you know why he doesn't square it? Because there's nobody in the box to square it too.
Hold on. Duckland, you're talking about Man U level ballers. Like, who wants to go to Man U right now to play with Eric Ten? You believe so?
Man, we talking the team, the top 4 and top 5. We're not talking behind us.
Man U need a whole over bypass, man.
Exactly,
we're talking about the team. Talking about the teams who are fighting for the title.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? But you know, Man U and Chelsea, both of them in the same box right there.
I think Chelsea's better off than Man U, actually.
Hey, you know that I think Chelsea going to finish ahead of Man U, though.
Yeah?
Like, look, Chelsea have drawn and lost games, which is hard to draw and lose.
I feel like Chelsea going to finish ahead of Man U this season.
Look what Chelsea is, and they still a draw with Sheffield when they're up 2-0.
I think what Chelsea have done what the top team have done. They've beaten the top teams or draw with them, and then they either draw or lose to the small teams.
Yes, because
so
they're kids, right? It's kids. They get up for the big teams. They can't get up for the small.
Yeah, so I think Pochettino will come and prepare tactically different from when he playing the top 6 team, but when he goes up against the other teams, they take it for sure. Even when they're up 2-0 against Burnley, and they could almost lose the game as well.
Yeah, I don't know why that happens to them because they have good players actually. I mean, Palmer is good. Their midfield is good. Gallagher, they need to replace Gallagher, in my view. He is a workhorse. Defensively, also, they have some young defenders who are a little bit rash.
They have some excellent young defenders, but I guess as a team, they have come together as yet. Because for me, I think the game against Man U, I think Disasi was very, very good in that game. They're the one treat you. Bernard Shelley hasn't been fully fit. Coyle is out again. But you see, when you buy a lot of players,
Chilwell is out, James is out. They have a lot of people out. James has been out also.
Right?
Yeah.
I think what they do, they had the money, so they spent and bought a lot of young players.
Yeah.
But as we've seen worldwide, we can never seen a young team that has won the Premiership or won an elite title in the top 5 league.
So the goal is not to. So the guy who owns Chelsea, Bowley, who people are criticizing, don't realize how brilliant he is financially, and this is a business for him, right? So when he give people 8-year contract, there's a rationale behind it. You read his history. He bought the Dodgers also.
Yeah.
He came up through doing what they call high yield credit, is where he made his name in, like a brilliant person, brilliant financially. Now, he may need to learn the football element of what it is, but the financial component of the football, he understands fully. Now, he may seem like an idiot what he has done, but trust me, he ain't no fool. Ain't nobody's fool.
Yeah, because most of the young players that they bought there are 6 years and 7 years contracts.
Yep.
So anybody gonna come in for them, they have a big release class to pay.
And here's the thing too about Americans too. Americans don't believe in this thing in terms of just renegotiating the contract like they do in Europe. They'll do it for some people like Palmer, but they ain't gonna do it for everybody, right? So unless you're exceeding expectation by a bit, you may not get a contract renewal. So your 6-7 year contract gonna stick in place until they get rid of you.
Definitely, but if you look at him, I think not next season. I think 25, 26, they're gonna be a threat.
Yeah, man, they have a lot of good players and they get better next season, right? I mean,
Right,
think about it. And Congo hasn't played this season, but a few games.
Yeah, was Lavia same way as
Lavia
been out.
this season. James has been out most of the season. Chilwell has.
Yeah,
They have almost 3.5 starters. Lavia may not start, but they have a lot of good players who haven't played. Sterling hasn't fired this season.
Well, I think for them still, I think the breakout star for them still is definitely Cole Palmer.
Yeah. No, he's good.
I think barring injury, he's on his way to the Euros.
You wonder if he's going to play for Saka at some point, because Saka to me hasn't played well. Saka gets outcome, he has results.
Well, I think seniority and experience in the national team. I think remember, Southgate has players that he has his trust in.
Yeah, but English press will not take nothing but winning the Euro as the outcome.
I don't see them winning it.
They have a chance. I mean, if
they have a chance, they will be favorite, but I don't see them winning it.
But think about their front. I mean, their defense is a shambles, right? But their front line, if you have Bellingham and Palmer and Saka and Kane and whoever on the left, probably a Bowen or a Grealish over it is, it's a decent front line. It's a decent front line.
You see the thing, I think Declan gonna be more the more freedom that he have to go forward at Arsenal. Will he be disciplined now in England team now?
He's gonna play the 6 for England, right? Because the midfield.
Yeah, he's gonna play 6, but is he gonna hold that discipline that he used to be? Remember, when they were the best, they had him and Phillips playing together.
The problem is he has to stay deep, right? Because
because it's gonna be him and Bellingham. Bellingham's gonna go forward.
And Bellingham's gonna go forward, so he has to play.
Right.
Yeah, but so he also has to play 3 at the back, and so I'm not sure what he's gonna do.
But I think the best formation for England is a 4-2-3-1. If they go 4-4-3, that means they're gonna bring Foden in to play deep.
It's gonna be they're gonna play Foden in the 10. That's why it'll be most effective for Man City, and it's why everyone is clamoring for him to play. So he has to play in the 10.
You have to give him a free run. Yeah, but at the same time, their team, even yesterday I was talking to somebody from London, they were like, if Morgan Gibbs White even think he's gonna make this team, I said, well, the guy has aspiration of making it, so you can't say nothing about it.
No, he's getting better every week. Actually, he's getting good.
He's getting better, but at the same time, I think I fit James Maddison goes in that team.
Yeah.
So we have to look at the players in context on a cranky. You could be out there excelling, but at the same time, there are players who have something towards their game. Once they're fit, they're gonna be there.
I agree with that actually. Because even once his name has been pushed, Barkley, people are saying why isn't he in the team, but there are too many people.
And I think Barkley could go out there to be a part of the overall squad. Because guess what? If you look for a box to box, Barkley could be that player as well. Because they don't have much of them. I think Barkley and Gallagher. Only thing Gallagher might be in selecting that team over Barkley is probably his age.
Well, even more so, he's been more in the limelight, right? Because Barkley was out in France, came back at Luton, so he's not playing for the best team, nor was he in people's eyesight. But now he's there and he's playing well. He's playing really well, actually.
Yeah, because if you look at it, even the Davis who's playing left back for Ipswich now, the media now are coming out and say he should be a part of a team.
Yeah.
So you're looking at the championship players. So even I was watching, they were like saying there's never been a championship player being selected for a major tournament before.
Who you saying? Who you talking about?
Davis, the left back for Ipswich Town, that plays with Omar Hutchison.
They need a left back because what's his name from Man U's Shaw is injured, right?
Well,
Chilwell's injured, Shaw is injured. They don't have much left back help.
They don't have much left back. But
championship players. They haven't had one in a while, have they?
No, but the guy is quality.
Yeah.
He's quality. I think he's the same built of Lushar. Going forward, defending very good squaring. I think he has over 10 assists, or he has a lot of assists in the championship.
Yeah, it's tough though because it's a different football, right? The level of
it's a different level. It's a different level of football. Because we're sitting the other day analyzing the youngsters that went out on loan, and when you look at it, a lot of them don't perform, but it's a different. Their body is playing at a different level. So they might go to League 2 or League 1, but you're playing against person who are playing this season.
Yeah.
So when you hear Omar Ochoso came out and said that his body is not used to this level of football as yet, so it's telling you something.
He came from under 21, right? Where they're playing his own size and age. Yeah.
Taylor Rebels went out same way, and they call him back.
Yeah.
Because remember, the physicality. I think under 21, you're playing against players your same age. Our players might be coming back from injury, might just work on some fitness level. But when you go there in League 1 and League 2, nobody having mercy on you.
And they're physical, like
they will not be physical on you.
Yeah, very physical. Yeah, those kids who think they can make the England team, though, it's getting better every year, so it's tough to get into the squad.
Because if you look at the youngsters that they have out there, the Gittins at Dartman, the other young one there at Juventus, same way. And you have to remember players in the under 21 same way. I think there are a lot of players in the under 21 right now who are saying the same thing.
Yeah. That's why Jamaica should go find the ones who have to make an heritage and the best ones and bring them in.
But Cranky, I don't know if you noticed it. I said to JD earlier, I said, if you select an under 20 team, you're selecting under 20 for them to play under 20 World Cup, right?
Right.
Not to give them for them to play for England. I saw they select 2 under 20 players. The youngster at City, Makai Hamilton, who's already 20, so he cannot play under 20 World Cup. But because his name started to be mentioned with Jamaica, they said, okay, guess what? You haven't played for England since under 15. Come and play here. They didn't bring to the under 21 because the under 21 team, the talent level is there.
So they do this. They've been doing this for a while now, but it's got more obvious now.
Yeah, it's getting there now.
Yeah.
Look like last year they did the same to Reece Cleary. They called him in the under 19 team, played 2 games at it.
Yeah. What they're doing is they did it with what's his name to play for Arsenal? Maitland Niles.
Kill his career.
Yeah, kill his career.
So it's the same thing. But as I said to somebody, I said the agents here, they play a big part.
Yeah.
Because they're going to say, guess what, playing for England, whether you play a football or a senior team, your value goes up. So when you negotiate your transfer or anything, your salary, you can say you're England. But it's overall international football. Yes, England is a bigger name when it comes to Jamaica. But once you're playing international football, you're probably gonna go up.
But if you're told you're not playing international football, you're on the bench. You're not playing. You may be in the squad, but you're gonna be on the bench. Unless Kane is injured, you're not getting any game.
And for me, Ali Watkins is in front of him. I'm personally even saying that Ali Watkins might not be on the plane going there. You have a Joy Boying against another player as well. It's gonna be very tight for him to make it playing as a winger.
Right.
Yeah. And I said to somebody earlier.
He hasn't played well for England though. He hasn't played well for England.
Yeah. I said to somebody earlier, I said if a Calvin Wilson come back and fit and play this last 5 games for Newcastle, he's in that squad.
That's an interesting one, actually. No, I don't think he makes it.
That's somebody Gareth Southgate rates highly.
Yeah, remember unless Isak is injured, he's not starting for Newcastle.
Right? I said if he come and score 3 goals right now,
right,
and remain fit. I think fitness is always been his issue since he has left. Got that ligament damage again when he was at Bournemouth. Hasn't been the same.
Yeah,
But
I don't see him being in the squad. Actually, I think it's between Tony and Ali Watkins for the.
yeah, Tony Ali Watkins, and will they run that risk? I'm bringing Joy Boy as a striker. I don't see it.
No, they're bringing 3 strikers. I mean, Solanke got a lot of mention, but people don't even talk about him as well as they do the others. So.
Well, they don't even. I don't even really hear them really saying. I think he's had his best season of his professional career. First time in double digit and really up there with the top scorers. I think he should be mentioned as well. And he has something different as well. His physicality, aerial force, might not be the best when it comes to link up play.
Yeah.
But I think he's on his best season right now. So
no, it should be a good Euro. I'm looking. It's gonna be interesting. There's a lot of sports in the summer in between NBA basketball,
Copa America.
Europe. There's so much happening at that time that YouTubers will have a lot of stuff to talk about. Actually, a lot of topics.
And the Copa and the Euro they're clashing as well.
Yes, they'll clash. Well, they'll clash, but not really, right? Because
it's not really a clash. Same time because Euros are playing in the day and Copa is playing in the night.
Exactly. So the timeline, it probably works out well if you're a football junkie.
Yeah, well, definitely.
Yeah. I look forward to those competitions. At the right time when nothing that's happening. Actually, so
it's gonna really be a two good tournament as well. Because if you look at it, Argentina looking to defend their title. Brazil coming there, and you have US gonna be there hosting it as well. I want to really make a mark for themselves. I was watching in the Canadian media this morning. They were like the games that they're really looking. They're gonna be warm up for Copa America. How will they perform against the big boys?
Who are they playing? They're playing Holland, right?
I think they're Holland and 2 South American teams.
Okay.
But I think they're falling off big time, man.
Yeah, they're falling. Well, Jamaica made them fall off. They have played us, People don't realize that. We won, but they have played us.
Yeah. I think even the game that we lost in Jamaica, I think have we taken our chances and stuff?
Well, yes, we had some good chances. Yes.
Yeah, but for the first 15 minutes, if it wasn't for Andre Blake, Superman brilliance,
it could have been ugly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Our low coming in and changing the entire.
Yeah. So if everything worked out, and I think both teams made history. They came and won in Jamaica after 30-something years, and Jamaica went and beat them here for the first time. So
yeah,
but the only thing they got knocked out.
Yeah, no, it should be an interesting. How you think Jamaica will do in the Copa America?
It depends on the team that is there.
Well, true.
It depends on the team that is there. You know what I'm looking, Frankie?
Full team.
Frankie, what I'm looking at right now, 2 World Cup qualifier. The season finishing the 20th of May. So if you're gonna commit yourself to play World Cup qualifier, that means there's no vacation.
Yep.
After World Cup qualifier, right? Copa America. Then basically preseason. Although once you play a major tournament, you're entitled to get a month off. So I think, but if we have our best pieces still and additional players coming in, we could get out that group because Mexico the first game. Interesting game gonna be Ecuador and so it's all about our game.
That's our toughest game. Ecuador is good.
I think Ecuador. Right for me, still, I think Ecuador might be the favorites to come out. I don't want Mexico the favorite.
Yeah, no, Ecuador should be the favorite. They're a good team.
And this Venezuela team is very, very good as well.
Yes, they got a draw in Brazil the other day, right? Didn't they?
Yeah, they're very, very good. Who's the coach? Pekawan, the Argentinian genius. He set them up very good. So they really have a good team. But we have to guess about the first game.
Yeah, the question for us is, will we? Because people don't realize how important vacation is, especially the English players. All of Europe, period, but the English players, they look forward to taking 2-3 a month off and going away to the Maldives or wherever.
Yeah, I think the thing still. I think with Europe going at the same time still, so I think that might be a benefit to us.
That helps. Plus, it's
That
Copa
will help us.
America and it's very visible, right? It's Copa America.
Yeah. So both teams have ready. So it's not that the Gold Cup you're gonna say okay.
Right.
Pre-season, so you basically know that your teammates is gonna be playing in the Euros, so they will having the time out. So I think that might be a very positive for us. Both competition going at the same time.
No, I would agree with that wholeheartedly, and I do think most of the players who sometimes may not come because of niggles or whatever reason will probably want to play in Copa America. All right, the competition itself and the visibility of the competition and magnitude of it should push them to want to play. So it should be interesting.
Definitely. But I've been watching Andre over the past 6 weeks and to the same injury again.
The only thing about goalkeepers that we have good backup goalkeepers.
Yeah, this is three injury in the season already, and it's the same injury basically.
Yeah, get them out of the way now. Get them out of the way.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we need Andre. And Andre is key for the team actually.
But Cranky, I think do you think arguments will use a back three going forward now? When you see what he can do.
The problem for him is that when you go 5 at the back, or as I call it, 8 at the back that we do, the problem you run into is offensively you're going to be lacking, right?
No, but all right, if you're using a back three, basically, right? Using a back three.
You're gonna have 4 across. You're gonna have 4 across.
You use 4 across, right?
Yeah.
Use 4 across. Or if you're brave, you can go 3-4-1-2 if you want to use a 2 striker as you want to do. So basically, you can have one of your wingers playing off the striker.
To me, he plays like a 3. He plays like a 3-4-3 or a 3-5-2. Right, but with one striker playing behind the other. Really, he made like 1-1, but one striker playing behind the other. Yeah. Look, it works defensively. I don't know about offensively though.
Definitely, and what they do, and what I like about it, you don't really get to see. Our problem over the past 5 years has been our right back, our right side being exposed. Yeah. And we didn't see that.
Because we have a better right back period there. Plus, the right centre back covers off really well also.
So there's always coverage there. So even when the right centre back comes out, the sweeper is there to come and hold a challenge. So I think that has benefited us. So it's probably good that we didn't have the strongest team against US. Because I've always cried for him to play a back three. Because if you have, I think your strength is there. If you have 3 quality defenders, you use it and use them and get them. Then you'll get your midfield together.
So who would be your 3 defenders?
My 3 defenders. I think Bernard has improved over the past 2 games at the national level, right? Person saying low in the middle. If I'm gonna play Dominica Republican pace, low cannot play my midfield. He's gonna play in the defense.
But does Low play over Hector?
Well, I think Hector. Out of all the defenders, Hector and Pinocchio are the only 2 that are capable of sweeping at a high level, right?
Because Pinocchio is probably a starter without doubt if he's back, and he's back now. If he stays healthy, to me, Hector was our best player in the last window, frankly.
Yeah, man, definitely. He really stamped his class in the middle, and guess what? You don't put him out there to be tracing, to be running behind a defender. So you can't really catch him for speed. And what he does, he reads the game very well. He made his interception. If you go to beat him one-on-one, once he's not out on the flank, you're not going to beat him because when you push the bar, he's going to turn his body on you.
So then the question is there a place for Low in the defense? That's the first. If we go to midfield, is there a place in defense for Low?
I think it's between him and Bernard.
Okay.
I think it's between him and Bernard on that right-hand side.
Yeah, because some people are saying Bernard has solidified his place in the team.
Yeah, and guess what? And if you're gonna go for somebody comfortable passing out of the back, I think the trader will select themselves. But Low bring that fight, that energy that's there. But at the same time, the other person they bring composure there.
Yeah. No, I would agree. And even Latimer there looked well in the 3 at the back, doesn't he?
Yeah, but
because he's very mobile. He's very mobile.
But Cranky, it was there now. Even the second half, even the second half against Canada, when you saw Hector play with Pinnock, how both of them look,
Yeah. Yes.
right?
Yeah.
The passing left out to the back, and even when Hector came back in and played against, I was a Grenada. When it was a Grenada before the 80 game. When they had what they have, I think it was the first time we had two Jamaican defenders having over 95 passing average.
But here's the thing: people don't realize Hector played midfield for a while for us. When
Yeah.
last time he played, and he played it well, especially his long passes.
Yeah,
He was right
it's,
to target. Yeah.
you can't take that from him.
Yeah.
You cannot take that from him. I think one person has crucified Hector for. And I can tell you this: that Gold Cup game that we lost to Mexico, the ball that he slipped on in the middle to Ross, and they went and score. They haven't given Hector for that.
But I used to beat Hector. I used to beat Hector badly.
We do.
But I've come around on Hector.
You know why I never beat him? Because people might blame Tapa and say Tapa is the one who threw it. Tapa didn't. It was the Copa America 2016 that we went, and when Schaefer wanted to use Mariappa and something, Mariappa playing the centre back with Wes Morgan instead of playing right back, he put Hector in the middle. Hector looked good in the middle. I think Austin was suspended for the game when they played against Uruguay. I think he hit the bar 2 times in it.
Right.
Tapa came and brought him back and used him there.
I thought he looked good besides Speedy, actually. I watch him up live and close because, something you watch on TV is a little bit different.
Yeah, but he's
live and close, he looks good to me.
It's good. The thing about it, some of the time he pass the ball side to side and he go for the long pass.
Yeah.
But I think what other person are looking for, and because both of them are doing the same thing, playing safe, none of them are not really taking the ball and trying to go forward.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not there. Yeah. They protect the defense well, they make good long passes, but progressing the ball or keeping the ball, be technical, that's not their game, and so that makes it difficult for them. But I like Hector to be in it. So the question is, if Lowe is not in the defense, does Lowe play in the midfield?
I'm not using him for me. I think when you're playing teams that are lower ranked than us, right? Although Dominica seeking some big pieces. I think 2 of the biggest talent that they're trying. One doesn't want to play for them, so. But if we're playing him, I wouldn't want Lowe in my middle. You rather use him in defense. I would rather try Relatable in the midfield more than him.
Yeah, I love Lowe against Canada, but he should retire from midfield. That's my view.
And Cranky, and person don't understand that. As I say, we sit and analyze football different. What person see, they say, yes, Lowe is always on the ball. Yes, because he follows the ball.
Yes, 24/7.
He follows the ball.
It's like in primary school.
In the Panama game, Lowe was the Panama game, right? Boza was pressing, Nicholas was pressing. But then I see Boza, and then there's Lowe who because I see him,
He wasn't playing CDM. He wasn't playing CDM.
CDM is to protect the back line, shield the back line, right?
Yep.
When you can be a part of your offense, you'll be a part of it. The guy was pressing in 18-yard box in front of the forward.
Yeah, CDM has to control the tempo of the game also, right? There's spatial awareness, positional awareness. There's controlling the tempo. He protect your back line. He wasn't controlling the tempo of the game. He was just going after the ball, so he wasn't positionally aware where he should be a lot of times. It worked in the Canada game because he got to the ball, but when the ball is being played around you, it becomes difficult. So I think he's a very effective player. He's been effective, but I don't see him in the midfield going forward.
And this is the thing. When teams start to find out that you're playing that position, they're gonna come up plan for you. Because we call Canada off track, right?
Yeah.
Got US off track with him again. I think US wasn't really looking for him, but you realize Panama planned for him. But at the same time, he had more time on the ball against Panama. Because USA, the pressing system that USA use, and when they play the high line because they have position on the ball, Panama didn't play that. Panama play safe. Because Panama know Jamaica will be a threat on the attack.
That's the best we've looked against Panama in a long time.
Definitely.
And as you go back to you made the point about the 3 at the back. It was effective in the tournament. My question is, when you play like South American team, don't you need to have more of the ball, given how much they dominate the ball? So aren't you worse in the situation if you play deep where they're gonna have they normally keep the ball anyway?
Yeah.
And if you just play more defensively, it becomes worse, right? And can you get the ball to get up to your forwards? Gray was frustrated against Panama, you know. Very frustrated.
Because remember Panama is playing the playing formation.
Yeah.
So Ramos was out there. Ramos was literally put out there for him. Because I was in Panama City and I was there by Ikai, the one of their team. And what they were basically saying there, they were like, if we advance, and in their mind they were gonna play Jamaica somewhere. So whether it be third place or in the final. So they said, they want to agree, how do we contain him?
Right.
Right? I said, you guys have Marquito. They said, no, he's going to show him for peace. So they want somebody physical, somebody who can match him for speed and skill, and not afraid to go up against him to get beaten.
All right.
So I think the coach made the right choice by bringing him there. Cause I think he'd have Escobar or Waterman, he'd have teared him apart because they don't have this. I think Escobar have his speed, but Waterman doesn't have it.
What I like about Gray is his decision making, right? I mean, he makes really good decisions when he has the ball, especially the final third.
Definitely. And when he comes on the ball, Crank, he's not afraid to take the ball. I think his confidence level.
Yes.
His confidence level. Because if you're talking to a person from Birmingham, they're like, this is the Murray Gray that we know coming up when he was coming through Birmingham before he went to Leicester. When he would come and demand the ball as a 16-year-old. And I said it. I think he's apart from Marlon King, I think he's one of the persons that have come and hit the ground running. Just come and settle in the team like that.
Yeah, I agree. My hope is that the Antonio we saw yesterday will be the Antonio we get for Copa America. So if you have Gray and Antonio, we need somebody on the right though. Who's gonna play on the right wing?
I think
is that Bobby Reed? Is that Bobby Reed?
You know, I think Bobby. I think we saw the Bobby Reed at Fulham in those two games. The work rate, he was very composed on the ball, even against USA. And yeah. I said, I think taking out Bobby Reed against US was one of the reasons why we lost that game. You take him off when there was 3 minutes of time leave.
I understand he was tired.
Yeah, he was tired, but Cranky, it's the leadership on the team, especially a game like that.
Yeah. I said at that stadium, I think I was talking to some people there at the stadium, which is, I don't think he should have come off the field, but they said he has to come out because he was tired. And we saw that yesterday with our Wednesday with Man City, where
the Brian Holland.
The Brian Holland and Rodri all has to come out.
Well, Rodri, I understand Rodri. Rodri has been playing all season. But Holland and De Bruyne, who was out on the bench, De Bruyne was out most of the time.
PS hot.
Yeah, but remember now, you are dominating the game.
Yeah.
So imagine Tony Cruz was out there. Cranky at 35.
Yeah.
Chasing the ball the whole game.
That is true, actually. I don't know why Haaland would come out, because Haaland is not doing anything to come out.
Yeah. So if Haaland come and say it's tired, but I think if you start watching him since the start of the season, when he comes back against physical defender.
Yeah, he struggles, doesn't he?
He struggles against him.
He struggles, yeah. When he played Everton, he blew off that kid and go score. And when he played against us, he struggles big time.
Yeah. Because when you have Gabriel and Saliba, who's going to be physical with him same way, it shows.
Yeah. But I hope we do well in Copa, though. I mean, I may go to games. I haven't decided yet, but I hope we do well.
Yes, so I think if we can advance out of that group, it will be really a big achievement.
But I hope here's the most important thing: we have to get the full squad.
Definitely. Well, and I think everybody's gonna bring their top squad. So I don't see why. And I think most of these UK players will want to play in the Copa America. I think this will be the biggest tournament that they will play representing Jamaica for national team.
That is true. Apart from the World Cup,
from the World Cup, yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that actually.
So
hopefully, yeah.
No. Right. So if we come out, we get those 2 games out of the way, I think everybody is going to want to be a part of that team. And I think even talking to person who have connection with players, they said this is what they're trying to put. And I said, guess what? Look at it. Jamaica is playing have opportunity to play against Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, and all these teams. Right? The Copa America is similar to the Euro.
Yep. I would think that if you're in England, you have a chance to play for the national team there. It doesn't look probable. Maybe possible, but not probable. You have to consider Jamaica if you have Jamaican heritage. You have to. I thought we should have pursued somebody like Kyle Walker-Peters, for example.
Well, definitely. 'Cause England future is nowhere for him again.
Right, and he is a versatile player. I even think he could play in the midfield. I think he's a versatile player with speed, with some quickness, ability on the ball, and can defend. That's what you need.
Right, because really right back chart there, he's way down.
Yeah,
right?
No, that's
even when we talk about Max Aarons, Ben White has come in and step ahead of him now.
But Ben White decided not going to play for England. But you still have James, you still have Walker, you still have
Trippier, Trent.
You have Trent. You have about 4 or 5 players. And
So
Stone can play in a back 3 on the right too. So
yeah.
So
let's say still cranky. And we said if the federation had somebody like now, I think you see the young players are coming up and said they want to play for Jamaica and thing, and this is the time you go there and grab them. You don't hesitate.
Yeah, I'm not sure we have the best recruiters though.
We know we go. We know it's third party recruiting, right?
Yeah. So Travis, is it because you don't want any more overseas born players in your team, Travis? Why you think KWP should stay and wait on England? Elaborate, Travis, because I know how you are. You're not afraid to express your perspective as it comes to
But the guy never say he didn't want to play for Jamaica. He said he want to have a one-on-one with the coach to know what your role would be.
Right. Yeah.
Right. It's something different, because if you're a player, all right, and you have to understand this. It's the same thing with Mason Holgate. Mason Holgate wanted to play centre back, right? He doesn't want to come and play right back. So they want to know the coach, what's your plan for me? And it's typical, because if even, as I was telling somebody, if you look at a national team that has stayed steady with at least 20 or 18 players, it's only Argentina. Right. I think Argentina and Belgium. If you look worldwide, Argentina and Belgium has been the team that has the steadiest squad.
Yeah.
Unless somebody come through exceptional, doing wonders, they're not seen as Argentina squad. If you look,
they have been producing people at the same rate they used to in the past, have they? They have been producing exceptional kids. Yeah.
Well, they have some young talents here, but if you look at it, the guy like he for Atlanta, top goalkeeper. Sometimes he get called, sometimes he doesn't get called up. Then you have Benitez at PSV.
Martinez have that on a lot for a long time, actually. Come in. Yeah.
Well, unless he's injured or suspended, nobody going that goal.
Yeah. No, I mean, when he broke out for us in FA Cup, that's when people recognized that he could actually keep.
Yeah. And I always say that. I always say first that Martinez is an excellent goalkeeper. They were like, I remember he's been at Arsenal since he was 16.
Yeah, so let me respond to Travis, because Travis, I think, on this path as usual. Travis, what do you suggest if we have better players who are born overseas? So, okay, Travis, here's the thing, Travis. So I think KWP can play right back or midfield. Let me know the person in Jamaica who you think should play in that position, other than the one we are speculating about. Let me hear who you think should play. Since you're saying we always just want to go for overseas players. Because we're calling players who have either played the Premier League or Premier League pedigree and quality. So let me hear who you have. Travis, to counter the argument, you got to produce a person that's born in Jamaica, for example, who you think can fit that mold better than this player. I'm curious to hear who that is. Because I don't disagree with you, Travis, if you're just saying I have a better player who's homegrown, who can fit than this player we're talking about. So bring that player forward.
But we don't have it. We don't have that player.
Travis is the one who drunk. Maybe have Travis. Maybe give him the chance to make a point.
We don't have that player.
Yeah.
Right?
You and I may think so, but Travis doesn't, apparently.
There's a youngster at Arsenal that plays under 21 for them.
Who, the forward?
No, man. Right back. Walters
Jamaican?
I already have Jamaican heritage. German, Jamaican, English.
Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, he is on the cusp of the Arsenal. He didn't get in the game this year. He didn't get into any game because Arteta doesn't play youngsters. Except when their contract is up, like in one area, and he's trying to convince them to sign, he gives them a few minutes on the pitch, but otherwise he doesn't play them.
And I think that's. But if you look at it, Cranky, all the youngsters who got playing time this year, they haven't disappointed,
That's true, but like I said
right?
before, I don't think Arteta does that really well. He likes to play. He likes to play who he knows, and he doesn't make a lot. I mean, a lot of people on the bench haven't got much time this year, you know. He played
Definitely.
the same team over and over and over again. So Travis is saying, Cranky, I don't believe in begging players with Jamaican heritage to play. Not all players in top leagues play well in CONCACAF. So name me the ones who play in the top league don't play well in CONCACAF. Name me the ones, Travis. Tell me the English-born players who play well in the top leagues in England who don't play well in CONCACAF. Please name me one.
I think before you could have said that since 2015, I think I can't really pinpoint a player that has come in the team that has really excelled in the team.
Yeah, but here's the thing, we used to get a lot of Premier League players and we get championship players who are playing at a high level, but not Premier League. Now we have about 6 or 7 in Premier League. There's a difference. Now, a couple have gone up through promotion, like Amari Bell, but yeah, it's different. It's different.
Yeah, I think with a lot of team in CONCACAF now having players playing overseas, and it's like that before it was US and Mexico and Canada had a few, and Jamaica have a few. All the teams, and what person I really understand now, there are players, all these small countries, Barbados, everybody is on the same recruitment drive.
Yeah, the guy from Grenada said the same thing. He doesn't want players from the National League or below that, but if he had 20 Premier League players, they all be in his team. Right? If you have Premier League players, or maybe even championship players, and they're good enough and they're better than what you have at home, they gotta try to recruit them. Why not? You try to win at more senior level.
Okay, everybody want to go somewhere now.
Exactly.
Right? And even a couple of weeks back, I was talking to a person from Damrep, and they were like, guess what? The same model that Jamaica use is what we are using.
Okay.
Right? The federation wasn't buying into it. Right? But they realize that's the way to go, because you're not going to compete with anybody.
Well, unless you have a program like Jamaica's trying to do now, where you develop locally based, locally born and develop players who can compete at the world stage, you're just going to go in the world stage and lose, aren't you?
But frankly, not going to happen, because by the time, if you have a player, if you have a young talent come through, say, come out to the National Academy when it's launched and everything, and comes out and is excelling there, he's not going to stay here. He's going to go overseas.
Right. But at least he's locally born, so people
but
they embrace that. They embrace that.
Yeah, but at the same time, because if we look at it, every year our top players, they leave the league.
Yeah, which how it should be, because they're going to go where the money is, right?
Right. So Jamaica has become a market now, right? We have a 4 Jamaican in Serbia now, right?
Yeah.
And Fleming has gone to Serbia and really ignite his career again over there. Trevante learning over there now. Norman Campbell doing well, starting and scoring again now. Fleming has been outstanding since he went to the team there. I think he was 7 or 6 goals. So sometimes, I think going to Toulouse for him is a whole different level of football, right? I was looking for Trevante to really go to a struggling team, and they had like 8 forwards there already, and all those forwards are ahead of him, right? Sime is a Nigerian national striker. They have 2 Ivory Coast players, a Swedish striker, a Chilean striker. So, but he went there. But one thing I can give him, Cranky, and I've seen it. I was watching him Tuesday morning, and how he was playing for Mount Pleasant. And I always said a bit with Shamar the same way, that playing time does a lot. When you're much sharp, does a lot. You bring back your confidence. Right. He's the same player I see who's running those lines, being physical, right? Taking the ball, knocking off, and driving to the box, right? The team is not doing the best, but I'm seeing a player now who understands what he's doing.
Right.
Juventus now, he was playing most of the games he played. He was playing a lone striker, not getting the ball, so he's doing a lot of running.
Okay. Yeah. By the way, Travis, you know the US chased Balogun for 2 years, right? So you're saying that we shouldn't chase people. People chase quality. Companies chase exceptional talent. And Balogun pontificated for a while in the US. He hasn't played well. And by the way, he hasn't played well for the US, by the way. He's been poor for the US.
He came in and hit the ground running.
Yeah.
But guess what? But Cranky, after I remember this, he came in off a high, right? At the time was at Remy in France. Hasn't done on the best this season. So the confidence is not there. So I think coming here now, he was basically they're looking for him to shine. And but we have to understand that US is a super team, and personally understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Perfect playing at Union Berlin, who I think should have been the USA team, right?
They have a lot of players overseas nowadays. A lot of players overseas.
And they're still searching for players the same way. So they tell you something.
Yeah, and I as I mentioned before on these programs before, I had a conversation with Georgino Des, and he was saying that they don't think about this whole what we think about, which is the whole where you're born. They just recruit players, try to get the best players. They try to get the best players.
And that's what they do. Remember now, our players are aspiring to go play in the MLS now. And MLS players always finding a hard time.
Right.
Unless like the Walker Zimmerman or Miles Robinson that Greg rates highly. They will be the two.
Yeah. I think if you want to play at the highest level, which now CONCACAF is getting better, you got to play in the best leagues to play against the best competition to improve your game.
And I think that's what's hurting Mexico right now.
Yeah. Because Mexico cannot beat the US anymore. You know, the US they just played them off the park. Jamaica was more effective against the US than Mexico was.
Yeah. But it was there because from the way I saw they play against Panama.
Yeah.
They just hit Panama on the break and got the goals. Only thing Panama didn't score.
Yeah, Panama was wide open though. They played too aggressive.
That's the thing.
Wide open. Yeah.
And I think from a discipline standpoint, I don't think Panama that discipline when they go against the team. They try to opposite them. We saw last year when they beat USA in the Gold Cup, how they went up at them. And they went in the final the same thing.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. But Marlon, management guy, we're running now. I am. We have exceeded our time. Management, are you there? Or you went to sleep? You put you to bed? Been going for a while now. Well, people, Marlon, again, thanks for coming on. I like talking football with you because you actually follow the sport, understand the sport, and make a lot of sense. I can't say the same for Travis. I'm just kidding, Travis. I'm just kidding, Travis. Travis has his view. We respect his view. It's his perspective. Travis saying he's a patriot who don't want people to take his country as a step back and a fallback. He wants them to commit to us first and not pontificate and think about us second after they make this for England. I have no shame. I don't really care. If you're good enough and you want to come play for me and you can improve my team, and the coach believes that you can improve the team, then I want to come play for me. Even if you chose England first and chose me second, I'm fine.
That's a question I was asking Cranky. When the players come, what do they do? What do they add something to the Jamaica team? Yes. So what's the problem?
Yeah, I mean that's the point, right? Which is they come in, they add value, they don't give any problems. We're not hearing any problems with them and them badmouth the federation. And here's the thing that I find interesting, Marlon, because I have to say this, which is this. So you have somebody come from an environment where not all these kids grew up with spoon in their mouths, actually. Because these kids have difficult challenge, but they grew up from a football standpoint in some of the best environment. They're leaving the environment where they're in professional clubs, where everything they cater to. They come to play for us, and they experience the same thing that all the players experience. Sometimes it's not that good. But I don't hear them badmouthing the federation or knocking the federation. Maybe when they finish playing, they may bring these things out. But at least they're professional enough to realize that they just get to maintain a certain decorum and not critique the federation in public and bring all the dirty laundry in public, right?
Well, Cranky,
which is interesting.
You came to a professional environment, right? You came to a professional system, so you know how to deal with things. And if you ask most of the players who come, so what they're going to tell you? We want to play in a World Cup. We want to qualify and go for a World Cup. So all these things that are there, they block them out.
Because
right?
I personally know that not everything is what we call copacetic, right? Not everything is perfect.
We know that.
Right? We don't know this, and I've talked to players, but I think the players are all very professional about how they conduct themselves. I think that's important for the camaraderie of the team, for the collective psyche of the team, for the team should be operating going forward because they have one goal in mind, and nothing should be able to derail that goal of trying to get to the World Cup. Yeah.
And I think the unity in the team I think that's one of the biggest things in the team right now. Everybody have the same goal.
Yes. And if you've been around the players, a lot of them seem to get along, which is really good for the team. And so hopefully Copa America will be good, but we have 2 World Cup qualifiers to play before that, and hopefully people go out and attend the games at the stadium. You need the crowd to support the players, to give them the vibes, to give them the support that they require to help be the 12th man on the field. And right now we're not getting from Jamaica crowd actually. The local fans are not doing their part, Travis. The local fans are not supporting the team they should.
Make sure come back the first qualifier, sir.
Yeah, Travis, make sure you go.
I call you out, sir. Make sure come back first qualifier, sir.
I will say that if the crowd come out, it'll help the players. Because remember we had COVID when no one could attend the games, and now we're freed up from that virus. So why don't people go to the games? I don't get it.
Okay, so we have a part of our culture, our organist mentality, So when the team is on top, you're gonna find everybody want to run it.
Travis said be there in the grandstand. Hey, Travis, I'm telling you, grandstand. I go, hey, Travis, me like this. Travis, grandstand. I go, grandstand. I go. But now, Travis, people like bleach.
Look for grandstand. Hey, Travis, never go look for that grandstand.
Yeah, I look for Travis. Oh, by the way, Travis doesn't look like how he writes.
Yeah?
Travis doesn't look like how he writes. He writes like a 60-year-old person. He's not 60. He's not 60. When I say write, meaning his ideas when he puts on paper doesn't reflect his physical persona. That's all I say about Travis. If that makes any sense.
Well, I never support the Travis, say at the kickoff on us, so.
Yeah. Go, Travis, go to the game, support the team, inspire them. It should be 2 games that Jamaica, if they have the full team, should win actually. So
definitely.
Yeah. So all right, everyone, thanks for those of you in the chat before you leave.
Everybody's asleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna sleep. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't subscribing, and hit the like button if you haven't done so before. We thank you for being here. I'm sure Manning's man will send out, because he does this almost daily. I don't think he does this on Saturday, but he may do something Sunday evening, but he was doing Monday, similar time. So join him. If you've been a regular, thanks for being a regular. If you just joined, we hope you come back. All right? Take care and have a good evening. Thanks, everyone.
Yes, everyone.
Yeah, man.